Yes, you always quite sure about data. This one we're gonna
Discuss on slides.
Oh, no.
No.
Did you go to that? Okay.
Welcome. Welcome. This is the joint session between real estate and urban. On behalf of the organizers, I'm Adam Gurin, Milena Almagro, Ben Keys, and Thomas Piskorski for real estate this year, and Ed Glazer, Jonathan Dingle, and Rebecca Diamond for urban. We'd like to welcome you to the joint session, which is running till 2:20 today. First up, we have two job market talks. They're 20 minutes with 5 minutes for questions at the end. And Francesco, take it away.
Perfect. Thank you very much to the organizers for the opportunity to present here today. And let me start with the observation that local governments provide essential public services in the United States, ranging from K through 12 education, fire protection, emergency medical services, parks and recreation, and library services. And local governments are a sizable sector of the U.S. economy. In 2022, they spent almost $2 trillion and employed more than 12 million full-time equivalent units. And the main source of revenue, at least when it comes to local tax receipts, is property taxes, as you all know. A distinctive and somewhat unique feature of local governments in the US is that they're vertically differentiated. That is, any location is typically served by multiple overlapping jurisdictions, each of which delivers one or more specific public services, typically a county, a municipality, a school district, and a large and ever-growing number of special purpose governments that, as the name suggests, specialize in the provision of a single public services. So fire protection districts, park districts, library districts, and so on. And each of these jurisdictions levies its own property tax rate, and residents and location pay the sum of the property tax rates levied by the jurisdictions that overlap there. And so the goal of this paper is to answer two main research questions. The first research question is really a program evaluation type of question. That is, what happens when a local government changes its property tax rate? What's the impact of that decision on the property tax revenue that the other local governments overlapping with the jurisdictions that made the fiscal policy decision can draw? So what's the impact on their base and, as a consequence, on their property tax revenue? And the second research question moves away from the program evaluation and answers and tries to ask a broader question. That is, for any local government in the United States, what is the sign and what is the magnitude of the fiscal externality induced by a marginal dollar of spending by that local government? And I believe answering these questions is important in light of significant recent institutional changes in the structure of local governments in the US. So this graph plots the number of local governments, local jurisdictions in the US. And as you can see from the top line, that plots general purpose jurisdictions, that is counties, municipalities, and townships. That number has remained roughly stable over the last 50 years. The bottom line plots the number of school districts. If anything, it has slightly declined due to consolidations and dissolutions in rural areas. What explains the large growth in an ever really increasing growth in the number of local governments in the US is the growth in the number of special purpose jurisdictions. And so that's why now we do have more than 90,000 local governments in the US. And so looking at the map of local governments in the US, this map shows at the county level the number of distinct local government types potentially overlapping in a county. So if in a county you have a county government, several municipal governments, several school districts, and several fire districts, that county would have a number 4 on this map. And there is large spatial heterogeneity in the degree of local government overlap. In some parts of the country, such as the Midwest, the Mountain and Pacific regions, the number of local government types overlapping a location can reach very substantial numbers. And so to go back to my original research questions, let me briefly outline how I'll try and answer them. So to answer the program evaluation question, first of all, I will be using newly collected data on the universe of local government boundaries and property tax rates and revenues in the United States over the last 20 years. And I will be providing quasi-experimental evidence on the existence of these fiscal externalities using a dynamic regression discontinuity design. And then moving away from the program evaluation, and therefore to extrapolate from the program evaluation estimates from the first part of the paper, I will be developing a spatial equilibrium model of residential choice that crucially features overlapping jurisdictions. And I will be deriving, using the model, a formula to compute the fiscal externality associated with a marginal dollar of spending by any local government in the United States. And so let me briefly provide a bit more details on what I mean by vertically differentiated local government. So standard models of equilibrium among local jurisdictions, typically really since Thibault in 1956, posit a one-to-one mapping between jurisdictions and locations. So each location is served by a single local government that provides a bundle of public services. And so as a consequence, there's only horizontal competition between jurisdictions that provide all services together: fire protection, education. And so this could be a stylized example of a metropolitan area where each color corresponds to a jurisdiction providing a different bundle of public services. However, we know that this no longer corresponds to at least in most states, to the reality of local governments, because we have no longer a one-to-one mapping. Each location is served by multiple overlapping jurisdictions, and conversely, each jurisdiction typically serves multiple locations. And so this example is from a suburban area outside Chicago, not far from where I used to live. There's a community college district that overlaps, at least in part, with a high school district. In turn, this overlaps with a township, a fire district, a school, elementary school district, a library district, a city, more other actually jurisdictions. And we call that black area a location. That is the unique intersection of local governments overlapping in that place. And this is far from unique to the suburbs of Chicago. It's actually pretty common in most states, especially in the Mountain and Pacific regions. And so each jurisdiction, as I mentioned earlier, levies its own property tax rate. So this is actually a real property tax bill from the black area I showed earlier. Residents in that black area pay county taxes, municipality taxes, school taxes. In this case, even there are multiple school districts, one for elementary schools and one for high school, and then all of the special districts. So this is how it works in practice. And given this situation, how do we define and measure vertical fiscal spillovers? So the idea is that, as it's well known, any fiscal policy change made by one jurisdiction will typically be capitalized into home prices, the idea being that potential home buyers value the improvement in public services more or less than the extra property tax burden required to fund it. This is obviously very well known and has been extensively studied, especially with regard to K-12 education. However, the fact that there are overlapping jurisdictions means that any change in the tax base, for example, of a school district that makes its fiscal policy decision will also affect the tax base of the other overlapping governments with which it shares some of its tax base. And this will be particularly salient when the degree of overlap, as in this case, for example, is substantial, where there's a large overlap between the elementary school district and the library district. And for welfare consideration, it would be even more important for the people who live outside the boundaries of the initiating school district, but in some sense, face the consequences of a fiscal policy decision made by somebody else who lives nearby. And so this is what I mean by vertical fiscal spillovers in the context of property tax changes, given the geography of local governments in the US. So having provided this intuition how to measure fiscal spillovers in practice, there is a key identification challenge. Local fiscal policy is determined locally and reflects the unobserved, typically heterogeneous preferences of people who live there. It's chosen, that's the whole purpose of local governments really, is chosen by the people who live there. But those unobserved determinants of local fiscal policy also determine sorting and the housing market. The idea is that unobserved preferences for local public goods determine local fiscal policy and the provision of local public goods through indirect or direct democracy, direct democracy is very important in the US when it comes to local fiscal policy, but those unobserved preferences in Thibault style also affect sorting across locations and also affect, through housing demand, housing prices. And so there's a key endogeneity concern. And to identify and learn about fiscal spillovers, we need to break the systematic relationship between unobserved preferences for local fiscal policy and the housing market. And so I will be leveraging, consistent with following really prior literature, the fact that in many contexts, local governments are required to hold referenda to ask voters on whether they approve a fiscal policy change. This is often the case when because state constitutions impose limits on what local governments can spend without direct approval from voters. For statistical power reasons, I will be focusing on school district referenda, simply because there are many more of them, and they typically entail that larger amounts of spending changes, but referenda are held by all sorts of local governments, including municipalities, park districts, and fire districts. And so these referenda typically make it very clear that the spending change will be repaid over time with property tax hikes. The famous general obligation bonds typically state that a certain infrastructure investment into a school upgrade or renovation, or even construction will be repaid, in this case, over 21 years with excess property taxes, but even capital investments of smaller amount are similarly repaid with higher property tax rates. And these ballot measures make it very clear that property tax hikes is exactly how that extra spending will be financed. So in terms of data sources, as I mentioned, to provide this evidence, I will be, first of all, constructing a new data set on the universe of local government boundaries in the US. Here, the key contribution is obviously the boundaries of special districts, because boundaries of counties, municipalities, and school districts are obviously widely available, but for special districts, this was not really the case. And all of the nominal property tax rates that each of these jurisdictions levied over the last 20 years. I will be leveraging school district referendum data from a recent paper that studies by Barbara Biasi and co-authors studies school district referenda, housing prices from Content and Larson, as they do, and then a number of sources for government finances, including my own collected data from state and county sources on property tax revenue. I don't have time to discuss the methodology related to learning about these effects in the long run. I'd be happy to discuss it further, but I will be showing the results directly, and let me provide some intuition about what this graph shows. So each of these dots essentially represents a regression discontinuity parameter. For negative relative time periods, these are essentially placebo estimates. So I'm essentially using the outcome in the pre-periods as outcomes for referendum approval. The idea is to compare marginally approved referenda at time 0 with marginally rejected referenda at time 0, and using the outcomes in the negative relative time periods to show that there is indeed no effect. And when it comes instead to the positive time periods, these are actually RD estimates for referendum approval or rejection. And consistent with prior literature, I find that marginally approved referenda tend to induce positive capitalization into housing prices, around 6% after 5 years. This is not a new result. What is new is the fact that this referendum approval at the margin induces a fiscal externality on the overlapping governments. So here in the right, you can see on the right panel, you can see as outcomes the property tax revenue of the other local governments that overlap with the initiating school districts. So that would be the property tax revenue of the overlapping municipalities, the overlapping special purpose districts, those that at least in part share some tax base with the school district that approved the referendum itself. And as you can see, there is a positive spillover due to referendum approval at the school district level on the local government revenue for the other school districts. Here, I then split the sample into two parts. On the left, I'm showing the same estimates on property tax revenue, but for local governments that share at least half of the tax base with the initiating school district. On the right, local governments that share less than half of their tax base with the school district involved in the referendum. And as you can see, the 4% effect I showed earlier is entirely basically driven by the jurisdictions that have a larger degree of overlap with the initiating school district. And so this suggests that this capitalization into housing prices, so essentially the spillover, occurs through the tax basis. In a separate result in the appendix, I also show that property tax rates for the other local governments don't really change in response to school district referendum approval. And so given this evidence, there's also, I think it's important to acknowledge that marginally approved referenda, or I should say school districts that marginally approve referenda may differ systematically in both observable and I would say especially unobservable terms from school districts that either approved or rejected referenda with large margins, but I would say especially from school districts that did not hold referenda at all in the sample period. And so it's an extrapolation problem, how to learn about fiscal spillovers for all of these other local governments that are not at the margin of approving or rejecting a school district referendum. And so how to learn about the broader population? Well, the idea is to really go back to the identification challenge that I presented earlier, but instead of coming up with a design to break the systematic relationship between the unobserved determinants of fiscal policy and housing market, well, let's build a spatial equilibrium model that models exactly what that relationship is. So inevitably, this leads to a spatial equilibrium model in which there will be heterogeneous households with heterogeneous preferences for different types of local spending that both sort across locations, demand housing, and affect the housing market, but also participate in referenda selectively on whether to approve a local spending change. And so this is exactly the goal of the next section, which I will be presenting very briefly, but that's exactly the purpose. The purpose is to develop something that can be used to learn about fiscal spillovers for all of the cases we simply cannot learn about using a program evaluation approach. And so the model will have three components. The first two components are fairly standard, and so I will skip them today. But the first component is a residential choice problem, a standard discrete choice with logit shocks. Here, the main difference is that instead of having preferences for a single form of public spending, there are preferences over multiple sources of public spending because there are preferences over all of the spending offered by the various jurisdictions that overlap in each location. The housing supply curve is going to be a standard isoelastic curve, nothing really special going on there. What I really want to spend a bit more time on is the provision of local public services, because I think that's where I'm making most of the contribution. And consistent with prior literature, I will be modeling majority voting, but I will do it in a way that creates a very tight mapping with the property tax referenda from the program evaluation. So the idea is to model very specifically the property tax referenda from the first part of the paper and build a mapping between the two parts in a way that will allow me to learn about the structural parameters of the model using indeed the reduced form very directly. And so just in terms of notation, but this is really to describe the core of the paper, it's not just notation, I want to introduce the distinction that is the core of this paper, namely the distinction between jurisdictions and locations. Jurisdictions are political entities, local governments that are responsible for providing public services. Locations are not political entities. They're simply partitions of the metropolitan area implied by intersections of local governments. And so tau J will be the property tax rate levied by jurisdiction J. What residents pay is the sum of the tau J's levied by all of the jurisdictions overlapping there. So this key distinction is my main contribution relative to previous papers where the distinction between J and A is essentially not there. And the same applies, of course, to the mass of households. The sum of the masses of households choosing various locations adds up to the mass of households living within a jurisdiction. And so these are the people who participate in referenda at the local level. And so, as I said, jurisdictions, not areas, set local fiscal policy. I will be assuming a balanced budget as its standard. I want to emphasize that the term with the summation, that is really the property tax revenue that sums all of the property tax revenues coming from the areas that belong to each jurisdiction. And this term will be key to measure fiscal spillovers and to learn about the distribution of fiscal spillovers everywhere in the US. One contribution, I don't want to get into the details, but political participation in the US, especially when it comes to local referenda, is extremely selected. We know that on average, people who participate in these referenda tend to be less likely to be minorities, tend to be wealthier, and tend to be older. And so there will be in the model something that tries to capture exactly that type of selection into political participation. In some sense, in this model, the median voter can be quite different from the median resident, and in general, it will be. And so what do I mean by fiscal externality in the context of this model? Well, consider a local government J that makes a marginal fiscal policy decision, so changes local spending by an amount DGJ. We consider another jurisdiction, potentially overlapping with jurisdiction J, that is the property tax revenue. It's going to be tau M multiplied by all of the property taxes levied by the areas that are comprised within jurisdiction M. And so how does spending by jurisdiction J affect the revenue of jurisdiction M? Well, through sorting. Sorting that in turn affects housing demand and as a consequence, equilibrium prices. So these fiscal spillovers occur all through sorting responses to local spending changes. At the margin, some people will move in or move out, depending on how much they value the extra spending change relative to taxation. And so what I define to be the fiscal spillover is exactly this derivative. That is, the marginal change in the local government revenue for another jurisdiction induced by a spending change by initiating jurisdiction. And so in the after mapping the reduced form results from the first part of the paper to this model, I derive, using the formula I just showed you, a distribution of fiscal externalities for all of the local governments in the US. That is, the idea is if a jurisdiction in the US increased its own spending, given the 2020 levels, by $1, what would be the impact on all of the other local governments that overlap with that jurisdiction? What I can see is that when it comes to school districts, consistent with the reduced form, most fiscal spillovers tend to be positive. Most of the mass here is on the right compared to the zero. On the other hand, when it comes to all of the other local governments providing non-education services, so special purpose districts included, the distribution is a lot more mixed. And so this lends to the point that the continuing adding of layer of local governments could actually induce spillovers on other jurisdictions. And so these fiscal policy decisions are not inconsequential. And everything happens through sorting and the price of land. So the goal of this paper was to show that the overlapping structure of US local governments induces vertical fiscal spillovers. In the context of this paper, I try to quantify fiscal spillovers for two broad categories of local governments. School districts often induce positive fiscal spillovers. The evidence is more mixed when it comes to other forms of local governments. Thank you very much.
We have time for a few questions.
So this is quite nice. I think in the paper, it's a little bit clearer about how to think about the voters in all this, right? Because the extent to which it's just vertical, if voters are, so I've got my lower township, of whether they're three different things, but it's all the same number of people, then presumably the voters internalize whatever effects are going to go on if it's the same people. Like where they don't internalize is if I'm voting and the county revenues go up from this and the county overlaps, spills over to other people, unless there's a sense in which, and some counties do this, that you're going to be remitting the cash back to the places that are generating cash. And so that sort of rule is going to determine it. And I think like the spillover thing depends a lot on the extent to which you have the overlap versus not. You do a little bit in the paper, but I think that would be clearer. I have a deep anxiety about anything that involves like high amounts of institutional stuff done across lots of states. Okay, and I think I would feel better if like we started with like California or some other large jurisdiction where this was obvious, and then we showed that this was true for other places that were like this, just because the institutions are totally different in lots of areas, and that sort of is a scary thing for me.
Very interesting paper. The model treats the set of jurisdictions as given. I guess from your first slide, one of my questions is who's creating all these jurisdictions and why, and what's the equilibrium of that game? These externalities are interesting and seem super important, but the model treating the set of jurisdictions as given to us is sort of shutting down a lot of interesting questions.
Yeah, really interesting. I was curious a bit more, like, can you fully rule out that it's not an externality in the sense that if I increase spending on my school district and those people who care and value schools move in, and those guys also like community colleges, the fact that spending goes up on community colleges in a world where everything is flexible and they can change the tax rate could reflect that they also value community colleges, and that increase in spending is like aligned with their sorting in a sort of perfect world. But it seems like you could test this by actually looking on the boundary of the overlapping district. Do the house prices in the school district go up more or less when it doesn't overlap with the community college versus when it does. And that would exactly tell you whether people actually value that increase in spending versus it's just sort of mechanical and it's hard to adjust due to these formulaic things.
So when you start talking about externalities, I'm looking for sort of a divergence between a private value and a social value in a deadweight loss triangle. And I can't figure out where that is in this paper. And I wonder whether thinking about this sort of in the context of the Faglebaum and Gobert 2020 QJE paper about sort of optimal transfers might make that all a little clearer.
Great, thank you. Our next paper is Alicia Bella.
Hi, everyone. Thanks so much for this opportunity. I'm Alicia Philipp from the University of Zurich, and today I'm very happy to present my paper, Slum Redevelopments and Evictions in a Developing Megacity. So slums are a defining feature of cities in developing countries. So these neighborhoods, this is a picture of a typical slum in Mumbai. These neighborhoods, they feature extremely poor living conditions and often insecure tenure, as these neighborhoods are often illegal. And these neighborhoods have also been argued to be spatial poverty traps that erode human capital accumulation through their poor living conditions and entrench these residents in poverty. So governments, both historically in developed countries and today in developing countries, have tried to curb the growth of these neighborhoods by redeveloping them. That's clearing the slum and replacing it with formal neighborhoods. And even though it has been shown, mainly in higher income countries, that these neighborhoods do benefit from these redevelopments in that housing quality goes up and this is capitalized into real estate prices in the neighborhood, whether redevelopment reduces slum living overall also has to depend on where these incumbent residents move to. Are they moving to slums elsewhere and expanding those slums, or are they moving out of slum living overall? So in situ slum redevelopment exactly targets these incumbent slum residents by providing residents an entitlement to own an apartment in the redeveloped neighborhood. And the idea here is that this is designed to preserve the location and the neighborhood social networks that research has shown that slum residents value in these settings. And the idea is that this is likely to both reduce the likelihood of permanent displacement and increase transitions out of slum living by both providing a housing asset to the slum resident and providing it in the same place as the redeveloped neighborhood. Of course, a challenge with doing this is that it's very hard to track slum residents as they move across neighborhoods in the city over long periods of time, across years. In this paper, I do exactly this. I answer the question of how slum redevelopments affect the living conditions of incumbent slum residents, and I talk about the implications of these effects for the goal of the policy to curb the growth of slums. I do this in the context of the city of Mumbai in India, where in 1995, the Slum Rehabilitation Act was passed to provide this right to compensation for all residents who were in the slum before the policy was announced back in 1995. And to tackle the challenge of tracking slum residents, I built a residential mobility panel that tracks 10 million residents of the city as they move across neighborhoods within the city. I do this by digitizing, georeferencing, and matching electoral roll of the city. And I can link this to digitized redevelopment project documents as well as data and satellite data to also see this in the satellite data, how this construction went on. And to identify this effect, I use a typical staggered difference in difference design, where I exploit variation in the timing of redevelopment approvals across slums. My main findings are that despite the right to an apartment in the redeveloped slum, residents are persistently displaced with very limited transitions out of slum living. And I can also show that these residents are separated from their original neighborhood social network. And secondly, I find that redevelopment shifts incumbent residents, so the slum population, from slum to slum. So these residents are 4 times as likely to move to slums elsewhere than they are to move out of slum living overall. And overall, I can show that 9.5 adults are displaced to slums elsewhere for every resident housed on site in the redeveloped site. And I show that these results are concentrated in completed projects, so both project non-completion, and a key feature of this policy, which is this timing mismatch between eviction and compensation, is driving down transitions out of slum living. I contribute mainly to literature on the causes and consequences of slum redevelopments, as well as more broadly to the effects of housing policies on slum residents in the neighborhood. And the literature on the consequences of slum redevelopments have mainly focused on the effects on the place, except for a couple of exceptions, recent exceptions, Rojas, Amparo, and Carrera, who show the effects of incumbent residents of relocation to public housing versus to the counterfactual of housing on-site, and Bryan et al., who look at relocation, eviction with relocation, to the counterfactual of continuing to live in the slum. I contribute to this literature by providing large-scale causal evidence on the effects of long and short-term impacts of on incumbent slum residents, and more specifically, the effects of in-situ slum redevelopments, because a consistent finding in this literature is that the effect of both the cost of displacement and the demand for housing reduces with distance. Sorry, the cost of displacement rises with distance and the demand for housing falls with distance. And what I show is that with in-situ redevelopments that's designed to reduce this distance, a key feature of this policy, which is this timing mismatch between eviction and compensation, is going to drive down transitions out of slum living. I do this in the setting of Mumbai in India, where 42% of residents live in slums. In the city, the Slum Rehabilitation Act was passed in 1995 to make the city slum-free. So residents who were in the slum in 1995 have a right to own an apartment at no monetary cost in the redeveloped slum. These were apartments worth around $60,000, one-bed apartments, with the right to sell after 10 years, but the right to mortgage or rent almost immediately. And these redevelopments were financed by private developers who were given higher FAR ratios, so floor area ratios, in return for building these redevelopment projects. And even though this policy was announced in 1995, project approvals happen any time between 1995 and today, and we are going to focus here on redevelopment approvals that happened between 2007 and 2022 because of sample restrictions. And I don't have too much time to get into all of the data work in the paper, but I think a main contribution of the paper is this residential mobility panel. To create this, I take advantage of the fact that the Election Commission creates these electoral rolls by extensive house-to-house listing every 5 years before an election. We can validate that these numbers, the population numbers here, match the census numbers super closely. And this gives us really granular data on individuals within very granular neighborhoods. The average size of a neighborhood I observe is around 25 households. And what this data also gives is very detailed information on these residents, including their name, their father's name, the age, and the gender. I can use this identifying information to match residents across 15 years to create this with this residential mobility panel. I can also match this to digitized redevelopment project data and the 1995 electoral roll, because this was also used as an eligibility condition for the compensation. For identification, I take the sample of residents who were in the 1995 electoral roll in slums that were conditionally approved for redevelopment, and compare these residents in approved slums to residents in later approved and never approved slum in a standard targeted difference in difference design using Callaway and Santana. The key identification assumption is, of course, that trends are parallel, absent approval. I checked this in two ways. First, by showing that the pretrends in the outcomes that I'm interested in, both in terms of mobility trends and trends in housing quality, are similar for residents in treatment and controlled slums, and also by showing that hyperlocal productivity shocks that may drive constructions in the neighborhood, as well as mobility out of slums, is not different across treatment and controlled slums. So my main outcome of interest is the slum status of the neighborhood. And this is for a couple of reasons. First, I can show with detailed socioeconomic and caste census data that the slum status is indeed correlated with poor living conditions and poverty. And secondly, this is directly relevant for the policy goal to curb the growth of slums, because if it's the case that residents are shifted from slum to slum, then this is undermining the goal of the policy to curb the growth of slums. And I'm going to divide the outcome space into 4 based on the type of neighborhood, whether it's a slum or a formal neighborhood, and by whether it's in the same place, so in the same site or the original neighborhood, or whether they moved out. And what I can show you is that the probability of living in a slum in the same neighborhood is falling within the first 0 to 4 years and persistent after that, presumably because some of these neighborhoods are getting redeveloped and they're not slums anymore. But what you can see is that the probability of living in a formal neighborhood in the same place, that is in the redeveloped slum, is not increasing even after 10 to 15 years of redevelopment. So where are these residents going? What I can show you is that these residents are moving to neighborhoods that are other slums. In fact, the probability of moving to a slum elsewhere is 4 times the probability of moving to a formal housing anywhere in the city. And what I can also tell you is that these residents move to neighborhoods that are around 2.5 kilometers away from the slum on average. And what I can also show you is that they're less likely to co-locate with their previous neighbors. So the proximity to the neighborhood social networks, this reduces by around 22%. And so to try to understand what's going on here, I combine both daytime satellite data and digitized project documents to track these redevelopments. So I can track these in 2 ways, first using the paper trail and also using daytime satellite data. So for example, this is a typical slum that's about to be redeveloped in 2011. And in 2013, you can see here that the slum has been cleared. In 2014, you can already see that some of the construction has begun. And in 2017, the paper trail shows that an occupancy certificate has been issued for slum residents, and indeed there's a building here for slum residents. And what I see is that the paper trail and the daytime satellite data tracks very closely. So this is not a case of ghost buildings that only exist on paper and not in practice. And what I can show you here is that out of all the projects that were approved for redevelopment, in 29% of the cases, the slum is neither cleared nor redeveloped. So there is no negative mobility shock for the slum resident, but nor a positive asset shock later. And in 38% of the cases, the slum is cleared, so there is a negative mobility shock, but there is no positive asset shock. And in a third of the cases, the slum is both cleared and redeveloped. And what I can show you is that all transitions out of slum living is driven by neighborhoods where the slum is both cleared and redeveloped. And even when you look at this group where the slum is both cleared and redeveloped, what I can show you is that there's on average, it takes a long time for the project to be completed, at least for the incumbent slum residents. So on average, it takes around 5 years, 5 to 6 years for a redevelopment project to be completed. And when I just take the sample of slums that were completed within 0 to 4 years versus later, what I can see is that all transitions out of slum living is driven by projects where completion time was within 0 to 4 years. And here we cannot compare this with the electoral roll data with the expansions in formal housing supply within the neighborhood. But what we can look at is depopulation effects on the site. And what I can show you is that the total population within the site falls by about 16%. This is because the decline in informal population does not it's not offset by the increase in formal population. And what I can show you is also that this cannot be fully explained by non-completion. So when you split this by completion status, these effects don't disappear for completed projects as well. So what I can do here is a back of the envelope calculation where I can compare the average number of residents who are housed in the redeveloped site, and then compare that to the average number of residents who were displaced to slums elsewhere. So I can get this number by multiplying the average number of residents on site with the effect on the probability of moving to another slum. And by taking this ratio, what I can tell you is that here, for these projects, for every adult who's housed in a formal apartment on site, an estimated 9.5 adults entitled to on-site rehousing are displaced to slums elsewhere. And this is mostly driven by completion, because when you just take the sample of completed projects, this number reduces to around 2.43 adults displaced. So in conclusion, this paper studies the effects of slum redevelopments on incumbent slum residents and show that despite the right to a formal asset, slum redevelopments lead to persistent displacement and reduced proximity to social networks with limited transitions out of slum living. And I show the displacement to other slums may be a reason that could undermine the effectiveness of this policy. And these results also suggest that policies should target the construction phase, both more broadly by reducing delays in construction, especially because a lot of research shows that much of the delays in construction are bureaucratic. And secondly, more specifically with this policy, by providing more interim housing support to the incumbent slum residents, as well as mandating the developers, enforcing the developers complete these projects, and when that's not possible, decoupling compensation from completion so that there's no timing mismatch between eviction and compensation. Yeah, thank you.
Our first comment is Ed Glazer.
Great. It's amazing because it's kind of like, it's like some of the stuff that Steve Levitt did when he was young, in the sense that it's like both terrific economics and like undercover journalism that's uncovering a major failure. I mean, it's all very, very interesting, and obviously it'd be fascinating to know what the loss of the network does in terms of other outcomes. I guess I'm particularly drawn to the stuff on your last bullet points on what's going on with bureaucratic delays and what's going on in the construction stuff. So even some case studies that actually unpack what were the things that led to the slowdown of this thing would be great. I have two other questions which are troubling me on this. One of which is, I thought these are more for instance in rural India than in urban India, but I thought they had all sorts of supermajority rules before you could engage in all sorts of takings of stuff. Like, why isn't this doing more to protect here? That would be interesting. And then a little bit more of a comparison with the land redevelopment process or land readjustment processes in Tokyo that we used after the war to build it up, which I think stands as sort of the leading example of a case in which land is agglomerated in a way that is quite respectful of the existing people and actually enrich them as well, and sort of putting yourself on just like the continuum of what's going on here versus like what's going on in Tokyo. Obviously, you can also throw in America's, long and inglorious tradition of slum clearance as well on this.
Amazing data. So I wanted to know more what's happening to the people who are displaced. Are those people more likely to move to places where they have social networks or like prior neighbors? Do you see that the likelihood of going back decreases as I'm closer to my previous social networks and stuff like that? So I think that's super interesting, and you have data to answer those type of questions.
I wonder, sort of by using Calvi Santana, you're really heavily leveraging the early adopters of this policy, where if you're pushed out of your current slum, there are lots of other slums to go to. I wonder if there's any difference in outcomes while this sort of choice set of slums narrows over time. Do people have even worse outcomes because it's even more crowded in a slum, or is it actually pushing people into formal housing because that's more available?
So happy to see that we are now able to track slum dwellers. I mean, this was a big missing piece in that literature. My worry is about the real objectives of those policies as opposed to the stated objectives. The fact that whatever 38% of slums are cleared and never rebuilt, I'm like, wow. And the fact that also the more you wait, the more you delay, the more people will go away, the less you have to rehouse some. So I think there's a lot of heterogeneity here in those delays, in those decisions that are probably inbuilt in the design of the policy.
Very cool project. I was struck by the fact that there were the new residences in the slums that were after they were redeveloped were able to be rented. I wonder, I don't imagine you have data that could speak to this, but I wonder if it's possible that there are just people outside the slums who are willing to pay more to live in those redeveloped buildings than the previous slum dwellers found it worthwhile. In that case, it's possible that the people who left the slums are better off, even though they're not living in a better place.
Okay.
Amazing stuff. I wanted to build on Milena's comment, which is you opened with the motivation that part of the idea for the policy is that maybe these slums are poverty traps. So I wanted to hear more about the destination neighborhoods they're going to. Are they moving to or away from opportunity? Thanks.
I have an extra minute, so if you want to respond. Oh, one more comment.
Hi there. Any redevelopment, major redevelopment process is going to go through 1 or 2 business cycles. And you have a really major acreage to develop. So it would be interesting to correlate with business cycles and see if some of these redevelopments hit a period with relative stagnation and see whether that matters.
Yeah.
So we're a minute ahead of schedule, so if you want to take a minute to respond.
Yeah, sure. Let me respond and then you can tell me. Okay. Thank you. Thanks so much.
We are going to move a little bit ahead of schedule. Building on Milena's comment, our next paper is on family ties and residential location choice. I think it's Hadar and Felipe. This is a regular presentation slot, as are the rest of the day. So we're going to have 25 minutes for the presenter, 10 minutes for a discussant, and 10 minutes open discussion. Take it away.
Thank you, everyone, for being here. Thanks to the organizers for including the paper and Laura for being willing to discuss the paper. I'm presenting Family Ties, Residential Location Choice, and Labor Supply. My name is Felipe Lobel. I'm presenting the first part of the paper. Hadar, my co-author, is presenting the second part. This is also joint work with Winnie Van Dyke and Santiago Lacoutier. Santiago should be somewhere around here. He's a rock star job market candidate from UChicago. So if you're hiring this year, keep your eyes open for Santiago. The starting point here is the puzzling and well-documented fact that low-income households often remain in areas with limited economic opportunity, despite of potentially large gains from moving. A leading explanation for this puzzle is the value of proximity to social networks. Consistent with that explanation, we have seen several papers showing that family and social networks exhibit geographic clustering and that migrants tend to settle near their pre-existing contacts. But those pieces of evidence on its own, they admit competing interpretation. It could be the case that this geographic clustering is happening simply because members of the network, they have similar preferences and they share similar choices in terms of neighborhood to locate because they prefer similar housing, schools, or amenities. It could also be that they start out there and they face moving costs to depart away from the initial neighborhood. So despite of the importance of this question, there's little evidence on the causal effects of network proximity on location decisions and economic outcomes. So we want to make progress on these causal estimates, but we want to go beyond and think more carefully about the mechanisms that drive the value of proximity. Proximity to the network can be valuable because members of the network, they provide in-kind transfers, such as childcare or job referrals or informal source of insurance that deliver production value. Or it could simply be that members of the network, they enjoy spending time together. That's what we call amenity value. And this distinction matters because they carry different policy implication. In the public and development literature, often formal institutions such as public child care has been presented as a potential substitute for the role of social networks that could relax mobility constraints. And that argument is true only if the value of proximity is coming from production value, and we have very little evidence on that. The other reason why this distinction matters is to evaluate policies that relocate individuals, such as housing subsidies or neighborhood reconstruction, which could have previously unrecognized spillover effects on family members left behind. So establishing these cause effects and understanding the mechanisms, such as production value and amenity value, is challenging because it requires at the same time to observe networks, which are rarely observed in admin data, let alone linked to location and employment choices. And also because location choices are endogenous, and moreover, they're jointly determined within the social network. So in this paper, we will address these challenges by leveraging housing lotteries from Brazil, combined with linked family network data. And here we are focusing on family network, and also linking to employment registries to study how family proximity shapes location choices and labor supply among low-income households. Concretely, we use housing lotteries from Minha Casa Minha Vida and CMV program in Brazil as a source of exogenous moves for lottery candidates. So we're going to use those lotteries as an instrument for candidate moves in order to study the impact on relatives. Because those relatives can also respond by relocating, the lottery at the end of the day will shift two location choices at once. So further down the top, we'll develop an empirical framework to distinguish the separation channel for network members that were left behind from the joint move channel when network members, they follow the candidate towards the housing project. So with this set in mind, we're going to ask three questions. How does family proximity affect location choice? Does loss of proximity from family affect labor supply? And do people sort on labor market returns to proximity, which serves as a test of whether productive value of proximity drives location choices, or whether those location choices are rationalized on the basis of amenity value? So on the first question, we find that approximately 17% of nearby relatives of lottery compliers, they end up moving closer to the housing project, meaning that those relatives are moving to lower quality neighborhoods. On the second question, we find that when the candidate moves away, the relatives that stay behind, they experience a negative formal employment effect. So consistent with the literature that have shown that time-constrained households, they tend to substitute formal to informal work. We'll find evidence that that substitution is an important margin of adjustment. And consistent with these ideas that having family members around can be helpful for childcare, we also find that these employment falls are more prominent in households with young children. On the third question, we do find evidence of ROI selection on the production value of proximity, meaning that policies that substitute for family support, such as public childcare, could reduce mobility frictions. So let me jump right into the setting. Minha Casa Minha Vida, MCMV, is one of the largest cash housing programs in the world. It has disbursed over 5.5 million homes at a fiscal cost of $100 billion. The program runs with 4 tiers. We're focusing on tier 1 that's targeted for low-income households because that's a tier that's where the program is more generous. The government funds 90% of the house, and the remaining 10% are paid by the recipients on a subsidized mortgage over 5 to 10 years. Also in these tiers, the houses are allocated by lottery. And those houses are typically constructed in neighborhoods ranked at the bottom tercile for schooling, poverty, and housing quality. So because Minha Casa Minha Vida is one of the main social programs in Brazil, There have been papers studying this program. I would say that most of this literature, if not all of it, have been focused on candidates' outcomes, and here we'll focus on relatives. Beyond that, we're expanding the set of lotteries. We collected more data. We have 28 lotteries total, spanning across 4 different cities. So to analyze this big policy change, we'll bring in 4 sources of admin data, all at the individual level. We begin with the housing department data, where we have individual level data with names and tax IDs of lottery winners and losers. Using those tax IDs, we're going to be able to merge in bank data that will allow us to precisely measure take-up among winners. And we'll use the same tax ID to bring in the famous Brazilian labor data, HIES, the matched employer-employee data that covers virtually the universe of formal jobs in the country. Our main data set is Cadastro Único, which is known as the Census of the Poor. It covers the bottom 40% of the Brazilian national population, which means 80 million individuals per year over a time span of 9 years. So we have access to the universe of those registries with detailed information on addresses, social demographics, household composition. And this data set, it's updated over time, but not annually. So today we're gonna pull outcomes 4 years after the lottery. Our main data contribution is to use these data sets to construct family network. This was extensive data work to link individuals to their relatives on this substantial share of the Brazilian population, and we're able to identify relatives both that live inside the household and outside the household. In order to make this data suitable for our analysis, we're going to make a few sample restrictions. At the end of the day, we're going to analyze 2 samples, one at the candidate lottery level and the other one at the relative lottery level. Because we're interested in location choices, we're restricting for observations with pre-lottery addresses in the data set. And because we're also interested in labor supply outcomes, we are restricting for relatives older than 16 years old. After those restrictions, we are left with a sample of 610,000 candidates times lottery, which give us 1.4 million relative candidate pairs per lottery. I won't spend much time on the descriptive stats. I just want to say that we do have balance between winners and losers of the lottery, and our sample of candidates is predominantly women who participate in social programs, which is precisely our population of interest. So let me begin showing how we use this data to analyze first the effect of the lottery on candidates' location choices. Winning the lottery is associated with a positive probability of moving to the housing project. That point estimates of 16 percentage points tell us that take-up, it's not perfect, which is reassuring in light of what previous literature have shown very similar take-up rates. But the fact that we do have a positive point estimate here indicates that we can study how much people have moved. So we find that in a reduced form sense, by geolocating all residences in the country, we find that those moves on average is 1.5 kilometers. If we scale that by the take-up, we have that compliers are moving on average 10 kilometers, which is roughly 6 miles. So this is what you should have in mind as like our underlying first stage. The candidates are moving because of the lottery. We want to see what's going to happen with the relatives. So that's what we're doing next. We're studying the effect of these lotteries on relatives' location choices. We split those relatives in 3 groups. The ones that at baseline live together, nearby, and far from the lottery candidate. And what we find is a monotonic result where the closest those relatives are from candidates, which plausibly means that the more value they attribute to family proximity in the first place, the more likely they are to move towards the housing project when the candidate wins the lottery. For the group of relatives that live nearby, we find that compliers are 18 percentage points more likely to move to the housing project when the candidate is granted the lottery win. So with these facts, we established that location choices, not only for candidates, but also for relatives, are affected by the lottery. But ultimately, we're not only interested in the fact of the lottery itself, we're interested in understanding the role of family proximity in explaining economic outcomes. So to do this, we're going to use the lottery as an instrument for candidates' move. And we'll do this in an IV framework that Hadar is going to show us how we set that up.
So as Felipe just said, our goal is to study the effect of family proximity on individual location choices. So let me start by discussing the assumptions needed in order to estimate that parameter using a 2SLS model. Quickly, let's talk about the setup. J of I is a function that indicates that individual I is a relative of lottery candidate J. Z is an indicator for winning the lottery. D is an indicator for the candidate moving to the housing project. And R is an indicator that tells us that relative I've moved closer to the housing project, conditional on the lottery status, Z, and candidate location choices, D. Our goal is to use the lottery as an instrument for the location choice of candidates and their effect on relative location choices. The standard 2SLS assumptions are random assignment, monotonicity, and exclusion. The strongest assumption here is exclusion restriction. It requires that the lottery affect relatives' location choices only through the location choices of the lottery candidate. That will be violated, for example, if relatives receive direct money transfers from the lottery candidate once they win. In order to address this concern, we focus on relatives who live nearby, and we provide evidence that there is no increase in transfers from relatives after winning the lottery, and we provide a statistical test that the distribution of, we cannot reject a null, that the distribution of potential outcome aligns with our identification assumption. So let's jump directly into the results. In the left-hand side, we have we find that relatives of complier candidates are 17 percentage points more likely to relocate themselves and move closer to the housing project. And in the right-hand side, we can see that it's not that they move to the housing project itself, but they move to a nearby location. So together, this provides us as an evidence that individuals prefer to live next to family. They value family proximity. Due to the interest of time, we're not showing it today, but it's in the paper. We also find that followers move to areas with a higher poverty relative to baseline. So we answered the first research question. Let's turn into the second research question, the effect on labor supply. This is exactly the same 2SLS estimates, but now the left-hand side variable is the labor supply estimates. And we find that relatives of lottery complier candidates are 10 percentage points less likely to participate in the formal labor market, and which results with a 500% real decrease in their earnings, 30% of the mean untreated complier. Now, you might think that 10% decrease in employment is a huge effect. However, we should all remember that this is a particular context, this is Brazil, and we know from the literature that the formal labor market is not the only margin of adjustment to economic shocks. And indeed, we find that together with a decrease in formal employment participation, there is also a huge increase in informal employment participation, which results with no change in total employment. Again, this is in line with literature in developing countries that informality serves as a flexible margin of adjustment. Now, if you remember what I just told you a few slides ago, we know that there are two types of individuals. There are the individuals who left behind and experience a separation from the lottery candidates, so an increase in family proximity. And there are the individuals who follow the lottery candidates and then maybe experience a disruption due to moving. So which one of them explain these labor market effects? To answer this question, let's take a step back and describe formally these groups. We can potentially have 4 different groups: followers, those who stayed behind, always movers. These are individuals that will move to the housing project regardless of what the lottery candidate do. And also we could theoretically have defiers, avoiders, individual who move to the housing project, close to the housing project, only if the lottery candidate didn't win. In order to say more about this group, they introduce an additional assumption, monotonicity on relatives location choices. So this is monotonicity on the outcome. With this assumption, we can rule out the defiers, and we can also point identify the share of these groups. We find that 70% of our sample of the relatives of complier candidates are followers, 76% are those who stayed behind. And interestingly, we find that relatives who are always movers, we cannot reject the null that this group share is 0, which makes sense because this group of relatives don't have candidates who move to the housing project, and we also know that the housing project are located in a high poverty area location, so not attractive location. So with this definition in mind, let's now describe our labor market, our model for labor market effects. We allow labor supply to be affected directly by candidate location choices and relative location choices, while maintaining the exclusion restriction assumption where the lottery win affect labor supply only through candidates location choices. So this is a model with 2 endogenous variables and only 1 instrument. This is an under-identified model. And one can show that the 2 SLS estimate that I showed you a few slides ago is comprised of a mixture of effects, a mixture of causal effects of sublates, the separation effect for individuals who stay behind, 75% of the sample, and the joint move effect, the collocation effect of followers, 17% of the sample. These sublates are not point identified, but using arguments, streaming arguments from Horvitz and Mansky in 1995, we provide in the paper sharp bounds for this effect. So let's jump directly to the results. In column 6, we have the bounds for the sublates for the individual of stayed behind. And we find that separation effects is what drive the switching between formal to informal employment. These are exactly the individuals who experience a separation effect, a decrease in proximity. So this is why we conclude that proximity to family member has a production value. For the followers, this is the small share, the smallest group in our relatives, we cannot say much. The bounds are too wide to conclude anything. So quick a bit of heterogeneity. These are the sublates for the any employment effect, and we find that employment drops both formal and informal for families with young kids, which in line with the child care channel. Here we present also heterogeneity, but now separately for formal and informal effects. And we find that switching from informal to formal employment happen mostly for working children and people who are living far from the household. So these are children of lottery candidates. These are adult children of lottery candidates. Okay, so taking stock. So far we learned that there is a value for family proximity, and that family proximity also has a production value. But these together are not enough in order to conclude that production value is what drives location choices. Family proximity could also have amenity value. People might just spend time together. And in order to assess whether production value of proximity is what drives location choices, we need to check whether moves in our data are related to earning gains. Formally, we need to test whether the gains for followers are larger than the gains for those who stayed behind. With our reduced form model, we cannot point identify these moments, so we take so following Klein and Walter 2016, we extend our model with a parametric Heckman selection model. We connect the dots in order to estimate the model and see whether moves in our data are aligned with the Roy type of model. So this is a standard Heckman selection model with 2 main differences. The first stage is comprised of 2 decisions: the location choices decision of lottery candidates and the location choice decision of relatives. And the outcome equation, conditional on D and R, the outcome equation is a function of 2 control functions, which are coming from the 2 with the location choice decisions of relative and candidates. And the coefficients on these control functions tells us the type, how sorting relates to potential outcomes. Identification of the model relies on interaction of X covariates, in this paper strata and distance from housing project, with the instrument. So let's jump, this is a short presentation, so let's jump directly to the main result. We estimate the model and then estimate these moments and test the following, when test whether the gains for followers from following are larger than the gains for stayers from following. And we find that the answer is yes with respect to formal employment, meaning that it looks like that in our data, sorting is done in a way that is based on the production gains to proximity. Okay, so let's conclude. In this paper, we used administrative data in order to study the effect of family proximity on location choices on labor supply. We find that family proximity shape location choices. People prefer to live next to family member. We find that separation from family affect labor supply. So proximity has a production value to affect decisions in the labor market. And we find that relative sort on labor market gains from proximity as in a Roy type style of model. We think that the conclusions of this paper have several important implications. First, specifically to the MCMV program, we find that the MCMV program generates important spillovers on recipients' relatives, both in terms of location choices and also in terms of the labor supply decisions. Both of these margins are relevant in terms of welfare implications. More generally, we think that the conclusions from the paper tells us that relocation program generates some multiplier effect, spillover effects to other members which are not direct recipients, which should or maybe could be assessed. And when it comes to programs that wants to motivate mobility, we find that because the production value of family proximity is what drives location choices, it seems that coming up with policy that replace family care could relax mobility friction. Yeah, thank you.
Discussant is Laura Waywood.
Okay, hi everyone. I was really delighted that the organizers suggested I discuss this paper, and I very much enjoyed reading it as well. So rather than summarizing the paper, because I think Felipe and Hajar did a great job of presenting it already, I'm going to talk about some strengths that I liked about the paper and then a few criticisms that will cover some facts that I think were overlooked in the presentation today and elaborating on some details that I think will be important for understanding the findings. So some strengths about the paper, again, this question on family networks is one in urban economics that we have been incredibly interested in, like Mane brought up. And there hasn't been clean causal evidence because despite the existing literature showing that theoretically and correlationally, we believe that family ties are important for location choice and labor market outcomes, the presence of childcare is very important for working parents. We don't have exogenous shocks to the presence of relatives nearby. And so this is what the paper provides in this very nice setting where they cleverly use the housing lotteries to think about not the effects on candidates, but rather the effects on the relatives of candidates. So I think this is a really novel and interesting way to use the source of random variation. And of course, the data is excellent, highly detailed in Brazil. All of the employer-employee matched data and the information on the family networks is incredibly difficult to get. And for the rest of my comments, I want to think through what are some alternative ways of interpreting their findings that I think they might have not had the time to talk about in as much detail. So first, I'll think about the external validity of the results, both within the sample of Brazil that they focus on, and also how much can we extrapolate from Brazil to other contexts. And then I'll talk about a conceptual framework for understanding their findings in terms of how households trade off location features, proximity, the production value, and making their location choices. Because I think in addition to the production and amenity value of being close to other household relatives, there's also this choice of moving to the housing project. And the housing project is located in a very different type of neighborhood. As they mentioned, these are high poverty, low income neighborhoods. And so that's also another trade-off that these relatives are going to be thinking about when they choose whether to move closer to their relative. Okay, so I'll go over that discrete choice framework, and it's also going to help shape how we think about the sorting on gains. Is it actually sorting on gains, or is it sorting on moving costs? Is it sorting on these location features? So the framework will help discipline how we think about those results. So on the external validity of the nearby sample, this table, I think they didn't emphasize as much, but they're only focusing on the sample in the very middle, which is households that are living nearby to the relatives within 3 kilometers. So again, we're looking at a sample that cross-sectionally is already closer to the households relatives to begin with, and that's already revealing something about their preferences for family networks. And so I wonder if they can think about the full sample as well in all of the effects on labor market outcomes and the migration results, rather than this narrow sample where we think it likely overstates the importance of family networks. And then if we consider the context of Brazil compared to other places like the US, so Brazil is a setting where there are often these multi-generational households. So 20% of adult children live with their elderly grandparents inside Brazil. And if we think about that same number for the US, well, on average, the distance to one's mother as an adult is around 20 miles. Versus in Brazil, it's on average close to 5 kilometers. And then if we look at other distance bins, only 35% of US individuals even live within 30 miles of their parents. And so again, we're focusing on a context where family networks matters a lot. And how do we think about these estimates when considering other settings? Okay, so this plot is not one that they showed in their presentation today, but it made me puzzle. It made me pause. It was puzzling to see that the individuals who were most likely to follow their relatives were actually the unemployed male single children. So if you look at marital status, the single individuals were more likely to follow their relatives. They were less likely to be employed. And so these are not the individuals where we think the value of family proximity for production is going to be the highest, right? So if proximity does in fact raise formal employment, why is it that the lowest attached individuals are the ones that are following? And so this is what's going to motivate the framework that I present next, where we're going to think about some additional factors that shape location choice beyond just proximity value. So across locations, there are differences in wages, amenities, so the usual things like job access, school quality, and then there's also the amenity value of proximity, wanting to be near your relatives, and the production value of childcare. In addition, there's going to be moving costs, where we think moving costs are also heterogeneous across household types. So all of these features are going to depend strongly on type, which is going to be important for the sorting response. And a relative will follow only if the proximity value for both amenities and production overweigh the moving costs and, of course, the change in the location quality. So that location quality means lower access to jobs, and then also the fact that if you have children, you're going to send your children to worse quality schools in a higher poverty neighborhood. And I think this model is also a nice way to use some of the empirical components that they estimate in this project, which we don't yet have in any other setting. So can you, for example, use the fact that there are moves across different distances to discipline a gravity model to understand the importance of family networks relative to these other components? So they have all of the data to do this, and I think it would be really useful for the literature to take this data and estimate these elasticities. Okay, so thinking about location versus production. So being close to your grandparents will raise the production value, and we do see that for separations for the working parents that lose their grandparents, there is a decline in their ability to work. So that already suggests to us that there is production value. But is that production value enough to lead these individuals to move to be closer to their relatives? And that's where the question is unclear, because we already see among the followers that it is not, in fact, the working parents that follow the relatives. And so that's suggesting the worst location or the moving costs can be outweighing these additional reasons to be close to your relatives. So the net effect on women, working parents is ambiguous. There are all these different components that they're trading off simultaneously. Okay, and I think the authors could do more to try to understand these reasons for why there is this lack of moving. So can you use variation in where the housing project is sited? Is it in a better quality neighborhood versus a lower quality neighborhood? Is the distance greater or less? To think about those moving costs as well, to better disentangle why there is this absence of moving. Okay, and then getting to their ROI selection framework. So in order to test for the presence of ROI sorting, they use this equation that is building off of potential outcomes framework, where we look at the difference between the followers gain relative to the stayers gain, and that will tell us, okay, if the followers gain more, then there is sorting on positive gains. But if we look at their local average treatment effects for the followers, actually for the followers, who are these low attached to the labor market single male individuals, there's actually a null treatment effect. And so that's already suggesting to us that sorting on gains is probably not the story, at least for the followers, and rather it's the fact that there's worse outcomes for stayers if they move. And so rather it's the stayers gains that's driving the positive ROI sorting outcomes. And so that parametric framework also relies on some identification assumptions. So the only two identified cells that we actually see in the data in a potential outcomes framework is for the followers who do follow and for the stayers who stay. We don't see for stayers what is their outcome if they follow, and for followers what is their outcome if they stay. And so in order to make that extrapolation, this is building on the Klein-Walters framework, where we have to make some parametric assumptions. Now we can make some alternative parametric assumptions, which I asked Claude to do, and that can generate the same observed shares and the identified moments in the data as what is generated in the project right now, where selection is entirely off of migration costs rather than gains. And so I think we have to be a little bit more careful about interpreting whether it is sorting on gains or some other form of location choice feature. Okay, so we know there's this opportunity cost of a bad location. And so how credible do we think it is that these additional factors are orthogonal to delta, the change in gains for followers versus stayers? Okay, I want to wrap up by saying, again, I think this is a really excellent paper. It's really pushing the literature forward, given how carefully they are able to look at the effects of relatives using this causal shock. So again, I think the paper is going to make a huge contribution to the literature, but the interpretation of the results now can be tightened up. And I think the conceptual framework will help influence how you think about that in the future. And again, looking at more heterogeneity across location, quality, and the mobility frictions that we know are important for household migration. And then finally, again, going back to external validity, can you do more with looking at the same effects in other contexts? Okay, thank you.
Great, we have time for 10 minutes of questions. So if you have a question, approach the microphone.
I was thinking it could be interesting to look at who are, or just think through who are the compliers to this lottery. So you have pretty low take up and then long average moves. And so the compliers might be those who are more like loosely connected to their existing neighborhood and willing to take up and move far. And so maybe you could say something about who the compliers are and the never takers, because the lates here could be kind of small relative to what we'd expect for like a totally random move, if that's the case.
I think you could do a lot more to, maybe in the paper you do, to test some of these different theories by looking at the ex-ante heterogeneity and who the relatives are. Are they already in the labor market? Are they your son, or are they your mom? Are they old? Do they have some other I don't know, restrictions on whether you think, or whether you have kids? Like all those have very different predictions about what is the value of proximity. And then you don't have to deal as much about with this like conditional on being a mover. What is the other outcome of that mover? The ex-ante heterogeneity is a lot cleaner to use.
So four things, one of which is like, I'm very convinced that sort of just in a straight statistical sense, the degree of integration of firms, integration of establishments between less and more skilled workers is very predictive of upward mobility in Brazil, at least at the place level. It would be really interesting to know what you're thinking about your social networks relates to. So for example, an outcome could be like, do you get a job at a more high skill, low skill establishment, or more or less of one? And that's really doable with race data, right? I mean, that's the beauty of the race data. You've got all the workers, so you can do everything on this. Second thing, in the US, something like 40% of unemployed guys, right, are like living on their parents' couch, right? And like 50-year-olds. This sort of informal safety net is like, because America doesn't do a lot actually for its unemployed men, right? They're not on disability. It's all coming from this informal social safety net. To what extent is that important in the Brazilian context? To what extent is that running? And I'm following, of course, Laura's excellent comments on this, but I'd like to know a little bit more on that. You could also do clever tests like if the guy who's moving is in a more volatile industry, then the value of proximity to this insurance is going to be higher. So you could think about things which would make the parental safety net more or less valuable. I'm also thinking as a parent, obviously, as I take this. Third thing, like I'm looking at Matt Turner and I'm thinking, why isn't like public transportation in here somewhere? Looking at Bojangles, like the getting around Brazilian cities is not the easiest thing in the world, and like clearly the different access points have got to be important. And last, and I neglected to say this in what I commented on the slum clearance, like as in some sense, the greatest slum clearance movie of all time is City of God. Has anyone ever been able to do any linkages between criminal justice data and race data? That would be sort of an amazing thing to do, to see whether or not we actually could know something about. I've talked to people who are like the data people in Rio or the data people in Sao Paulo on the crime stuff. So I know there exists capacity. I just don't know about any linkages with race.
Hi, very clever and interesting paper. I was really happy to see it. So I coincide with what Rebecca said about using more the relationship type. So that was kind of not exploited enough, like parents with young children, grandparents typically do the childcare. The other thing you can use, I think, is the only thing that's not only is the offer of the house exogenous, but the distance to where the house is offered is exogenous. That could help with the moving costs. And the other thing I was thinking could help you with the cost shifters to move is whether the relative is a homeowner or not. That's something that you could also use to get some exogeneity there. Thank you.
I thought this was great. I've always thought social safety nets are super important. It's great to see some like really solid evidence on that. More of a future paper or maybe a challenge to the room is using structural models to kind of link some of this type of evidence to things like city structure. Ed was my advisor, so I was taught at a young age to ask, why does Detroit still exist? And he and Joe had a very good answer with durable housing, but I also think social safety nets are really important, that like some people get employed at one time and some people get employed at the other time. And I don't want to leave my friends, family, church, whatever it is. And you have really good evidence on that. So to think about a model and think about, okay, then how do these parameters inform the structure of cities and how cities respond to shocks is, I think, a really big question that you might be able to tackle in future work. Anyone else? All right, well, we're ahead of schedule, so we
Good luck. Yes.
yeah, go ahead and answer then.
Maybe.
Okay, let me get started with a few questions and then I'll pass also to Hadar. First, thanks everyone for the incredible questions. This is very constructive. Thanks, Laura, for the excellent discussion. This was very constructive, and in the next iteration of the paper, I'm definitely going to use your discussion as a roadmap. I'll go through a few of the points. I think on the external validity, I totally agree. I think one of the advantages of Brazil, of being such a large country and the data being so comprehensive of the population, we can try to look at subsets of these low-income households that are similar to low-income households in the US and have a better comparison point. I also wanted to say that despite of differences with the US, 2/3 of the world is developing, and that makes the comparison much more clear. On the full-fledged model that you presented, it's very helpful for us in the next iteration. I want to say that we tried more comprehensive models in this nature. We ran into some data difficulties because our data is not really a panel. The cadastro único is not updated every year, so that creates a bit of challenges on estimating like more dynamics. But we can revisit with your revision. Yeah, and the focus on the nearby relatives, our motivation is that relatives that are in the same household they are less interested in the sense that the move with the candidate is more mechanical, they're already living together. And the ones that are very far away, it could have already revealed that they are not value proximity. So we thought that the ones that are nearby, like this intermediary group that's not in the same house but not too far, it would be more interesting to vote. So that's where we focus. But thanks for the comments. We're going to go deeper in all of them. And on some of the questions that Marco and Rebecca brought up, we'll have in the paper some of this heterogeneity based on ex ante relative characteristics. Again, data becomes an issue when you start going very granular on subsets of families with young children, and but it's something that we are pushing more, and we're trying to bring more data to be powered for more detailed heterogeneity like that. So let me leave the microphone to Heather to also.
So thank you, everyone. Very useful. I would just thank you, Laura. I will just say that we do have in the appendix some model that we started thinking more carefully of what exactly our ROI model identifies in terms of what type of behavior and what type of microeconomic models rationalize our finding. I totally agree with you that our result is not that we prove ROI selection model on production game, and maybe I wasn't clear enough, but we show that our results are in line with, so we cannot reject a ROI selection model. And maybe I should have been clear. A competing explanation, and maybe we didn't do well enough in our micro model in the appendix, is that it could also be, for example, a moving cost. I think that the ideas of using the heterogeneity in our data to say more about moving costs is excellent. We started doing it. In some sense, the figure that Laura showed you that I didn't show exactly that. Those who are more likely to follow are those with lower moving costs. So they are less likely to be attached to the labor market and so on and so on. So definitely next iteration, we will try to make this whole story more united. So that was very useful comment. Thank you, everyone.
I just want to touch on 2 points that Ed brought up. One is on the looking at jobs at more high skill firms. That's something we should totally do. This is a great idea. It's low cost, we can implement quickly. And on the criminal justice data linked to highs, there's actually some new data set from law firms that have tracked all of the lawsuits in criminal courts, and they have data on identified by individual tax ID and firm tax ID that we can bring into highs. This is like a private data that it's available for purchasing. So we can talk more about that.
That's amazing. Great.
All right, we're back at 10:20.
You had told me come along to me.
What? What? All right, we're gonna get started. Hello? Is it? Is it? Yeah. All right, everyone. We have a pair of more historical papers that's going to take us to lunch. So Christoph is going to present Racial Segregation, Landlords, and Urban Decay.
Thank you. Thanks to the organizers for putting together such a fantastic program and also for including our paper in the program. This is joint work with Tom Nicholas, who's at HBS. Starting point of this paper is well known, like northern US cities in the early 20th century saw a big influx of Black households coming from the rural South, sometimes called the Great Migration, and discrimination and other barriers to residential choice concentrated migrants in neighborhoods like, for example, New York's Harlem. And there's a big literature, and some people in this room have contributed to that literature that has documented effects of segregation on housing prices, rents, access to home ownership across racial groups. This paper is going to take a slightly different perspective, and it's going to ask how did this strong focal demand by these constrained Black households, who are often tenants in big cities, shape landlords' incentives, rent-setting behavior, maintenance decisions, and through these channels, long-run neighborhood development in Manhattan. And although this is a historical paper, I think this is still an issue that's relevant today, because in a lot of cities today, you see concentration of migrants in high-density, low-income neighborhoods, and policymakers worry or wonder about the future development of these neighborhoods. So I'm going to do a quick preview of the data and results. So our main data sources are at the tract level and census tract level and the household level. So we'll use some tract level housing statistics from the 1940 Census Housing Bulletin. At the household level, we'll use 1930 and 1940 census records. And this is going to be important for us because it allows us to identify race of tenants and also the rent that tenants pay. So tenants self-report the rents that they pay. We'll have to come up with valuations of properties to have a sense of what is the relative rents that households are paying, or what is the relative rental yield that landlords are earning. And so we're going to use real estate transactions data to develop a couple of property valuation algorithms. We're going to use property images. I'll show some examples in a couple of slides that will allow us to say something about exterior visual decay of properties. And then I'm also going to use some tax loss and alterations data. And so we're going to use all these data and proceed in 3 steps. We're going to have 3 parts of our analysis. And our analysis is largely descriptive. And although we have landlords in our title, I'll be upfront and say we actually don't observe landlords in our paper. It's all just marketing gimmick. That's not true. So we have some evidence on rent setting practices. So we say that we see that landlords in Black neighborhoods seem to allow or encourage overcrowding, seem to set rents based on tenants' ability to pay rather than the quality of the property. And we have suggestive evidence suggesting that they had few incentives, that landlords actually had few incentives to invest in quality. We then look at rental yields. We find that landlords with black tenants earn substantially higher cash flows from their rental properties, consistent with a story in which they were maximizing short-term profits at the expense of longer-term capital preservation. Indeed, we find stark differences, racial disparities in property maintenance and structural decline of properties after 1940 that are consistent with a story in which landlords were sort of neglecting these properties and trying to maximize short-term rent extraction from their tenants. So sort of main takeaway from this paper is that landlords' incentives and behavior are one channel through which segregation perpetuated inequality. Of course, there's a big literature we're contributing to, and again, a lot of people in this room have worked on segregation, racial disparities in housing markets, both historical and more recent housing markets. There's, of course, a literature on urban decline, urban decay. There's a smaller literature on landlords' incentives to maintain properties we're also contributing to. Also want to mention that because we're computing rental yields, we're linking rental income to valuations of properties. So we relate to a literature that tries to measure real estate returns based on archival data. And more recently, there's been some work that really focuses on lower value segments and whether returns in lower value segments of the market are higher than in other segments of the market. And some of our methods also contribute to a literature that looks at visual machine or uses visual machine learning techniques. Okay, I'm first going to talk about the empirical setting, talk a bit about the data, and then I'll go to the results. So I think the empirical setting is quite well known. We're looking at pre-World War II Manhattan, where we had constrained Black households who there were a lot of barriers to home ownership. There was a lot of segregation in rental markets, so these Black households had limited options, and there was a lot of focal demand. And in 1930, more than 80% of the Black population in Manhattan lived in central Harlem. And so there's definitely qualitative, or could call it anecdotal evidence, that suggests that the massive migration of Blacks to New York supplied landlords with unprecedented demand for their buildings, arguably creating pricing power for these landlords. And these landlords were earning high rents and were increasingly unwilling to maintain their properties. So the qualitative evidence really describes Manhattan as a housing market in which, on the one hand, you have Black households that have strong demand, face strong competition in their search for housing, and to focus on specific areas. And on the other hand, landlords that were willing to rent out to these Black households had substantial pricing power that was really only constrained by the potential tenants' ability to pay, right? And where landlords arguably had few incentives to invest in quality maintenance. And so the goal of this paper is to look at the data and to see if we can find quantitative systematic evidence consistent with these sort of qualitative observations. And again, it's going to be largely descriptive. But let me talk a bit about the data that we're going to use to tackle these questions. So we have some data at the census tract level and some data at the property level. So at the census tract level, we're going to use the Housing Bulletin for New York supplement to the census. And it has tract level statistics. So Manhattan had about 260 census tracts. And so we extract data on vacancy rate, age distribution of units or properties, the percentage of units that are overcrowded, that had non-white households, some rent data. So this is data we're going to use to say something about the relation between quality and rents and vacancies across census tracts. So this is at the tract level. At the individual level, we're going to use data from the census, so the 1930 and 1940 census. And of course, this has demographic characteristics. And in 1940, we also have wage and education. But in the census, households were being asked whether they were renting or owning. And in Manhattan, most households would be renting. And then renters provided the amount of their monthly rent. And so we're going to use this to aggregate household rents at the building level. So we see all the households in a building. We're going to aggregate their rents, and that will give us a proxy for the rental income earned by the landlord, the owner of a building. So that's the rental, that's going to lead to our rental estimates. Of course, in the census data, you can also see that Manhattan was sharply segregated, right? So on the left, you see the distribution of Black households. And of course, we know that it was very segregated. So we have our estimates from rental income from the census data, and then later on we're going to need property valuations. And one input in our property valuations is going to be data from the Real Estate Records and Builders Guide, which were monthly reports documenting real estate market activity. My co-author Tom and Anna Sherbina have used data from this source in a paper about 15 years ago, and they hand-entered information on 30 transactions per month, 30 random transactions per month in their study of Manhattan real estate prices in the 20s and 30s. Now, of course, digitization techniques have much improved, and so we go back to the same data source, and we now just take the whole data set between 1912 and 1939, and that will give us data on about 24,000 market-based transactions. And you have some information, so you have the address, you have some information, some hedonic characteristics for each of these transactions. We'll use images at some point in our analysis. So around 1940, there was a big effort to photograph every building in Manhattan. It was part of some of the initiatives of the Works Progress Administration. The idea was to get to a fairer or more equitable property taxation. We talked a bit about property taxes yesterday, and sort of to have more efficient taxation. But also there was also this dual objective in the sense that the goal was also to provide employment, right? You have to photograph 700,000 buildings. That's going to be providing employment. So we have about 700,000 images. This is for the whole of New York, right? We focus on Manhattan, so we only use a subset of these 700,000 images because we focus on Manhattan. And then in 1980, the New York City Department of Finance initiated a similar effort and photographed every building in New York. And so you have pictures like this. On the left-hand side, you see the 1940 image for an address. And on the right-hand side, you see the 1980 image. A couple of things you'll note. One is that the 1980 image quality is lower than the 1940 image quality. That's progress. That's because the images of 1980 were digitized late 90s, early 2000s in a relatively low resolution storage format like laser video discs, I think. Second thing you'll note is that on the left-hand side, there's a dude standing at the edge of the frame with an identifier of the property. It's one of the reasons why when we do our machine learning based on these images, we'll focus on the center of the images rather than on the person holding the card. So this is image data, and then we have some other data sets like administrative tax law data, alterations data, some later tract level data. We control for, or we can do some robustness checks with respect to redlining. We also have some subway data to use as controls in some of our regressions of rents and prices. Okay, so we're going to proceed in 3 steps. The first thing we're going to do is we're going to look at the relation or the drives of rent and the relation between rents and property quality. The idea we have here is that if black tenants were really constrained, that had few outside options, that this would create pricing power for the landlords, and this would push up prices or this push up rents, especially for low quality properties, right? So it puts a floor under the rents. It would basically compress the rents paid by black tenants because, of course, in the high end, if you think of ceiling, these black tenants were still naturally constrained in their ability to pay, right? So what we expect to see is sort of a compressed variation in rents or a lower price quality gradient. And so how we do this is we build, based on our tract level data, we build a structural condition index based on some of the variables I showed before, age, need of repairs without private bath, and then we regress our rents on this condition index and the interaction with a non-white share. And so if you go from left to right in this picture, basically you go from better condition to worse condition, and the vertical axis shows the rents, the predicted rents, and you see that, of course, for worse condition or in tracts with, on average, worse condition properties, you see lower rents, but that the relation is much less steep for black areas, right? So basically, if you have a 1 standard deviation better structural condition, this leads to rents that are about 46% higher in white tracts, but only 12% higher in non-white tracts. So consistent with the idea that these landlords were extracting rents from black households that were having few outside options. This also means that there was like lower returns to maintenance in black neighborhoods, right? Landlords had fewer incentives to maintain or invest in quality because the price quality gradient was much weaker. We can do something similar with vacancy rates. Not surprisingly, vacancy rates in black neighborhoods were lower than in white neighborhoods, but also more important in the context of this paper, we see that vacancy rises much more sharply with the maintenance burden in white tracts. So again, if you go from left to right, you go from better to worse condition. In white neighborhoods, that means a much higher vacancy rate if you're in worse quality areas, but not so much in black neighborhoods, right? So basically, there was much weaker market discipline on landlords in black neighborhoods because they could rent out these properties anyway. So if they're not pricing sort of based on quality, leads to the question of like, how did these landlords set their rents? And of course, there would be a natural response of tenants to pool resources to make the rent work, and it would be a rational response for landlords to allow more tenants if this allowed them to charge higher rents. And so we have some evidence in the paper. I'm going to go over this quite quickly here. We have some evidence in the paper that indeed black households had more wage earners per household. They were more likely to have earning lodgers, that you see here, right? So in properties with black households, basically you had more households that took in earning lodgers to sort of pool resources and be able to pay the rent. And also, if we take this to a regression framework, we can actually see that in black properties, the rents are much more a function of the household size and the aggregate household wage than for white neighborhoods, right? And I think this is something that still resonates today, where in migrant neighborhoods around the world, sometimes you hear that landlords are charging based on the number of beds or the number of inhabitants rather than the quality or the size of the property. And we seem to be seeing something similar here, where the rents were to a large extent tied to the size of the households rather than the quality of the property. Okay, the next step what we do is we're going to look at what are the yields earned by these landlords. Did they indeed earn higher cash flow yields on the properties that they were renting out if they were renting out to black households? Now, I talked about the rental income from the census data. We can aggregate rental income at the building level, right? Because we have the rents that every household is paying. We want to scale this by a proxy of the value of the property to get to an estimate of rental yields. And so that means that we have to come up with valuation algorithms. And so we built two different valuation algorithms. The first one is a random forest valuation based on hedonic characteristics. We definitely know since yesterday that nonlinearities and interactions matter a lot. And so we built this random forest based on hedonic characteristics and location. We don't use investor characteristics, Stan, I'm sorry. But we work with the hedonic characteristics that we observe and location. And so this is pretty standard. So we have our characteristics from the Real Estate Records and Builders Guide, and this allows us to build a valuation algorithm for the properties that at some point we see trading. And so this will allow us to build a valuation of properties in 1930 and 1940 when we also observe rental income, right? So we have from the census, we have rental income. This allows us to scale this rental income by a valuation in the same year. So that's the first thing we do. The second thing we do is we have an image-based valuation algorithm where, again, it's taken largely from the shelf. So we use a pre-trained ResNet model, which has been used in prior work, that extracts feature vectors from the images. We reduce this to principal components, and we show that this actually predicts prices. Why this is helpful for us is because that allows us to value even properties that we don't observe in the Real Estate Records and Builders Guide, right? So we can basically put a valuation on every property in Manhattan for which we have a picture. And so we don't need to observe it in the Real Estate Records and Builders Guide because this is actually not relying on property characteristics. So we use these principal components from these images, we run a random forest on it, and this gives us a valuation of all properties in the census. And in the paper, we have a lot of discussion about to what extent this algorithm does a good job in actually valuing properties. Now, these valuation algorithms are a bit of a black box. So one thing we can do is to see, okay, do the images or do the images that cluster in feature space, are they also visually similar? Now you might say these are all black and white pictures of 1940 Manhattan buildings. Of course, they're all similar. But we would argue that sort of if you look at sort of the reference image and then the nearest neighbors, and these are nearest neighbors in feature space, right? Not nearest neighbors address-wise. Then indeed, there's some similarities between these reference buildings and these nearest neighbors. But I guess this is all subjective. So we can estimate our yields. So we have our net rental income, we have our property values. We can do this in 1930 based on our random forest valuations, 1940, doing 1940 also in our image-based valuations. It's probably pretty small, but so we find net returns that are about 4 or 5% in 1930, much higher in 1940, but I think that's consistent with some earlier work as well, mainly because property values went down quite a bit between 1930 and 1940. But so more interesting for this paper is we can look at the difference in yields on properties that were rented out to Black households versus white households. And so if you look at 1930 or 1940, or based on our image-based valuations in 1940, we do find that this histogram, this distribution of yields, is shifted to the right for properties with Black households, showing that indeed the landlords that were renting out to Black tenants were realizing higher net yields on their buildings than the landlords that were renting out to white households. Now, this is just descriptive, very simple comparison. We can take this, we can test this more formally in a regression setup. So what we're going to do is we're going to regress rental yields on the race on a property, on the race of a household. So basically what we're testing here is if you're a Black household, that your landlord earn a higher yield on his property than if you're a white household. That's basically how you should think of sort of this test. So we're going to regress the rental yield on the race of a household. We can have some other household characteristics, property characteristics, more fixed effects if you want to. So we can do this for the net rental yield, which is what I'm showing here. And then you can do this separately for rents and property values to see if the effect is driven by rents or by values, property values. There's a lot of columns on this slide, basically, but the idea is if you go from left to right, you have more and more controls. And so most of our effects are pretty consistent. If you look at panel A, the top row in this table, you see that if you're a Black household head, your landlord was earning 1 to 2 percentage point higher net yield on the property. And then the question is, does this come from higher rents or lower property values? And I would say it's probably coming from both, but it's definitely driven by lower property values. So Black households were living in properties that were valued, that had lower market values. And there's some evidence that also, all else equal, these Black households were paying rents that were higher. So basically they were living in properties with lower values and still paying higher rents. We can test for the robustness of this result using 1930s census data or the image-based valuations. When we use the image-based valuations, we have a larger sample, so we can include more controls. Basically, we have the power to start including more fixed effects. And then we can start doing things like in the final columns here, do neighborhood fixed effects, right? Because you might be worried that just Harlem versus other neighborhoods. We can drop central Harlem. And of course, at some point, so if some of the significance start to disappear in terms of the net rent and property values, but even if you have neighborhood fixed effects and you exclude central Harlem, you still find a 1 percentage point difference in net rental yields based on the race of the household head. Okay, final thing we want to do. So I think hopefully I've convinced you that these landlords had lower incentives to maintain their properties. We also show that they had higher short-term cash flow yields. And then we're going to look at what does this mean for like the long-term development of these properties. Do we see that these properties that were rented out to Black households, that they were maintained less, there was less investment in quality by the landlords? So first, we do a couple of different things, and again, they're all pretty descriptive, but I think together they paint quite a convincing image. The first thing we do is we look at census tracts. So we have on the left-hand side, you see something I presented before. This is 1940, and we can see for every census tract, what is the number of units that are or properties that are in need of major repairs. Then you go to 1960, 1980, you have slightly different proxies because we don't have exactly the same variable. But you see that the housing stock decayed more, or at least saw less investment in quality in the Black neighborhoods, right? So that's what you see especially in 1980, that's the proportion of properties that were sort of vacant and boarded up, and you see that's concentrated in Black neighborhoods. The second thing we do is we have administrative renovations data or alteration data. And so we can compare properties that are occupied 100% by Black residents versus less than 100% Black residents. That often means no Black residents because of segmentation. And so we can compare these properties, and we find that the properties that were occupied entirely by Black residents, that they were much less likely to ever be renovated by their landlord, and that if they were altered or renovated, that the first renovation or alteration year was later compared to properties that did not have Black tenants. Final thing, or the final two things we do is we use our images. And so again, we have our 1940 and 1980 images. So we can do a couple of things with these images. The first thing we're going to do is we have our valuation algorithm for 1940 because we have valuations, or we have prices, and we have pictures. So we train that valuation algorithm on 1940, and then we're going to use the coefficients or the predictions coming out of that algorithm and apply it to the 1980 images. The idea being that if we believe that the pricing or valuation of exterior feature hasn't changed too much between 1940 and 1980, and again, this is our exterior features, right? This is not like interior features, that we can look at the value of the properties in 1980 and see whether the properties in 1980 rank lower in value if they were occupied by Black households in 1940. So that's the first thing we do. The second thing we do is we can look at the similarity of these two pictures. And our working assumption is going to be if the pictures look more similar, that there's less decay. If there's less similar, that there's more decay. Here, that's obvious, right? I mean, you can push back against this assumption, but this is sort of image comparisons we're thinking of. They're less similar, and here, definitely, that means more decay or less maintenance. So we do these two things. So the first thing, as I said, we predict the 1980 property values by applying the 1940 sort of valuation algorithm to the 1980 images. And indeed, on the right-hand side, you see that the properties that have Black residents have dropped in the relative value rank, the value distribution across all properties by 1980, just based on the images and how our algorithm values those images. The second thing we're going to do is we look at the cosine similarity between these images, or between the principal components of these images. And so we find that indeed the images of properties that were occupied by Black residents were less similar in 1940 and 1980. And I have to stop here. So thanks for listening. I'm looking forward to the discussion.
Our discussion is Raja Sud.
Thank you for inviting me to discuss, and I really enjoyed this paper by Tom and Christoph. So I'm going to start by putting this in the larger context of where what the contributions of the paper are. So there's a decent amount of literature that talks about the gross rental premium in the 1930s, 1940s that Black households paid in that time period. There's also literature, mostly theoretical or related to sort of rent control type of buildings, that talk about what the housing maintenance and durable investment looks like, but nothing that is actually differential by demographics, that maybe people of different income or different race might be investing in their buildings separately. So that doesn't exist. And then there's some recent literature on rental price setting and market power, but mostly in a setting of, algorithmic pricing, institutional investors. So what this paper is doing is it has two main contributions. The first is that it asks the questions, were landlord, and again, this is sort of building and not really landlord, were landlord rental yields different across buildings that were predominantly Black versus buildings that were predominantly not Black, right? So that's the first question that this paper asks. And the answer is yes, depending on what year we're looking at, 1930 or 1940, or what measures we're looking at, anywhere between 0.9 to 2.5 percentage point difference in rental yields, depending on who the tenants were of that building. And in 1930, that's primarily driven by differences in net rents. 1940, it's primarily driven by differences in property valuations. Second question, and the second contribution of this paper is it's asking, what is housing disinvestment different based on what the race of the tenants is or on the demographics of the tenants? That's the question it's asking, which really, I don't think that that type of question has been asked before. And the answer to that is also yes. There's greater disinvestment in buildings that historically had Black tenants and were in Black neighborhoods compared to buildings that were predominantly that had white tenants. And there's significant disinvestment by 1960, 1980, whatever year you want to look at. So I'm not going to go into great details on the data and methodology because I think Christoph did a great job talking about that. But the star of this paper is really the impressive data collection that they spent years doing. They have building images from 1940 and 1980, looking at external building quality. So you can't look at what things look like inside, but externally, you get a good visual of what might be happening. They have digitized real estate records that give you sales price, that give you building characteristics for the 1910s, 20s, and 30s. From Pluto, which is the assessor data for New York City, they have renovation permits. So that again gives you what type of housing investment might be happening over time and building characteristics. And then they have the 1930, 1940 individual census data, as well as they digitize the housing bulletin for 1940 that gives you more information on rental revenue per building and tenant characteristics. And then they go on to do neighborhood level analysis of what vacancy rates and rents look like across predominantly Black versus predominantly white neighborhoods, do building level analysis, which is the landlord analysis in 1930 and 1940. And then they look at housing quality, both at neighborhood level as well as building level in 1960 and 1980 to look at disinvestment over time. So this is a fantastic paper, and these are just, this is just going to help a little bit more to refine some of the points here. My first comment is on the net rental yield measure for 1930 and 1940. So what's going into this calculation is property valuation. That's the denominator. And they have multiple measures for it. They have sales transactions that they have digitized. We've done random forest hedonics. They've done robustness using image-based property valuations. There's a lot of robustness around this. It's a great job they've done on this measure. Then part of the numerator is the gross rental income that they're getting from the 1930 and 1940 census. Because this is market, rent, this is self-reported, but people usually know what their rent looks like. Most likely, this measure of 1930, 1940 rents is also very good. So we have very good data. They have very good data on the gross rental income. The one place where there's some assumptions made is the operating expenses. So the paper assumes that the operating expenses for buildings or landlords is same across different racial groups. And that might not be the case. It might differ based on the tenant's race. So for instance, even after controlling for redlining or Holt maps, buildings that have predominantly Black tenants in the same redlining neighborhood may have higher insurance premiums than buildings that were predominantly white. Another thing that goes into operating expenses is the assessed value that you're giving to the taxes that you're paying, property taxes that you're paying to the city. So tax rate might be same across all buildings, but assessed values of these buildings might not be the same. We know from present day, there's very good evidence from present day for single family houses that the race of the homeowners is partly determines what type of assessed value you're going to have. And so if that's going to be different, then the property taxes that you're paying as part of your operating expenses are going to be different across different race. And then maintenance costs might not be same in 1930 and 1940. They're assumed to be the same, about 25% of the rental income for all types of buildings. Now, there's some evidence that what type of maintenance you do depends on tenant's race. But also this paper itself convincingly shows that there's disinvestment by 1960 and 1980. It's possible that maintenance costs differed even in 1930 and 1940. So depending on, so depending on whether maintenance costs, if they're lower for Black dominated building, the rental yields might be underestimated. Let's say if the assessed value is higher for Black tenant building, then they might be overestimated. And which one, whether they're over or underestimated, is gonna which one dominates really depends on which of these effects are going to dominate. So possible solutions could use gross rental yields, simple solution, or you could use any other data that might give us a sense of whether these things are different or not. Or worst case scenario, you can do a bounding exercise that tells us what the differences might be in these maintaining costs, operating costs for these buildings. Second thing is an implicit framework of this paper is that this is mostly coming from market power, and I believe that there's high demand from Black households, and there's implicit and explicit discrimination, which means that there's housing supply constraints and fewer outside options, which means there's greater landlord market power, which means there's higher rents and lower maintenance in 1930 and 1940, leads to lower housing quality later on. But I'm not sure if we can fully distinguish that from a compensating differential story. If there is different turnover or releasing costs that differ based on the tenant's demographics or different expected property appreciation, this could also be a story about compensating differential. So in a world where you can disentangle them, I think it's good to acknowledge both those channels. The third is how much of this is individual landlord or buildings actions versus neighborhood dynamics. Currently, we're assuming landlords are as independent agents per building. Is there more landlord concentration in predominantly Black tenants buildings? More broadly, is there selection on the type of landlords? Are predominantly Black tenants landlords systematically different from buildings that rent out to predominantly white tenants? To what extent is this a story about segregation and neighborhood dynamics versus selection of landlords into different neighborhoods? Now, I'm not going to say that you spent years collecting data, so go get more data. Don't do that. I think even without it, you can figure out how much of this rental yield difference is due to individual landlords' decisions versus neighborhood dynamics. In the one specification where you use fixed effects, using fixed effects drops the estimates by about half. So I think using different specifications with and without fixed effects, neighborhood fixed effects, or changing the definition of the neighborhoods from census tracts to zip code will tell you how much of this is individual landlords' decisions versus the neighborhood dynamics that are taking place, and whether it's a building landlord phenomena or a neighborhood level phenomena matters for policy. And I think I have only a minute left. So the last point I'm going to say is maybe this doesn't matter for Manhattan, but in a lot of US, if you're going to match households to a present day street grid, you're going to get up to a 55% mismatch. So it's good to use a historical 1930 or a 1940 street grid to do that, or at least show that there's not a huge mismatch in matching the houses. The good news is John Logan's project in Brown already has digitized the 1930-1940 street grid for Manhattan, and you can just use that. So we don't have enough work on supply side, developer, landlord. I know this is building and not landlord. So it's great to see this. This is an excellent new historical data set. I think there's two value added things of this paper, which is that the landlords returns and hence their investments can vary based on the tenant's demographics. And that in effect, there's variation in housing disinvestment over time based on tenants' demographics, in this case, race. And I look forward to reading the next version of the paper.
Yeah, I loved your previous work in Manhattan. I'm so glad that you did this as well. I'm going to highlight two things I'd love to know what you think of the data use of them. One of which is the data, including the internal photographs from New York City's tenement department, where there are about 1,100 of them online, and some of them may be matchable. I don't know, but I mean, understanding fully what the tenement house department or other New York City building inspectors have that's useful from this. The second question is, we've got the NYC HVS, New York City Housing Vacancy Survey, from 65 onward. So presumably we should be able to see some of race and depreciation in that for the last 15 years of your period. I would be even more excited. I emailed Ingrid Ellen about whether or not anyone's ever done this. Maybe you know the answer. Like, has anyone actually got the geocoded NYC HBS? Because that would be sort of an amazing thing to match that to the photos and could enable you to do sort of learning on, like when they say they got rats there and stuff, right? So learning on the rats is good. So when there's a lot on the question of like the monopoly power, I will say when Jake and DC and I wrote our paper in the shadow, of course, of Kane and Quigley, we were very much thinking actually about a search model rather than about monopoly power on the part of landlords. So we just thought like African Americans have fewer options, they're finding idiosyncratic things, and so they're going to find kind of expensive producers who are going to charge more rent. That is a plausible interpretation of what's going on, and I think that gives me the way that I would treat your response to the discussants, which is like, just don't nail yourself to the monopolist version. I mean, it may be right, it may not be right, but like leave that as a possibility, and then shed as much information. I think the comments were helpful in terms of like shedding information about that. What about the other African American neighborhoods in New York other than Harlem? What about San Juan Hill and Greenwich Village and the Tenderloin? And then my last two comments are like in the post period, how does rent control not play a larger role in this? I'm thinking about conversions to rentals or conversions to other stuff. And then finally, there are the physical attributes, which are both outcomes in the manner was discussed, which areas had new buildings built on them, but also their inputs into the deterioration. And those include the elimination of the Second Avenue L, the building of the great glazed brick towers in the Upper East Side, and of course the public housing projects that are so central to thinking about post-war housing in New York.
All right, let's just go back and forth between these microphones.
Really cool paper. I wasn't sure what to make of the inclusion of overcrowding into your maintenance index. It seems like you're conflating the structure quality channel with the rent channel with the doubling up channel. Maybe that's appropriate for some questions or some of the analysis, but maybe not. So if you could clear that up, that'd be helpful. I'm most excited about the use of the delta in the images to pick up maintenance decisions. I think that could be very exciting. But there's an open loop in terms of validation. You could tell us if the delta is loading onto actual things that we think are correlated with maintenance. So if you annotate some of these pictures, the boarding up, the water damage, whatever, and tell us that it's that and not say like trees or cars or like.
Yeah, I just had two suggestions really. So the fundamental identification challenge with like any of these papers is that Black families tend to occupy buildings that are very different from the buildings that white families occupy. And you said a few times in your presentation that, well, this isn't causal. But one way you could make progress on this is by restricting your attention to buildings that were occupied by white families in the 1930 census. Brandy and Protoy and I did this in our paper on this. So that subset of buildings that, then if you fast forward to 1940 and they're occupied by Black families, this is going to be a much tighter comparison relative to just like comparing Black buildings and white buildings in 1940. And then the second thing is, when we were looking at these buildings that underwent racial transition, one thing we saw is that the occupancy would absolutely soar between like housing units that had white families in 1930 and then had Black families in 1940, occupancy would like more than double. So this is another way to interpret like the landlord's problem. It's not just like your operating costs are going to be higher, your depreciation is going to be like a lot bigger when there's like twice as many people living in these units.
Albert, congratulations. You're doing a great job because you have a line of 5 people here. So clearly very great paper. Great paper. So you guys looking at rent to price ratios, which is fine, but I invite you to look also at price to replacement cost ratio. And here at very low prices, it doesn't make sense to invest. So think about North Philadelphia in 2000, you buy a house for $20,000, a roof replacement is $15,000. You're not gonna do it. You're putting more money into what the property is almost worth it. So at very low values, again, that rent to price ratio really doesn't matter. What really matters is the replacement cost compared to the price that you can get by selling the property. So I invite you to sort of look at similar investments by homeowners. If the Tobin Q story is important, you're going to see also that homeowners themselves are not going to reinvest because, again, they don't want to put so much money after a property that's not worth it. But thank you. Very, very great paper.
Lovely paper. I wanted to see if you could make progress on the monopoly part by looking at the currently undifferentiated white masses. Because I don't think they are so undifferentiated in the period you're thinking about. And I think it might give you, so clearly Black people are the people with fewest outside options, but there are plenty of other people that people didn't want to rent to. They just wanted to rent to them more than they less wanted to rent to the Black people. But I think you've got a wide variety of unliked people in your data set. Maybe you can exploit that.
Great paper, Christoph. I encourage you to look at capital gains over shorter horizons and maybe with your hedonic approach, because my sense is that these might also be higher in the lower end of the market, in part because there's just a limited supply of slumlords and nobody else wants to enter in that market. And then a comment on expenses. We looked at some expense ratios, albeit in a very different context, and they were in fact higher per price, divided by the price, for at the low end than at the high end, but not nearly enough to offset these gross rental yields.
So ambitious projects, so very interesting. One of the things that I'm interested in is your thoughts about why the not investment in quality. So you should be investing in quality up to the point that it's allowing you to raise rents. And so that's at least pointing at some differential preferences going on there. The second thing is that in terms of the sort of ability to price, the segregation itself isn't going to be the right measure of that. The thing that you should be worrying about is whether you can expand sort of the reach, of the areas that Blacks are in. Right? If you can expand at the margin, then that doesn't give them the same kind of pricing power. At least the history of the growth of Harlem suggests that expansion was possible. But it'd be interesting to know if that changes over time. Also, of course, is in the middle of the periods that you're thinking about is the Fair Housing Act. And there are changes that happen. In the modern data, it seems that there may also be rather a price discount for being in, modern, meaning your later parts of your data. There's price discount for being in the Black areas rather than a premium that you're having to pay. Of course, the boundaries are really, how would you say it, uncrossable, then big inflows could give rise to what you're saying. But I worry about it given the asset values. And the last thing that I wanted to raise this question is that there are things that are happening in your sample, like the blackout in New York City in 1977, that is giving rise to a lot of destruction. And I don't know whether some of these latent things could be causing asset sort of are there going to be problems in these neighborhoods or giving rise to low asset values conditional on what current rent you could get, which would also drive your results?
All right, speed round. All right, perfect. So a super cool project. I'd love to see more exploration on the rental yields. And in particular, you're using contractual payments here and not collected payments. And if collected payments were lower or were riskier for some households, as we might expect, things like microfinance, then you charge a higher price. So even though the stated price may be higher, collected amounts might be lower. And things like access to credit may also be different, which could justify that.
So thanks. I really enjoyed the paper. A couple things, particularly with the regards to the sort of long run analysis. Slum clearance, there's going to be a lot of attrition from your sample because Robert Moses is knocking a lot of these buildings down, and there's lots of evidence to suggest that that process operates differently in Black versus white neighborhoods. And so thinking about that, I think, is important. And immigration. So a lot of these, the neighborhoods in Manhattan, like the Lower East Side, these are immigrant neighborhoods. In 1940, immigration is on the decline because we've had restrictions for 20 years. By 1980, we've had restrictions dropped. And so one of the trends that could be affecting some of these neighborhoods in Manhattan is related to immigration. And so disentangling that, it will be important too. Thanks.
Love the paper, Christoph. Very creative. Something of an econometric point. You're dividing by an estimated value to reach yield. There's an error in that. The thing you're dividing, because you're dividing by estimated value, it's a convex function of value. If there's error, it's going to inflate whatever it is on average. And if there's any kind of heterogeneity, for instance, if there's a bigger estimation error on a black tenanted properties, it's going to make it look as if the cash yield is higher, but that would be spurious. So just to think about that.
Thank you. That's all I think.
That's all we have time
Thank
for.
you. Thank you.
So our next presenter is Allison Schertzer, who'll be talking about zoning in the American suburb.
Should I start talking? Okay. All right, well, thank you so much for having this paper. It's always a pleasure to address this audience. As best I can tell, all the closet economic historians are in this room. This work is joint with Ryan Gallagher, who did a hero's work collecting a lot of the data we're using, and also my longtime co-author and first PhD student ever, Tate Twynham. All of the usual disclaimers apply. So I want to begin by showing you this fairly well-known picture of the archetypal American suburb. This is, of course, Levittown, north of Philadelphia. And you can see the suburban form on display here, the sort of row after row of cookie cutter houses on uniformly sized lots. And there's not a whole lot of other development here. So, you know, most urbanists or even normal people, when they look at this picture and they compare it to, say, the suburbs that you see around Boston, they think American suburbs started to look like that because of zoning. What's interesting about this picture is that it's taken of a part of Levittown that's in Falls Township. In 1952, actually Falls Township adopted their first comprehensive zoning ordinance in 1955. So what you are looking at here is a picture of unzoned development. So this is what we're going to be interested in this paper is how should we think about the impact of zoning on the long run form of America's suburbs? Now, to make progress on this question, we have assembled a spatial panel data set from archival sources of exactly what the regulatory environment was when suburbs were developed, going back from 1921, when the first suburban zoning ordinance was adopted in Cook County, all the way through 1980, when there's a pretty big change in regulation. Since everyone is naming their databases now, we're going to call this the Cook County Longitudinal Zoning Database. We're going to use this database to establish new facts, not just about what zoning looked like, but what unregulated development looked like before zoning came online. And then we're going to ask what the long run impact of suburban zoning was on like whenever you walk around suburbs and see what they look like about the form of the suburbs. Are there stores? Are there apartments? Or does it look like Levittown? So I think the most interesting results of this project, certainly the ones that were the most surprising to me, were about the impact of zoning on the overall distribution of land use. So I'm going to talk about that for most of my time today. There's also some work in the paper about residential neighborhoods and minimum lot sizes, but I want to speed to the end. The data that we have marshaled for this project is kind of unusual in that we know exactly when land was subdivided. I'll talk about what that means. So what can we learn about the impact of zoning in the settings we're usually in, where we don't know everything? In a sense, we have worse data. Okay, so to preview the results, zoning actually has a striking impact on the form of suburbs. And the impact of this is principally by moving land towards single-family homes and away from virtually everything else. Lot sizes within residential neighborhoods were also affected, and lot size regulations were actually binding as early as the 1920s. So the sort of oft-repeated claim that there weren't binding density regulations in the US until the 1970s is sort of inconsistent with what we find. But what we can really learn from this setting is that an extraordinary amount of information is needed to establish causality with respect to zoning because of the long-running tendency of zoning that is adopted on places that are already developed to perfectly mimic the built environment at that time. So a lot of what we're going to be doing in this paper is trying to look at zoning that was assigned to land that was undeveloped. So the Cook County Longitudinal Zoning Database, I've already posted this on my website. So this is maps at a decadal frequency that have all the zoning districts and all the associated bylaws. This might be interesting for, there's like 10 of us who are really into this stuff. If you're one of those 10 people, go for it. When I started working on zoning like 10 years ago, 15 years ago, there wasn't as much data. Of course, we have the Wharton land use, I never know what this acronym stands for. Anyway, surveys about zoning restrictiveness. But in recent years, like a lot more data has come online. Now we have the National Zoning Atlas. You can think about like having this fine level of spatial detail for zoning districts today that we have for the Zoning Atlas. We have attempted to build this for a historical setting. And then of course we have like Alex and Arpit with their ChatGPT of the code book. So there's just like, there's a lot more data coming online now. It's an exciting time to work on zoning. So of course, zoning has attracted a lot of interest from people in this room. Hopefully, if you've written a great paper, you see your name on this slide. What we're doing in this paper is a bit different from the existing literature in that we're focusing on this long run impact of zoning on land that wasn't developed in US suburbs. This is a bit different from looking at the short run impact of zoning or looking at zoning as a constraint on redevelopment. There is, of course, a closely related literature launched by Jeff Zabel over here, trying to impute regulations from the built environment. And we're going to talk a little bit about what we can learn from our data that would inform these practices. So before showing you the zoning data, I want to pause and talk about the other really crucial source of information here, without which it really wouldn't be possible to understand unzoned development. For reasons that aren't clear to me, Cook County maintains this GIS office, and they have everything. And you can just FOIA them, and they'll send you stuff. So in particular, they have a map of the entire subdivision data of every parcel in Cook County. So when I say subdivision, I mean there was farmland, and at some point that farmland was carved up into parcels. As economists in most settings, we have no idea when that happened. So people instead use the date that a home was built on the parcel as a proxy for subdivision. What we have learned somewhat to our surprise is that that does not work very well because parcels were often platted decades before a structure was built on them. The median gap in our data is 18 years. One other data point I am aware of is from Aradio's work on Hennepin County. The gap in their data is 14 years. So what do I mean by this? If you go download CoreLogic or Cotality or whatever it is this week, and it's exhausting. So, this table shows looking at 5-year intervals when homes were built, and then looking at when the lot underneath the house was subdivided. Why is there such a big gap? It's because when people got cars, there was like a subdivision boom. So you can see like the orange part is like a snake swallowing a mouse. It just takes decades for that to work its way through the system. So even when we're in the early 1950s, the most common plat date for houses that were built in the 1950s in Chicago was actually still the 1920s. So you really want to exercise caution when you're using CoreLogic data to study lots. Okay, so then for the zoning data, Ryan, hero among men, driving around Cook County, FOIA-ing these guys, going to libraries. So he eventually got all of the maps. So you can see over time, more municipalities became incorporated as they switched to orange. They're adopting a zoning ordinance. And by the time we get to 1970, virtually every suburb in Cook County is zoned. So of course, if you're interested in Chicago, Randy Walsh and Tate Twynham and I did some work on the early zoning of Chicago a few years back. And of course, this is different because the adoption of zoning in Chicago was mainly like zoning on developed areas, which is very different from what we're going to be looking at today. Okay, so you might be thinking, one metro area. Although I saw some spirited defenses of looking at one city earlier today. So, two defenses for why we should care about Cook County. The first is that there's actually an incredible amount of variation in the timing of incorporation, of the adoption of zoning, of the subdivision of land, of the building of houses. So we have places like Oak Park Village, where the median parcel was subdivided before there was even before there was any zoning, before there was actually incorporation, compared with Evanston, where I'm sure some of you were born, or Dalton Village. Does anyone know why I put Dalton Village here? What famous person grew up there? Ryan would be disappointed. Yes. He said someone would know. I was afraid. So, even though the median year of development in Dalton was 20 years later, it still was before zoning was adopted. And so there's actually a huge amount of variation in the timing of development just within Cook County. So just really quickly, someone made my day saying that they were looking at the appendix of this. Thank you, Laura. Just to really quickly give you an idea of how an economic historian would approach collecting zoning data, we just exhaust ourselves looking for maps, and then we georeference them to the contemporary street file. Then we end up with a polygon or a shapefile of all of the polygons of zoning districts. Well, then we have to go digitize the bylaws. So the second reason why the concerns you may have about the generalizability of Cook County may be lessened is that for reasons of both federal law, state enabling statutes, zoning ordinances for 100 years all over the country have looked basically like this. So at the top, you have restrictive residential zoning. This is like District A or AA. Then you have residential zones that allow apartments moving down to commercial or industrial. I'm on my borough's planning commission, and our zoning ordinance looks exactly like this even now. So this is just sort of what these regulations look like across most of the United States. So to give you an idea of our data collection, or really of the identification that we're using here, I want you to remember the map of the polygons. We're going to look at the land underneath it for a moment. So this is farmland that hasn't yet been developed. These guys flew airplanes across Cook County and took pictures from the airplanes as sort of methodological predecessor to Google Maps. So you can see that there's no development in this middle part of the picture, but yet these places are going to get different zoning classifications. Now you may be thinking, so I'm doing a lot of anticipation of what you're thinking right today, but perhaps you're saying to yourself, well, clearly there's a reason why one of those squares got, this is more or less restrictive residential zoning. You might be thinking, well, it's because it's closer to existing development or closer to a road, or the stuff at the bottom is an industry. So what I want to tell you is you should not worry about that, because it turns out that the zoning assigned to undeveloped land really can't be predicted by anything we can observe about the physical environment, which I'll talk more about in a bit. So what did zoning look like in the 1920s? This is just for inner ring suburbs that had adopted zoning ordinances in the 1920s. And so you can see that they set aside 85% of their land for single family homes. This is, against this, we have the first zoning ordinance from Chicago in 1924. You can see that 4% of land was set aside for single family homes. Of course, we all like the monocentric city model. As you move away from the city center, you would expect more land to be set aside for single family homes. Should it be that much? Our results would suggest no. Okay, so let me talk about the impact of zoning on the overall distribution of land in the suburbs first. So to develop a geography for this analysis, we're going to be using the Public Land Survey System, championed by Thomas Jefferson in 1785. This turned the Western United States into a bunch of 6 square mile grids. If you've flown across, that's basically why everything is a square. So we're using the second division here. So this is quarter mile sections of Cook County. And then we're just going to do something really simple, which is that we're going to compute an entropy measure for how diverse the zoning was that was assigned to undeveloped land. And then we're going to compute a similar entropy measure for contemporary land use. So for the historical zoning, it will be land set aside for residential, apartment, commercial, and industrial. For the contemporary land use, it'll be those things plus a category for townhomes. So to give you an idea of what high and low diversity land use looks like, this is a quarter section with very low diversity. It's just street after street of similarly sized houses. Compare this to this quarter section, which actually has every kind of land use, apartments, some industrial use, single family homes. So this would be an example of high land use diversity, both of these developed under zoning. Okay, so I'm going to do two things for this part of the analysis. I'm going to do an extensive margin comparison, looking at the development of quarter sections, if they were developed before or after zoning. And then I'll switch to the intensive margin, where I'll just compare places that were developed under more or less restrictive zoning. So we had a lot of time to collect control variables here. So we have virtually everything that you can think would have mattered for land use today. So like what decade development happened, how close you are to the transportation network, to bodies of water, to the Black population, to industrial zones in Chicago. And then the less used, the green books from Olcott's, this has agricultural land value. So even the value of the underlying land. And what we're going to do here is compare the zoning that you get. It's like a chicken and an egg problem. The zoning that you get if zoning happens before development or after. So this is kind of the main result of the paper. So in places where development happened without zoning, you get lots and lots of mixed use development, sort of like high diversity land uses in the present day. So you can see, you can see this part of the distribution over here. If, on the other hand, your zoning is coming on land that hadn't been developed yet, then you're going to get a ton of mass on a very undiverse part of the distribution, because these are precisely the places where you're going to get the picture I showed you with the row after row of single family homes. So now because most suburbs are zoning in the 60s and 70s, so let's switch to looking at places that were undeveloped when zoning came into that municipality, and looking at places that got assigned more or less restrictive zoning, and then see how this predicts the form of the suburbs today. So what we find is a fairly tightly estimated relationship between the diversity of zoning assigned at the time or before development and land use today. So like if basically the market was allowed to work, and you were allowed to have stores and apartments, you got them. So a more transparent way to measure this is looking if there's any land set aside for apartments, again, as sort of an output to having more diverse zoning. Also stores, as someone said to me once, why do American suburbs don't have any stores? Well, in most cases, like you could not build them unless there was zoning. So this table shows the slope basically from all of those scatter plots. I would like you to take two things away from this table. The first is that whether or not we include that whole list of controls about every single thing we think should matter for the development of the suburbs, it doesn't change the point estimate of the impact of historical zoning at all. So things like proximity to waterways, proximity to the transportation network, this definitely matters for like what is built now, but it doesn't matter through the channel of zoning. This might seem weird to you, but if you know anything about the history of zoning, the entire point of these ordinances was to prevent the market from functioning. The NBER was about blocking a factory, right? And so it's actually not that surprising that these things aren't related with observable characteristics of these quarter sections. At the far end of the table here, we have sort of the results that we report in the abstract of the paper. So going from like the most restrictively zoned quarter sections to the least restrictively zoned quarter sections where the market would have had more room to work, increases the share of land set aside for apartments by 12%, the share of land set aside by stores by 16%. These effects are achieved by cutting the single family home share in half. And it's quite sizable because actually the median quarter section has no land set aside for apartments, right? Again, also by design. So now you might be thinking, well, these planners weren't idiots. They could clearly predict where the cute downtown would be, or what areas of this farmland was suitable for mixed use development. And that's where they put the mixed use zoning. And what I want to tell you is that's not true. This table replaces the contemporary land use outcome with the historical zoning measure. So basically, can we predict the historic zoning using all of those measures of transportation, of water, of everything else? And it turns out they predict really well if zoning followed development and thus reflects the built environment at the time that zoning was adopted. As we move across this table and go to places that were zoned and then subsequently developed, nothing can be predicted. Like the adjusted R² here is like 0.02. So it's simply not the case that zoning assigned to undeveloped land can be predicted by really any of the characteristics that like 3 economists who've worked on this for a decade could come up with. So for that reason, we interpret, this is repeating the coefficient I showed on the first table, we interpret this estimate as causal. This is the causal impact of zoning on the long run impact of suburbs if the zoning was assigned to land that hadn't been developed yet. But now starting to transition into the third part of the analysis, what can we learn if we don't know everything about the underlying context? So suppose we don't know the subdivision information. So we're going to run that same regression, but we're going to only run it on places that were actually zoned after development had already occurred. So in these areas, zoning has basically no scope for impact. Like suppose I ran this regression on Brookline or Cambridge. You could run a regression of the diversity of historical zoning on the present day, and it would mean nothing about zoning, but actually hit the same point estimate, precisely because the zoning, it just sort of reifies the land use at the time. So I'm going to skip this, the middle part. Like I said, minimum lot sizes were binding as early as the 1920s. You can check out the paper if this is your thing. But I wanted to spend the last few minutes looking at another thing we can't observe, which is what if you don't have the zoning data? Since this has come up a few times in recent papers. So to get at this question, we need to ask what unzoned residential development looks like. So in this histogram here, we have plotted the lot size for all homes that were built in the 1950s, although these pictures look the same whether you look at the 20s, the 60s, any decade. So you can see that there's some heaping in this histogram, namely around round numbers like 3,000 and 5,000. And so you may think, oh, there's lumpiness in the lot size distribution because of minimum lot size regulations. So because we can observe everything in this context, we thought, well, is that true? We can shed some light on this by reproducing the histogram for houses that were built in the 1950s, but on parcels that were subdivided before zoning had been passed. And in these places, you see actually the same kind of heaping around these like 3,000, 5,000. If you've spent a lot of time staring at newspapers, you know it's because these lots were going to be advertised for sale. And so, it's certainly not the case that all of this bunching is due to regulation. But, fear not. It is actually true that eventually this bunching is going to match the minimum lot size. Like, I think that these methods are totally valid for recovering minimum lot sizes because basically the minimum lot sizes will reflect one way or another it will get done. So here on the right, we have the ratio of the lot size distribution to the minimum lot size in place. And you see lots of heaping at 1, which would suggest that the minimum lot size regulations are binding, right? Everything has to have like a ratio of 1. In the other figure, we do the same thing for that sample of places that hadn't been zoned yet when the lots were subdivided. But for the denominator, we use the first minimum lot size that will be adopted in the future. And you still see heaping at 1. So what this first figure here is showing is that regulation can impact the distribution of lot sizes. What the next figure is showing is that the distribution of lot sizes can impact regulation. In practice, it's very hard to know which world you're in unless you have like really great subdivision information. And as best I can tell, this is not sort of widely available. If you just want to know what the minimum lot size is, eventually go for it. If your goal is to say the minimum lot size cause X, Y, or Z, I think our results suggest you should proceed with caution. All right, so to conclude, the Cook County Longitudinal Zoning Database we know is for just one metro area, and I believe that like machine learning approaches are the future. People are going to do this on a much larger scale. We're going to have far better zoning data. We're going to have better spatial data, better historical data. We view this work in part as like helping facilitate that because we have the ground truth for one area. We're very happy to help anyone in their efforts to do this on a larger scale. In terms of results, We think that what suburban zoning does is not like the most interesting result isn't actually about minimum lot sizes that have attracted all of the attention in the literature, but rather the shift from the overall distribution of land use towards single family homes and away from virtually everything else in a way that it doesn't suggest that the market would have done. But again, like if you are trying to study zoning and you don't have information on all of these zoning parameters, you don't have information on the subdivision of land, and you run some regression, it's very easy to get essentially the right answer, again, because of this tendency of zoning to reflect the built environment if it's adopted on places that were already developed. And yes, thank you very much.
Our discussant is Nate Baumsnow.
All right, so this was a great paper. I really give the authors a lot of credit for putting together all this data, and I'm sure it was many hours of pulling your hair out trying to get this to work right. And so, you know, this is like really, really impressive what they've been able to put together. So I feel like before reading this paper, I kind of had some priors on what I thought, where I thought zoning came from and what I thought it did. And to my delight, it kind of reinforced those priors. But I want to say, I mean, I think that we have to do that, right? That's what science is about, right? So we see very strong evidence here that zoning codified initial densities, sort of locked in initial densities, and this is the sort of thing that Ellison talks about in his work of zoning straitjackets. You have an initial sort of development density or even platting density, and then zoning rules are passed to lock that in, and the demand conditions associated with the initial settlement determine kind of the density we have today under very different demand conditions, right? And that can be very costly because it basically is a supply constraint that makes housing more expensive everywhere. Okay, I think there's a lot more that she said, and I'll get into that. But that's like part of the big picture here, and I give a lot of credit for kind of like showing us that it seems like this is really what's going on. And so, as I said, why is this important? Well, we think about these suburban jurisdictions, and there's lots of kind of theorizing and ideas out there in the literature that, hey, it makes a lot of sense for jurisdictions that are homogeneous to pass zoning rules in order to protect their property values and reduce or eliminate negative fiscal externalities. But of course, then that makes it very hard on low-income households, especially elsewhere in the metro, because it means they can't, the amount of housing that's available in places that are not zoned or not restrictively zoned gets constrained, and that makes that housing more expensive, right? So these minimum lot size requirements, they're very costly. And I think one of the things that's really nice about this paper is it helps us to think about, hey, the first step to understanding how to get upzoning to happen is to understand how zoning happened in the first place, and to see in the data, like the extent to which it's changed and how it's changed over time. And like, this is one of the first data sets out there, maybe the first, that lets us do that sort of thing, right? And maybe it's in the context of the Cook County institutions, but the Cook County institutions are pretty common, as Allison said. Okay, so I want to kind of build up a narrative for what I think happened, and I think that would help in the paper just to kind of lay out kind of the history. And I think you could show us that history. It's a history paper after all, a little bit more sort of in a narrative way. So here's a map of the Chicagoland area in, I think, 1930. And you kind of see that a lot of the areas of Cook County here, they have these squares from Thomas Jefferson, but they're undeveloped. And there's some transport infrastructure. And that transport infrastructure matters. This is from the slides that you saw. This is 1920 or 1920s. We have the settled areas outside of Chicago kind of following the transport infrastructure. The UP Northwest line, then the UP North lines, the railroad lines, the Union Pacific. Those are the areas that were settled on the north side, and you had a railroad line down to Kankakee on the south side. These were the settled places. And so I want to try to think about that and think about what happened historically, given these sort of initial conditions, right? So you had some urban fringe where there's enough demand for some low density housing. These places got incorporated. They had to be incorporated in Cook County because the plat density in the unincorporated land is incredibly high. And so in order to basically build housing, you got to have it in a municipality, right? And so then the market is setting that initial density. But at the fringe, the inner fringe of these municipalities, there is some pressure for denser construction. And maybe there are some shocks, some demand shocks, some road gets built or a new train station opens or something that builds pressure for more density. And so then you might think that, okay, this is the time that everybody gets together and votes for locking in the initial conditions here, right? And then over time, you have the highway system being built and opening up lots of opportunity for suburbanization and lots of demand growth at what had been the fringe. And it's just not allowed to be satisfied with denser housing, right? That's what zoning is doing. And so that's one thing. And then there's another force, which is kind of the heterogeneity force, that over time, these initial homes that were built depreciate, and the neighborhoods might get a little bit worse because of that. And maybe there's some more pressure for lower income people to move in or minorities to move in. And that locks in, then there's the incentive to make it too expensive for them to move in by having essentially exclusionary zone, right? So I think you can, and this is kind of I think another way of seeing the Cutler Glaser Victor story, right? That there's this exclusionary motive here. And so, I always love the monocentric model. So I'll show you a few graphs. So here's what I'm thinking. We have a suburb here. We have a rent function. Okay, that green line means they lock in the zoning. Maybe this municipality goes a little bit farther out and it's locked in for undeveloped land too. And so then over time, you have the highways being built and stuff. There's like demand growth. But we're still at the same density, but transport costs are lower, right? Commuting costs per unit distance are lower. So we're kind of stuck with this situation here where you've got all these people living in the suburban area in houses that are bigger than they would choose if they were kind of allowed to optimize the plat size, okay? And that makes it more expensive. And then you got lower income people or minorities kind of thinking about, hey, at least there's some in these red people, there's some of them that would be like to live in the suburb if they were allowed to choose live in apartments and would outbid the higher income people. But then because of the minimum lot size, they're not willing to live there because they're not willing to build that big house, right? And so it's too expensive for them. This is there's also this exclusionary motive. So I think what I'd love to see is if you could show us kind of systematically, one, did this zoning lock in initial platting? I think you did show us that, but showing the distribution of, say, differences in initial zoning densities from initial plat densities will be really interesting. And then from a more causal point, I'd love to know how much is about just demand growth locking that density versus exclusionary motives, okay? So one thing you could do is you could look at shocks to transport reductions in different areas of Cook County because of highways construction, say, and see if how much upzoning resulted from that, if any, okay? In places that got demand growth versus places that didn't get demand growth. And then you could also look, say, at the exclusionary motive, especially on the south side, I think, and maybe the west side, you'll find places that are adjacent to African-American neighborhoods that are suburban municipalities. When they get these shocks, say great migration shocks, are they less likely to upzone? Okay, so I think that would be really interesting to kind of build this narrative of zoning, upzoning decisions, because we need to understand, in order to provide more housing, how we can get upzoning to happen, okay, and why it hasn't happened. Okay, so I don't want to take much more time. I just want to say, like, I really like your unit of analysis. I think you could look at just number of housing units per quarter mile square under the maximum allowed per zoning for the existing zoning as another measure, because that's one of the things we really care about, is how much housing units can be supplied. And then a little bit more on sort of how upzoning happens in Cook County, what the institutions are for this. And then it seems like that the fact that unincorporated land is not viable for residential development in Cook County might really matter. And I'd be curious your thoughts on that, given in a lot of other jurisdictions in the US, we see a lot of development on unincorporated land, right? And so whether that institutional feature of Cook County is really influencing your conclusions. But overall, really great data work, really great evidence on how zoning came about, and I think if you can put in, like, the historical narrative there, then you know, it'll be really great, and we can learn even a lot more. Thanks a lot.
Cool. Very cool paper. If I understood the identification argument correctly, the idea is that we can predict the zoning map pretty well based on observable characteristics of the underlying geography. So we can use that as an IV or a control or something like that. We can talk, okay, maybe I misunderstood, but my question on that comment notwithstanding, I wondered, if we're thinking about zoning as predicting where things are happening for the initial development, I wonder how often the zoning decision, the zoning decision came together with an application to develop something in some sense. To what degree were they already thinking about things that were going to be there? And then the question, the zoning itself may be allocated where things got built within that allocation. Thanks.
So, first of all, I think you were extremely defensive about studying Chicago. And I just want to say, like, as a New Yorker, Chicago is the American city. You do not need to be that defensive. It's a great thing to study. So, so one thing that I was interested in, which I think is a different paper, is I noticed there was a huge amount of land that was platted before 1900, but wasn't developed until after the automobile. And so I'm really curious about, like, what happens with this land that's platted before a transportation change and then gets built after that transportation change comes in. Because I'm assuming they were thinking, like, oh, that's a streetcar, but then it gets built for, like, this different piece of transportation. And so just a detail that I think would be an excellent second paper.
So this is great, obviously. The word covenants appears 7 times in the paper, but it did not appear in the presentation. And it feels like it is the sort of missing thing that feels huge, in the sense that, and I want to highlight, like, 90% of what you search, if you search on, like, Google Scholar on covenants, it will come up with the racially restrictive covenants. And that is an important topic. But in fact, for your purposes, like, it's the restrictions on, like, doing other stuff with the land, or putting, you know, closing lines in your backyard, or all of those things. That was a Levittown restriction in the deed. Which says, like, if I'm starting from the beginning, right? I can do pretty much anything you want to do with zoning, I can do with a deed restriction, right? There's not a lot that you can't do. If I own the whole jurisdiction, there's not a lot that I can't do with a deed restriction. And indeed, neighborhoods in Boston, the Back Bay, Beacon Hill, were all had deed restrictions from the beginning that sort of shaped the way that they've looked over the next 200 years. Now, where that's not true, obviously, is if I happen to own a bunch of houses in Plat 1 and Plat 2 is in my jurisdiction, and I'm not going to buy that and develop it, I want to restrict it. That seems to be valuable. Or if like 5 people are together developing one jurisdiction, then yeah, we might want to do zoning things because we can't guarantee that we'll be honest in the deed restrictions. But thinking about bringing that in feels really important, especially since you're so focused on the at the moment of development. And so this is like thinking about what are the possibilities at the moment of development and why zoning is the answer that gets used versus other stuff. Is it being imposed essentially from the outside, or is it solving some coordination problem? Or do we think I'm actually wrong and there are magical things you can do with zoning that you can't do with deed restrictions? The second thing, which is related to that, which is very much in Nate's wheelhouse, is like help us understand how this rolls out. And like the adding on the zoning, what's the timing? How much of this follows really quickly after Euclid v. Ambler? Like how much of this is facing after the immediate wave of Herbert Hoover sending out all the letters to everybody telling them that they needed to impose them? How much of the zoning plans look exactly what the model zoning code is that Hoover's promulgating? This kind of stuff. And I guess if I had a third wish, which relates to the first question, but not the second, is there any way that we can actually get data on the original deed restrictions on places like Riverside? I mean, Olmsted certainly had deed restrictions when he built Riverside in the Chicagoland area, right? What were those restrictions, and how binding were they, and how much did they shape Riverside?
The other word that you didn't mention was your R word, redlining. And I know you have a lot to say about redlining. And I wonder, given the original planning, how much redlining really matters. And I'm sure you have something to say about that with this great data. That would be quite interesting to bringing that into play.
I did not come here to talk about redlining, but no, of course, the H12C maps reflect lending risk in the 1930s, and we don't use them in this paper. What exactly do you have in mind?
You have some contrary views about the source of
Contrary views.
Standard view, and I'm just wondering, does redlining really matter as much given the original planning and how zoning is reflecting that original planning?
Let's argue at lunch. I know I don't want to get between you and your sandwich.
But 1917 to 1948, and like whether or not the Buchanan v. Warley versus Shelley v. Kramer hiatus made a difference for zoning for both covenants and stuff.
Another good one.
You go place.
All right. Well, with that, we are having lunch. We reconvene at 12:50.
I promise to do 5 and 1. I'll try to. You have 25. All right. Next up, we have Evan Soltas telling us about permitting. You've got 25 minutes.
Thank you. This paper is with John Gruber, who's here from MIT with us. Great. So what this paper is about is fundamentally what we might mean when we talk about cities like Boston, New York, San Francisco that are housing supply constrained, that we think face a regulatory problem. What is the nature of that regulatory problem? Let me establish first that these cities are indeed very different than other cities. Here I'm showing you a quite familiar scatter plot of major US cities sorted on the horizontal axis by their median monthly rent, and then by their decadal average over the last decade of housing permits per 1,000 residents. And what you can see is that there are cities that produce lots of housing, and there are cities with very high rents, but there are no large American cities with both high rents and lots of housing production. Now, that sort of cross-sectional equilibrium across the United States might be rationalized by very high housing construction costs in cities like Los Angeles, San Diego, and such. But as economists, we don't think that that's the problem. We think that there are regulatory constraints at play, and a huge number of people in this room have argued that these regulatory constraints are responsible for a huge manner of social and economic ills, imposing large costs on society, creating inequality, and diminishing the value of moving from places like Jacksonville and Tallahassee, where wages and rents are low, to places like New York, where wages and rents are higher. Why do we as urban economists believe that the problem, broadly speaking, is regulatory barriers rather than high housing construction costs? Well, it's because rents just seem to be an order of magnitude above any plausible estimates of construction costs in these neighborhoods, in these cities, and similarly, land prices in those cities are very high. The other piece of evidence that we often cite to justify this focus on regulations as the problem is that we see that when we change zoning regulations, land use regulations, however you want to call them, in high rent cities, you see substantial, if slow, responses in terms of development. This focus has been oftentimes on specific de jure regulations, changes in FAR, changes in parking requirements, minimum lot sizes, this sort of thing. And those regulations are no doubt important, but when you talk with policy analysts, developers, or senior faculty trying to renovate expensive homes in Princeton, New Jersey, what you hear is perhaps a slightly different face of the regulatory problem that's this face that I like to say that this paper is about. An example of the permitting problem. Let's talk about this one on the left. This is a laundromat that existed, I should say, in what was formerly a working class Hispanic neighborhood in San Francisco, the Mission District, that has rapidly gentrified over the last 15 years. A developer bought this laundromat intending to develop 75 units, some of which would have been reserved for low-income households. But rather than developing it, he has spent the last 15 years litigating over a question about whether or not that laundromat was historic because of civil rights organizing that happened in the 1960s. And the point of this talk is not to debate whether or not this laundromat is historic. It's to raise the point that if you're a developer, this sort of unstated cost, the de facto cost of having to get through the permitting process before you are allowed to build, may exercise a really important impediment on real estate development and housing development in cities like San Francisco and Boston. This is not just a paper about one laundromat. So here are two quotes from two highly influential policy books, one by Ezra Klein and Derek Thompson, one by Connor Dougherty. So let me just read the Connor Dougherty quote, which is that this sort of thing is what developers mean when they talk about being extorted by a city for a building permit. Surely regulations that are on the books matter, but surely there's a lot of stuff that's not in any regulatory code, which is going to matter as well. So this is surely not news to many people in this room. Why is this sort of one paper where we're really trying to measure these permitting costs? Well, one is that these costs are multidimensional. They certainly reflect wait time, but they also reflect risk of not being approved, the resources that are spent trying to get to approval. Second, unlike sort of regulatory measurement, these are fundamentally endogenous objects, right? I, as a developer, pick the structure that I would like to bring through the permitting process with the difficulty of permitting it in mind, and fundamentally different than an exogenous policy regulation. The third, and I think most fundamentally, is we don't worry about measuring permitting costs for something like compliance with environmental regulation, because there are tradable permits markets. You can easily look at what the cost of emitting SO2 is, and that would tell you the marginal compliance cost for a power plant to reduce SO2 or CO2 emissions. But such a market fundamentally can't and doesn't exist in real estate development, because I can never trade my building permits to another lot, to another property, and have it be developed there. So if I get myself approved for a single family residence on a plot I own, I can't sell the permit to John, who also owns a plot, and John can go build it. If such a market existed, we would be able to infer the compliance cost of going through the permitting process. So in this paper, we're going to find what we'll describe as an implicit market in Los Angeles that acts a lot like such an hypothetical market where you could trade building permits separately from land. Let me show you what that market looks like in two parcels that were actually listed last summer. Both of these are in central LA near K-Town. Just from satellite photography, they look quite similar. The lot shape is similar, the neighbors are similar, the size of the street is similar, and the prices are, one is slightly more expensive than the other, but there's one difference between these two lots that you really can't see from space, which is that if I buy the one on the left, I start with raw land, which means that if I want to build, I draw up blueprints, I submit them to the agencies that review that structure, and then in 6 months to 2 years, or possibly never, I'm allowed to build. Whereas if I buy the property on the right, I can pick up my deed and then walk over to the LADBS, the Department of Building and Safety, and pick up a permit that would allow me to build immediately starting that day structures, a specific structure that would be a 5-unit multifamily building. Now, this is, again, not just two properties. In fact, this market, the ready-to-issue, or RTI submarket in Los Angeles, represents more than 1 in 5 land sales in some neighborhoods of the city. And so we're going to use this market to infer, the value of permits. If you think about the asset on the right, it's essentially the market price of land plus permits. The asset on the left is land. And so we're just going to do exercises of the form subtracting an asset that's land plus permits, subtract out land, recover a value of permits. We'll do increasingly sophisticated versions of that exercise in this paper. So in particular, the approach that we emphasize is a repeat listing hedonic regression using this ready-to-issue submarket. So we'll see lots come up first raw and then approved, and use the deltas within parcel to value the permits. That approach gets you that getting your land approved raises its value by 50%. And results will agree between a sample that starts truly as vacant land versus a sample that starts with sort of a disused structure that's very clearly being meant to tear down, which represents a substantial portion of the redevelopment market in Los Angeles, or of the development market in Los Angeles. What are developers buying? They appear to be buying speed. So here, what we'll do is a simple sort of cross-sectional comparison of parcels that look otherwise similar on observables, except one will be pre-approved and one will not. There's no repeat development and repeat developer comparison here. And what we find is that within 4 years of site acquisition, of purchasing your property, the completion probability rises by 10 percentage points. It's around a 30% increase in completion. And using some back of the envelope math with a sort of reasonable cost of capital, you can account for much of that 50% premium on land value through the sheer value of pulling forward the rental income that you'd have on the property. Third and finally, surely permitting is not the only regulatory wedge in the city. And so what we can do is take our 50% number and observe that raw land value capitalizes the value of all the other constraints that exist in Los Angeles. And so simply taking this 50% number, you can estimate that the permitting system represents around 30% of the overall wedge between home prices and construction and all-in construction costs in the city. And that will be true even in sort of the most expensive neighborhoods of the city that a priori you might have thought is most constrained by something like a minimum lot size or an FAR requirement. Okay. Let me give you a little bit on the setting and data. I'll rush through a theoretical framework. We'll show you the premia, show you what developers are buying that in terms of time, and then try to set the stage about what other problems might exist in the city. Okay. So this is actually coming from a new paper that Leonardo D'Amico and I are close to finishing. Here, what we're doing is looking at time to build and time to permit for a standardized single-family structure and a standardized multifamily structure. So all the covariates are the same across cities. And what this is going to establish is that LA is not your typical American city. It is slow in building and slow in permitting, but it is quite typical of the cities that we think have these high rents and problems with regulation, right? So you can see that in San Francisco, building a standard single-family residence will take you around 4 years, but the observably similar structure takes you less than 1 year in cities like El Paso, Colorado Springs, and Phoenix. In other words, Phoenix is done by the time that before San Francisco breaks ground. Okay. So this paper will use data from the multiple listing service for 30 years from Los Angeles County. And in particular, this is an example listing from a website called LoopNet, but we didn't scrape LoopNet, you can get access to the MLS. And I just want to show you that landowners are emphasizing this feature of lots if they're pre-approved or not immediately. So the first 3 words in this listing are approved RTI plans for 36 one-bedroom units. So it's perhaps the most salient feature of the land market in LA and neighborhoods where this is being done. So when you clean 30 years of MLS data for land, you get 95,000 listings, of which around 1/3 will be vacant, 1/3 will have some existing use of some existing development on the structure, on the parcel. Around 5% of these lots we will see trade both with and without pre-approval, or be listed with and without pre-approval. And for each of these lots, we'll have their tax identifiers, their exact location, their sale prices and listing prices and dates, the lot size, as well as a field that in the data is called remarks, but I'm just showing you is what we parse to extract the pre-approval status at listing. So just to emphasize, you wouldn't have been able to see this in the permitting data because oftentimes those data will be overwritten to be current with the sort of the current status of the parcel. You wouldn't have like frozen in time snapshots of exactly the permitting as it's going. That's why we use the listings data. So we will infer permitting status from the MLS remarks. This builds on prior work that used natural language processing to extract things like whether or not the homeowner had recently renovated the bathroom before, updated the bathroom or updated the kitchen before they listed. And we'll link this data to transactions, to permits, to assessments, and to zoning regulations in the city. So in order to measure pre-approval, we used large language models. In particular, we used ChatGPT. And here is a summary of how we, sort of the prompt that we gave ChatGPT to classify the pre-approval status. We said, tell us that a parcel is ready to issue if the description, the remarks text, indicates explicitly that all necessary plans and permits are fully approved, issued, and paid for. A parcel can be, and often this is a common category, was in the process of getting regulatory approvals when they were listed. And those parcels have to show clear evidence of active engagement. And we'll tell ChatGPT to tell us that the parcels are not ready if they're neither ready to issue nor in progress. Just to show you again how explicit the typical sort of atypical listing would be. Here, this parcel says that they have planning permission, Mulholland Scenic Drive, highway permissions, street and sewer improvement engineering plans, ready to build immediately. Whereas an in-progress listing will say that they're, for example, will say that they're close to final geology and grading plan approvals, just as about explicit as one would hope for, and these are not atypical examples. Whereas parcels that are not ready are really just being sold on the basis of site value. And so you can see they talk about the views of Lake Hollywood. I assume they must be nice. Okay, now let's sort of some summary statistics on what this institution of pre-approval is actually doing. If you have a raw piece of land, what you are doing with no existing use on it, what you are getting done when you're getting pre-approved is a primary dwelling or is multiple dwellings. But there are many properties with existing uses that are getting something short of a full primary dwelling approved on that parcel. To fix ideas, you have a nice single family residence that you've decided to sell, but as a sweetener, you get approved an ADU or a new pool. And so also in the paper, but perhaps not much today, you can see results that look at sort of that break out that sort of less than primary dwelling unit sample and tries to think about heterogeneity in the value of pre-approval based on that variation in the intensive margin of what's been pre-approved. There's a lot we do in the paper to validate the LLM output. Maybe less interesting because we're now like 6 or 12 months of LLM technological advance past the time that we ran this, and so everyone feels more comfortable with LLMs than when we did this at first. Okay. Where the when and the where of pre-approval. The when is now. This is a sort of a growth sector in Los Angeles. If you talk to real estate developers in the city, they'll tell you about it. It also started to grow in the 2000s housing bubble. And the where is in the most expensive neighborhoods of the city. So West Los Angeles and a little bit in the Valley. Okay, who's doing this? One model of what you might have had in your head about why someone would sell a pre-approved lot rather than build it themselves is that something went wrong, right? The financing fell through or they hit some speed bump that we didn't see. What I want to tell you is that's not what's going on. What's going on is that this is a specific business model where sort of regulatory specialists are buying land, never with the intention of actually developing, but with getting the lot improved through taking it through the regulatory process and then flipping it or selling it to someone who is actually going to put bricks and sticks in the ground. We can show that in 2 ways. First, we can show that this pre-approval and then resale is concentrated in landowners with short holding periods. And we can also track the landowners back to using their property tax mailing addresses. And we can show that the property owners who get one lot pre-approved do this quite commonly on their other holdings, on land that is also having their property taxes sent to the same mailing address. It's far more concentrated than you would have predicted on the basis of the tracks of their property mailing addresses and of the actual site that they're purchasing. So that says that this is an investor level sorting question rather than a sort of a what's optimal in that neighborhood or not. Okay. What types of lots are being pre-approved? An important feature of this market is that you're committing to a specific structure, right? And so because of that, one thing that is not surprising to see is the types of parcels that get pre-approved are ones where it's quite clear what you should put on it. So you should not think that pre-approval is being done with massive, expansive lots with infinite degrees of freedom of what you might want to use. Instead, what you see and what makes sense from that description is that pre-approved lots are small. There's just like one specific multifamily structure that you're just going to sort of rubber stamp, propose and build on that infill lot in the city. And that's just what you see in terms of the patterns of development. And if you were to sort of click open any of these individual structures, you'd see standard issue, small multifamily developments going in infill lots. Okay, with limited time, I think I'm going to skip the theoretical framework and just observe that we think that this approval premium reflects 2 things: the pull forward of rental income, what we call pure weight, as well as the capitalized hassle cost of spending all this time arguing with the city. Great. How are we doing our approval premium exercise? We're going to use a repeat listings regression and recover this estimate beta of the hedonic price of pre-approval. Now, if we were running a cross-sectional regression, we all know how to litigate the problems here. There'd be unobserved selection, and you'd worry that why are some parcels being pre-approved but not others? That's the motivation for the repeat listings design. And in the appendix to the paper, we try to rule out some of the time-varying confounds that you might think, for example, gentrification, that you might be worried about being correlated with selection into pre-approval. A second, I think, slightly more subtle problem with repeat listings or repeat sales hedonic regressions, and why you don't see too many of them, is that if you knew good news were coming, it would be capitalized into the price today, not just tomorrow. And so for that purpose, we show an event study design where we can show you that the price response, the capitalization, emerges as and after the developers are paying these approval costs. So it's not happening in the wrong timing, so to speak. Okay. Let me quickly show you our estimates. So I'm showing you on the top the cross-sectional estimates. The ones on the bottom are the repeat listings estimates. Keyword is just using phrases like ready to issue and RTI. It's what you could have done without LLMs. You get quite reasonable estimates from just sort of the easiest approach. Narrow and broad just are bivariate regressions where you just put in fully pre-approved for narrow or fully pre-approved plus in progress for broad. And then those complete versus in progress runs the joint regression where you put them both in. Unsurprisingly, and consistent with like PhD students that you might be advising, having things that are fully done is worth more than having things that are in progress. Okay. Here's the promise that I made earlier, that you can see capitalization emerge as developers pay costs. What I mean by that is you see premia, the land start to rise in value about 2 to 3 years before they achieve RTI status. That's a bit scary for an applied microgrid. We think effects should follow causes, not precede them. But here you see that developers the landowners start saying in the listings, I have my approvals in progress. Please pay more for me. That's what the figure on the right is showing. That there's this about a 10 percentage point increase in the share of landowners who say explicitly in the listing that permits are in progress, coinciding with the arrival of this capitalization event. Okay, there's a lot that we're doing to revise this paper right now. One thing that I think is of interest that I will just mention is that fundamentally the asset that we're valuing is the value of an approved building plan. And you might ask, is that value coming from the approval or the plans? Of course, you cannot have no building agency will write you a blank check, or so there's no way of valuing plans without approval. But you can look at the most lowest grade level. So no way of valuing approval without plans, but you can look at the most sort of basic level of plans and ask, are the approval values still large there? And that's a way of saying how important is approval versus some really bespoke, expensive plan where I might have paid a star architect $1 million to draw that up for me. And when you do that exercise, you still get very substantial approval premia. So we do think it's reasonable to look at this as a value of approval rather than a value of very bespoke plans or other things that might be happening at the pre-development stage. Okay. What are developers buying? We think they're buying time. The way we show that in this paper is we try to get very close to the quasi-experiment of 2 parcels that look similar. One is pre-approved, one is not. And then look at how the survival curves or the completion curves evolve emerge over time. And so we'll run a hazard regression at the quarterly level, controlling for observables and putting in whether or not the lot is pre-approved. And then we'll simply multiply those completion hazards together and take the difference between the actual one and the one that you would have estimated by just turning off, holding everything else fixed, turning off the pre-approval status. Let me skip this. What you see when you do that exercise is red is the actual completion curve for pre-approved structures. Blue is the count on the right figure. Blue is the counterfactual completion curve that you would estimate if you just turned off the beta, if you took actually pre-approved structures and decided that they're not pre-approved. And then the figure on the left just shows you the treatment effects quarter by quarter. So what do we learn from this figure? Pre-approval pulls forward with a high degree of statistical confidence and a sort of high economic magnitude, pulls forward completion. But if you asked me to say, does it cause structures to be built that would have otherwise never occurred? That's much harder to say. I think that's where I feel the least amount of this is clearly pulling stuff forward. Whether or not it brings structures into existence that would have otherwise never happened is much harder to say. Okay. Now I want to, in the last sort of minute or two that I have, I'd like to just say how big of a share of the permit do we think permitting is of the overall land use problem, regulation problem in the city? And to do that, the first step that we take is to measure the Glaser-Jerker wedge in every zip code of the city. And so the way we're going to do that is take our listings data, which have detailed housing features, estimate construction cost, and compare the construction estimated construction costs to the listing prices and to the sale prices of those structures. What I'm showing you is a map of the median Glazer-Jerko wedge across the county of Los Angeles. There are some areas of the city where home prices are close to construction costs, and there are other areas, think Santa Monica, where they've achieved complete liftoff from construction costs. When you multiply this housing cost wedge correctly using our permitting measure, you can then graph as a share of construction cost, how big do we think the permitting problem is? And what I think is amazing is that even in parts of the city where it looks highly constrained, Santa Monica, for example, by FAR or by minimum lot sizes, we still think permitting is a problem. So it's not like even in the neighborhoods where we most already believe constraints matter, permitting matters as well. And so this is showing you just splitting things into quintiles, the citywide average about the permitting costs, as well as the total Glazer-Jerko wedge, and then from the least to the most constrained cities, how permitting and the total wedge scale up. So to conclude, this paper has tried to ask how costly is permitting, both on its own and as part of the broader landscape of land use regulation in the city of Los Angeles. Our answer is that developers seem very clear that it's a problem. They're willing to pay a 50% premium over otherwise similar land or the previously observed lot in order to skip permitting. And that can plausibly account for around a third of the overall regulatory wedge in the city. What are developers buying? Perhaps they're buying, time not spent in litigation, or sorry, perhaps they're paying to skip like a litigator, but they also skipping years of hassle. And it's clear from just the completion curves alone that is going on. And to conclude, we think that something like the largest possible reform, taking LA, which I showed you was sort of one of the worst case permitting times, bringing it all the way down to Raleigh, which was one of the most effective ones, could do something like reducing construction costs could do the equivalent of reducing construction costs by something like a fifth, which would be a substantial impact on sort of the overall cost of construction. Thank you.
Joe Jerko will discuss.
And how do I move this way? Yep, even I can do that. All right. One, thanks for having me on the program. This is near and dear to my heart. And I think it's a really good paper, and everybody should read it. It dates back to, as was noted, stuff Ed and I did a quarter century ago. And what we did was we identified that wedge in a small subset of markets. And what we didn't do was go, how much of the wedge is due to factor A, how much is B, C, and D. This paper is a serious effort to go, permitting factor A contributes X% in this particular case. And it's something we need for a couple of reasons. One is to satisfy the intellectual curiosity of us, the people in this room, but this has now become a really important policy question, and it will contribute a lot to helping policymakers think about, okay, what are the least cost ways not to tick off my voters and get more building and the like. So I think it's really quite important. Okay, so I've summarized, Ethan, Evan summarized everything. I want to mention the Gabriel and Kung paper just real briefly. That is a model-based estimate of the effects of delays in permitting in LA, and I think it's pretty interesting. They use data to calibrate stuff from 2010 to 2022, 1.5 to 4 years in approval process. And they, based on their model, there's no actual, real estimation here. The decreased approval time 25%, you'd get a 10 to 25% increase in units. What these guys are doing is putting a dollar figure on that with real data, which I consider, something well worth doing. Okay. So I want to spend a minute of my time on the use of AI. If you were to ask me, maybe Ed too, why didn't we do this way back when? Because it was impossible to get the data. You would have had to go to 27th, that you would have had to have Allison's heroic co-author driving around LA, going to every bloody site and begging them for data, and we were too lazy to do that. A couple of years ago, I had the pleasure of commenting on, I think it was Arpit Gupta who presented on the use of AI to measure land use controls and the variation across markets. And in that comment, I basically said, I've done the last Woolery. That's over because I think these guys have a better technology. It can update very, very quickly. I suspect we're going to see a rush of progress on documenting which part of the wedge is important and which isn't through the use of AI. One of the things I want you guys to do more of, because it's clear you and wherever Evan went, you and Leo are doing, is the checking. One of the great things about this paper, they have a lot of detail on, they hired a bunch of humans to go and what would you say? Is this a vacant lot? Is it not a vacant lot? Does it have approval? Does it not? Is it in progress? And at least in the version, they've clearly done work since the version I read and I'm commenting on. In that, my version, appendix table A6, page 71, for those of you following along from home, basically the humans, they had a 90% match rate if you said the lot was vacant and an 89% if you said something else. What was a little dicey was the humans didn't agree with the model, with the LLM on in progress stuff. So one of the things, since we're clearly going to do this way more than we used to, and no editor's going to let you do this because I brought the paper. It's 99 pages. That was the February version. There's 99 pages with appendices. It's just more on how robust is it to what if we got like 40% wrong on the in progress units and like, just, we're going to have to do more of this because clearly this technology is going to allow us access to data that we simply could not get before. Okay, the results you already know about. One of the things I just want to note is the RT, you mentioned the probability of completion. Just that's not as robust as their price effect because they don't have a repeat sales estimation for that, at least not in the version I saw. So I'm going to ignore that, although it's not because it's uninteresting, it's because Rebecca said I only have 5 minutes to do. So issues, problems, again, this is not to severely criticize the paper. I'm trying to make this as great as you guys can make it. One issue will be a question of external validity. This RTI market is a small and specialized sector of the overall market. And again, if you read the introduction and the conclusion to the February version, at least, they talk a lot about multifamily and the like. Typical large-scale multifamily is not in this sample. They don't use listings. They use commercial brokers and the like. So it need not be representative of that dominant multifamily share. By the way, that's fine for me from my perspective, because I think we know almost nothing about what drives that wedge that he talked about. So any robust knowledge is valuable. And I really like the repeat sales because it gets us away from arguing about how good or bad your hedonic controls are for stuff. So that's great. What about threats, bias, accuracy, and the like? You'd be worried about, is the process of selection into pre-approval random? Probably not. They talk about the specialist intermediaries and the like. Do they target specific types of parcels? Anything that can be done there? Are there differences in who buys RTI ready to issue versus non-RTI parcels and the like? And then anything you can say on, does a change in permit status from no permits to RTI, is that independent of anything else that could influence price? Okay. Other issue will be measurement of costs. So the RS means data they use say pre-development costs are 10 to 15%. I've used it. Ed and I have used those data a lot, so we like it, but they're averages. A lot of the individual properties here are pretty high quality single family units. Maybe those costs are right, maybe they're not. More, you could get more. And the good news there, gentlemen, is that's available from developers. They'll tell you what a 3,500 square foot home in the LA Hills costs and the like. So to the extent they're different from the means data, you're worried about that. Again, the paper's long enough already, but I still wanted a little bit more on the regulatory system. Does CEQA apply here? Is that a way to somehow hold up stuff even with RTI? I don't know. Just more on that. So I think there are three ways to go on this project. Number one is if you're worried about, it's just one to narrow of what exactly are you measuring. I'm not, but a really ornery person could be. You could narrow the scope of the evaluation to the pre-approval process. I still think that would be a meaningful contribution. And again, that would be a really defensive reaction to those who go, you're measuring more than you claim you're measuring. I don't like that approach, but it is one you could do. Depends on what referees and editors say. The one I like is continue with the current scope, but then what they've already done is some of what I'm saying they need to do. What else might RTI status bring? Answer, it brings plans. Are they good plans? Are they bad plans? It brings potentially solution to complex individual engineering problems and the like. If you're in some, LA Hill, did your permit and your underlying engineer solve some problem that you have and the like, and how valuable is that? The answer is it's not going to be worth $48 a foot. Other ways to do this are within your single family sample. Just compare what you estimate as the impact of RTI with sort of tract homes. I know you don't have big tracts, but standard homes where the plans can't be worth that much, except for they get you through approval process versus really cool Starchitect plans. Do something like that. Measure clarity on the measures. What I hope you'll do in the next project, this is option 3, is really broaden the scope to include multifamily. That's clearly what you guys think in the discussion is a big deal. And I'll stop in 30 seconds, Rebecca. That's a big deal in the markets for affordability. It will take, I think, other data. You will not find that in the listings data. You're going to have to talk to commercial brokers. I'm happy to talk offline. I know a few from my real estate center days from LA. That would be very, very useful. And it will allow you also finally to get to issues like option value, where I'm completely fine with you in this. They go, it's not option value. And I think that's true because it's mostly single family. That will not be true for expensive multi. Option value is going to be big. So I think it'll allow you to get to many, many things there. And again, really important paper, really large impact economically, which means, yeah, make sure you're measuring what you say, but I think you can get there relatively easy with that.
Oh, 2 points. First, I think it might not be speed, it might also be uncertainty. And that's really important. Second, I think you should look at who the neighbors are. I am taken back to a conversation I had with a developer who owned a property next to one that had been in the newspaper, and to paraphrase him was, I'm a well-connected SOB and that's not going to be built. And like, you can look, are the neighbors well-connected developers? Are they older, whiter people who tend to go to community meetings and respond to these things? Do they go to meetings and file complaints or whatever? Or are they, young people with jobs and kids who have better things to do? And I think that's like important variation in NIMBYism.
I had the exact same thought about uncertainty. It seems like a big part of what you're getting here is not just bringing the time down, but bringing the standard deviation of possible outcomes down. And so looking at some of the dispersion in construction times in these different areas seems like an interesting direction to go in. The other question I had, and again, maybe this is more relevant to the multifamily than the single family, but I'm curious whether the design plans here are actually sort of small c conservative in the sense of what's the fastest thing that an expert can get through the regulatory process. And so, approving 5 townhomes might be much faster than approving a 25-unit apartment building for the same lot. And so thinking about whether in exchange for speed, what you're actually giving up is density or supply.
I'm wondering if you could test a bit more the value of these plans and beyond the permitting. I think you could do an additional extension of your repeat sales to look at the delta in value after it's bought. And if you assumed the permitting value was the permitting value you back out, you could then compare it to properties that never actually have an RTI sale in the middle, subtract off the permitting value, and then compare the effective construction value between the ones that go through RTI and not. And that would tell you if those plans are particularly high value or low value. Full paper.
I think we were all thinking about whether time. Great. We were all thinking about whether time reductions are really the main thing. One way to think about this is that if the counterfactual is really that if you don't get something with an RTI permit already, then you're going to just get the permit in expectation 10% of 4 years later. And that's worth 50% of the land cost. That seems like it's a statement about the value of land and the value of capital. And that's something that you can test against. And I'd be surprised if that worked out.
One question that I had was under your repeat sales strategy, effectively you're measuring the capital gains, the gross capital gains for those specialists that are buying a property without RTI and then reselling it with RTI. So I was wondering if some of the variation in the premium comes from low purchase price. They find good deals initially rather than sell at a premium. They find, or they exert some market power in buying those land without RTI initially.
So really interesting work. And given how the discussion yesterday evening went, I feel obliged to say thank you for the citation. We're doing some follow-on work, which we can chat offline, but it led me to think in your setting that a couple of people have mentioned uncertainty as well as the time element. And there's 2 elements of uncertainty there's more than 2, but you can think of 2 main ones. There's the uncertainty of whether you get permission, and there's the uncertainty around the build costs once you get permission. And I was wondering if you could exploit the time horizon in your setting and use the RS means data a slightly different way. So what is the value of land without permission, with permission, and with structures already on it that are comparable, and to see if there's something in there that you can not only say, okay, what's the value of permission, but what's the value of actually having it there in the first place versus having the permission to build it, but it not being there. And there's periods in your time horizon that have got much greater uncertainty around build costs than others. So that's something we're going to try and do for the Irish data. So we can chat after.
I've got 2 institutionalish questions. The first one is how we think about permits. I mean, I think you want us to think that permits are something separate and apart from zoning. It's not entirely clear to me. What you ask for in a permit depends in part on what the underlying zoning is. So maybe you can help us think about that, and possibly in helping us think about that. LA County has 89 different municipalities, but sadly you only have 5,000 repeat sales. So I don't think you can look at municipal boundaries, but maybe you have, because permits are municipal decisions, and municipalities have both different permitting processes and different zoning rules. So maybe there's something interesting there to explain.
This is important, and we can see this. It's getting the attention of regulators. California, I think, is trying to reduce, for example, environmental regulations and restrictions to reduce the permitting costs. And we know whatever California does, Massachusetts certainly does, and everyone else follows too. So I think there could be some really interesting actual acts going on to try to reduce those costs that you might be able to take advantage of?
I was wondering about like selection into the RTI market. Like, who are these companies that are getting all the way to like having plans ready and then being like, okay, I'm going to sell it. I think like the worst version of this is that it's a bunch of LLCs just moving properties around, but they're under the same umbrella, which I think is a lot of construction. But maybe it's curious about that.
Sure.
Thank you, Joe, for the fantastic discussion. And thank you, everyone, for the really, really helpful comments. John and I and myself separately are doing a lot more work on permitting. And some of this will certainly make it into this paper, but if it doesn't make it into this paper, it will certainly make it into what is hopefully a burgeoning research agenda on this topic. I completely agree that, with almost, with basically everything Joe suggested and had to say on this, I think was the one I wanted to call out. So one of the main ways we're trying to address this question of is it the design value versus just the pure approval value is just by extracting more information from these listings. So certainly we can look at tract homes, we can determine whether or not they talk about specific architectural features or specific parts of the plan that are attractive. So we've done that and are not finding that much is loading on that design part. It would be fantastic to actually talk to LA real estate developers and get them to give us these pre-development costs. I've been seeking to do that, and that would be excellent. On this uncertainty question, one of the most constructive suggestions that I appreciate here is Ben's to just look at sort of the effects on the standard deviation of time to complete. We can absolutely do that with our existing framework. Home price versus land value from Rebecca's suggestion, that's something we can probably make happen with another match. On Shosha's question about is this 50% approval premium consistent with, say, pulling things forward by 2 years, like that implies a very high cost of capital. That's exactly the thought exercise that led us to distinguish between sort of pure weight versus capitalized hassle. So if you think that the cost of capital for a developer is something like 8%, then you're going to ascribe something to capitalized hassle and something to pure weight. And so that's why we think that it can't just be pure weight. So just to clarify that point. So there was one other point, which was Joe had said about humans and our LLM seem to agree. I was one of the humans when plans are fully pre-approved. I think basically what happened there was the instructions that we wrote to the humans to check the LLM were just a bit conservative, so that almost all of the deviations are not sort of classifying in progress as fully complete. They're classifying things as not ready relative to in progress. And so, if I were to rewrite the validation instructions for the humans, I might have given them a bit more coaching on that distinction, but it's just like the cut point in some sense between humans and the LLM ended up in a different place. So I'm not so worried about that particular part of this, but we can do more. We can do more to sort of validate, like adversarially, if you were to reclassify some of them as not pre-approved versus RTI, how much could you move the coefficients around? There's sensitivity checks we could do on that we haven't done. Thank you.
All right, next up we have Lauren Cohen telling us about assessors.
All right, perfect. Well, look, first, I want to thank you for putting the paper on the program. This is definitely still work that's kind of developing and evolving. So I'm really looking forward to getting your helpful suggestions and comments on kind of where to push and which direction to go. And look, here's how I kind of interpret where we are so far. And I'll just kind of mention what we've done and then kind of show you how we've come up with it. And so it's really kind of a nested set of results, kind of going from the macro down to this kind of micro level where I think is the most promising area to keep pushing. And so we're looking here at property assessments, okay, so tax assessors. And so what we find in the data, kind of going from broadest to then I think the most interesting part is that first, that these property tax assessments are relatively modestly correlated with market value movements in the underlying properties that we see from market prices. And so That's not surprising, even though many of these property assessors within their edicts and within their statutory code say they want to track market values, they don't do that all that well. Okay. Secondly, there's an asymmetry in this. And the asymmetry is that in good times, okay, when market prices go up, so when the value of Ed's house go up, they're totally cool to send out a bunch of assessors and say, yeah, now you owe us more taxes. But when the value goes down, they kind of hide, they put an out of office message in and they're like, no, we don't want to get less taxes. So they do far less assessments and they don't track down. Third, we find that those are correlated with budgetary deficits at the municipality level, at the county level, which is to say that when you have a municipality that's really hurting for money, then they're especially sensitive to that asymmetry, which is they go out and they reassess to get more tax revenue, but on the downside, they absolutely don't. Okay. And then lastly, and this is where I think is the most interesting part, we take a look at the micro level of who these tax assessors are. So many people in this room have done some really fascinating work looking at the flexibility and really that kind of tool that these local tax assessors have. We go a step further and look at who they are and what they can do, not only to these properties, but kind of why and when they might do it. And what we find, at least so far, is that they seem to use these tools that they have to benefit themselves somewhat. So let's say Adam is the assessor here. Turns out he goes around, he gets his house, he has his neighbors' houses, which look pretty similar. And he says, yeah, you chumps are going to pay a lot of taxes, but me, I'm going to pay less taxes for the same thing. So he both has a lower assessed value and his assessment value grows at a much more modest rate as time goes on. And what we find is that these tax assessors that do this, that seem to use that tool for them, are also the ones that pull the lever most strategically for their municipalities, which is to say they seem to have more and much more severe effect that in bad times, they don't go out and decrease the values of the homes, and they do things that look like they're trying to maximize this kind of financial well-being. So look, as a background here, I'm a finance professor. In most liquid markets that we look at, we can easily go out and grab prices of assets, right? They're traded. We think they're pretty informationally efficient. And we can go out and both grab prices and see and trade on those. But of course, in the liquid markets, it's much harder to do. So this is a house that was by my co-author who's here when he was at the Notre Dame. And he went out and just actually surveyed people, showed them a picture of a house right across from Notre Dame and asked them what they thought the value of this house was. And he got a range there anywhere from $600,000 to $2 million here. Okay. And so it's that kind of tool that we're going to look at here. And in particular for these property taxes, because they matter for these municipalities. So this turns out to be their largest source of discretionary revenue, right? Their single largest is transfers from the government, but the largest discretionary source is the tool in the hands of these local tax assessors. And those are property taxes. And so, many of these assessors, and so we're just listing here the Office of Assessor and what they say they're trying to do, which is to track market prices. They have these two tools that they can use around, obviously, these property assessments, and they're the rate times the assessment value itself, right? That's the total amount of tax you're going to pay, the property tax you're going to pay. Rate might be harder, it might be stickier to try and change, but it turns out these assessment values are in the hands of that one office. And so those are more flexible, and we're going to see how they use that flexibility. And so I kind of mentioned what these are. The one other result that we have in the paper, which I'll quickly kind of go over, is that we look at least one interesting setting where we look at referenda that are passed. These are school district referenda at a local municipality level. And so those are things that are going to obviously increase cost to that municipality. And we find that when that happens, we do see a response associated with that on the tax assessment side. Okay, that's consistent with using those tax assessments strategically at the budgeting level of the municipality. And so how are we going to do this? Well, we have a few different sources of data here. We have this Zillow data that we're going to use for these property tax values and transactions. We use some government data. We hand collect data on that referenda. And we also hand collect assessor names and identity histories. And so I'll go over the data that we use there in particular, how we got that data, and where those sources are in case they're helpful for anyone here. And so first, I'm just going to show that kind of broad evidence here. And what you can see is that first, these are aggregate property taxes, whereas these are market values. Okay, and so this is just showing a time series. We're also going to use pooled data, so the cross section as well. And what you can see is that it looks much smoother, those tax bills that are brought in, which is not surprising in terms of the fact that they also fund a lot of public things that we do. And this turns out not to be related, kind of in places and that do and don't have some kind of restrictions around how much you can increase property taxes, turns out to kind of hold in both those restrictions. So that's not really what's driving these empirical patterns that we're seeing. And so the first just kind of broad sample regression that I want to show is just looking at the sensitivity of these assessment values to market returns. And what you can see is that we might not expect these to correlate right? We might not expect kind of a one-to-one relationship, but here they're quite modest. So here, think of like a 5 to 10% kind of elasticity here in pass-through. And in particular, we see that that has that asymmetry in terms of it being much larger on the negative side. So not only are the assessments more reactive to those negative returns, so decreasing down, but also they send out more assessors for more assessments in those time periods. And in this regression, we take a look at how that relates to the budgetary deficit. And what we find is, like I mentioned at the beginning, that this does seem to be correlated with the local government deficit, which is to say they do more of this kind of strategic assessment that seems to help their budget in places and at times that's more beneficial to those counties. So those counties that are in deficit. So looking at that kind of Illinois evidence that I talked about, here we hand collect a number of these referenda that are proposed. And to look at this kind of setting, we look at those referenda that barely pass or barely don't pass. So things that are kind of right on the margin. Think of that kind of 51 to 49 experiment we're looking at here. And then we look at the impacts on those properties. Okay, and the relative properties on places where it barely passes versus places it barely doesn't. And what we find is that in places that it passes, we find both the growth and the direction of these reassessments indicate that there are these positive revisions in those places. So the positive revision of the tax assessed value, which would increase the amount of tax revenue that they can get, we find in places it passes relative to places it doesn't. Whereas if anything on the market side, we see a slight negative move in transaction values, so the values of the properties themselves. So this is that kind of increase in the taxes they bring in. So the assessed value relative to those market price movements, right? Which are about zero, but the point estimates here are negative in a relative sense. And so kind of moving on, I want to spend time talking about this individual data that we collect. So who is this? This is Justin Champlin. Okay. So Justin Champlin is a tax assessor, and he was accused and then actually convicted of doing exactly this. So he changed tax values of his property in exactly the way that our pseudo Adam did when he gave his own taxes, to give his own property that lower value relative to all of his neighbors. Okay, and so this is kind of one really emblematic example, but we find it in the large sample of the tax assessors that we look at. Okay, so this is an on average fact in the data. So like Evan mentioned, look, this is not a paper about one anecdote, Justin Champlin. It's a paper about many anecdotes. Okay, that we're going to find kind of across these tax assessors. And when you kind of look at these tax assessors, you can see here we get very precise data on exactly where they live, what properties they own, and how those assessments evolve, both when they're a tax assessor, when they're not a tax assessor, and relative to neighbors' houses. And so here we pull out a couple of these, and I'm putting these kind of red boxes to highlight other examples of where we see this kind of behavior going on. So if you can see this was an LA County. That's a little bit hard to read, but this is some kind of news around some shenanigans that went around there, which is kind of similar. So both doing it for themselves and other people in the city. Here we have this going on again around LA. Here's another example. This is former county assessor Paul Peterson. Here, this doesn't have anything to do with tax assessment shenanigans, but it was just kind of interesting that we found he was also involved in an adoption scheme. So I thought I'd put it up there. So look, we have lots of other anecdotes, but we want to go to the full sample of data. And in order to do that, we need really precise data on who these people are to make sure we have the exact right person and the exact right properties. And that's where we use this LexisNexis data. And this was super helpful data to us and just great data to look into. Okay, for sure for PhD students, but everyone else. And so you can get in, what it does essentially is it scrapes all public records that you have on people. So you find out way more than you probably should about people. So of course, look, I'm a finance professor. So what's the first thing I did? Look up other finance professors. Okay. And so in particular, I looked up here, John Cochran. Okay. John, I knew from PhD, he was a professor at Chicago. He is now at Stanford, but he was at Chicago. So first I looked at the address to make sure we had the right John Cochran. Okay. And it shows that he both lives in Palo Alto, but also that he used to live in Illinois. Okay. So it shows the time that he lived in Illinois. It shows the address he had there. It shows his voter registration. And we not only get that, we get his emails in case we wanted to send a very nice email to John, you know, a birthday greeting or something like that. But then we also get here all the other licenses that he has. Okay. And so that was kind of neat with John because I knew he's very into gliding. Okay. He flies these kind of small planes. And what you can see is that it has all of his pilot records going back that you also get in this data. So any kind of professional licenses you have. Okay. So everyone here, you know, your degrees in Reiki or mixology, they're all going to be there. Okay. And for John, it even lists the businesses that he's associated with. So this, I didn't know that he also owns JNC Airplane LLC, which is related to his gliding. And the other neat part of this, and this is where we had to check and make sure we had the right assessors, it also lists related people. And one thing I knew about John is that he married Eugene Fama's daughter, and you actually see that in the data. And so what you can see here is that it lists Eugene Fama as one of his associates. So of course I saw Gene here in the data. And so I had to go look up Gene. And so it turns out you can also find out things about him. And this is his beautiful home. He loves to do kite surfing. So when he kite surfs, this is his beautiful home if you want to go visit him. So this is in Santa Monica. And so you just get a ton of data on the individual people. It was super helpful for us. It might be helpful for you because you really get that kind of rich data on a lot of what's going on with these assessors. And so now that we can have this kind of tool to find out about these assessors, we then need to collect that broad sample of data. So in order to do that, we have sent out a blanket, a big kind of umbrella of these FOIA requests to these assessors' offices. And this is the data we're now collecting. And I'm going to show you some initial empirical evidence on this, but there's a lot more that we can and are doing. And we really use this kind of big tent data collection process for this. So we sent out all these FOIA requests and we got a number of responses. So here are some of my favorites. One of the assessor's offices just sent us a picture because they keep a plaque of all the assessors going back to 1925. And when I sent this to our great discussing Chris, he said, wow, look at Renee Nielsen here, 1991 to the present. Do you think they just didn't update this? Or if it would be amazing if she was still there. And it turns out she is still there. Renee Nielsen, 30 years, 35 years and going. Okay. Yeah, it's pretty impressive. Pretty impressive. And so we then also got one from Custer County. Do we have any Custer County residents here? Anyone family? Colorado. Custer County, Colorado. Well, if you or your family ever live there, if you have great-great-great-grandparents that live there and they have a property tax dispute, we know who to send you to. James Yeoman, posthumously, you can write him a letter, strong letter. And so we have, some of these offices send us great data and were incredibly helpful. Other offices, they made this mistake, I think we've all made it, where they forward on an email that we probably weren't supposed to see. And so I'm going to read it all to you. So this was from Tammy Severson. She said, Becky, is this something your office can answer more accurately? I know there was me, Kay Hageman, and Floyd McNames, but I don't have the years or anyone beyond those names. Is this even something we should be responding to? I don't think we were supposed to see that part, but we did. And we never ended up getting data from them beside those three. So here is the data we have gotten up to this point. And, you know, we get across the US. Again, we're still collecting, we're still putting this together, but we do have samples from across the country. And I'll show you what we found. And what we found is kind of exactly what I said at the beginning, and that is when we compare these assessors' homes, when they are assessors, and we can even run these within assessors, between the are and aren't assessors, we find that these homes have very different assessment value properties. And that is that they both have a lower assessed value than neighboring and similar homes, and they grow more slowly. And that's pretty robust no matter what we control for here. We try to be pretty careful. We have RAs go and look for the most similar houses in that neighborhood and on that block. And that's a result which shows up pretty clearly, both across time and across locations. And so we take that data we have, and then we look at its relationship to what I talked about at the beginning, that asymmetric use of this property tax assessment. Again, given that it's the most important source of discretionary revenue for these municipalities, and we see that it does seem to be related in the data, which is to say the same assessors that seem to be willing to use this, the Justin Champlins, to pull down their own house values, are also the ones that are pulling this lever most strategically over time for their municipalities. In other words, doing that ostrich effect when the values go down, and yet when values go up, really going out and assessing and reassessing to higher values. And so, look, that's where we've gotten up to this point. Okay, we provide some new evidence that these assessors can be pretty important political economy agents for these municipalities and for their revenue generation. We find that as a policy tool, who the assessor is and how they behave might give us some new insight into how we expect these municipalities' budgets to respond over time. And we think that that on average can potentially just kind of lead us a little bit closer to understanding how we want to view these tax assessors, given that they're so important for these municipalities now and moving ahead. All right, really looking forward to your comments. Thanks so much.
Discussing, we have Christopher Berry.
Great, thanks. Thanks for having me here, and thanks to the authors for giving us such a fun paper to talk about and to think about. I see this paper as really in this kind of new set of papers that are coming out in the last, I should stand here, in the last few years that are using this kind of newly available parcel level data that has, I think, really reinvigorated interest in property assessment and property taxation more generally. And this paper is definitely in that tradition. What sets this paper apart is they're really putting the political economy side of this front and center. They really pitch this as a political economy of property assessment paper. And I think this is really where the literature is going to need to go, because so many of the issues that have been documented in these new papers, I think in one way or another are going to have a political economy element to them. And so I see this paper as really leading the way to a more political economy perspective on property taxation and property assessment. So the paper has basically two parts, which Lauren described as the micro and the macro, which I'll call the system level analysis and then the individual analysis. So the system level or macro analysis, essentially they're arguing that that property assessment is being used as a kind of tool for revenue smoothing for local governments. So when actual market values are going up or down, the assessors just can adjust the assessed values in order to keep revenue constant or even growing. And I would say this part of the paper really provides a new spin and some new evidence on an established phenomenon. So I think something like figure one of the paper and the figure that Lauren showed is already, I think, well known. The fact that as housing market cycles move and prices go up and down, property tax revenue tends to stay relatively fixed. I'm not sure who was the first to document that. I know Byron Lutz had a paper on that in like 2008, and lots of people have written on it. But this paper is coming in really with a new explanation for it and some new sets of data. So that's the first part of the paper. And then the second part, which he said was kind of the more fun part, and I agree, is this assessor level analysis. So I'm going to divide my comments to those two parts of the paper. I'll have more to say about the first part than the second, but some on both. So with respect to the system level analysis, I think there's some really important institutional details on property assessment that aren't talked about in the paper, but I think we really need to understand them in order to try to interpret what the findings of the paper are. So at a high level, there's two broad kinds of property tax regimes or property assessment regimes across states. The first is a rate-based system, and under rate-based systems, the local officials are actually determining the rate. They're setting a millage rate, and in that kind of a system, the revenue of the local governments fluctuates as assessed values, as property values change, local governments will get more or less revenue. Okay, so that's the familiar model. However, lots of other states use something called a levy-based system. Under a levy-based system, the local officials, in fact, just decide what's called the levy, the actual dollar amount they want. So Illinois, or Chicago's levy will be $7 billion of property taxes. Their levy is $7 billion. They're going to get $7 billion. Doesn't matter what happens with assessments. Okay, the assessments are going to affect who pays. Okay, but you can move assessments up, down, or sideways. They're getting that levy. Okay, so we have these two broad kind of systems. There are some hybrid systems. We won't go into all the details, but the important thing is to remember is there's two very different ways of doing this. And I think that presents an opportunity and a challenge to the paper. So the opportunity is that their argument about what's going on here is really an argument about how a rate-based system would work. Okay, in a rate-based system, it is true that if you could manipulate assessed values, you can also manipulate the amount of money that the local jurisdictions will receive. In the levy-based system, that's just not the case. In the levy-based system, as I said, the jurisdictions are getting their money. That levy they pass, they're getting it. Doesn't matter what you do to assessments. You could double everybody's assessment tomorrow. It doesn't change by $1 the amount of revenue the government's going to get. So that's the opportunity, because now there's a possibility to do kind of a placebo test in the paper. You could compare, do we see outcomes in levy-based systems and rate-based systems that are different? If the motivation is really this kind of revenue-based, revenue-oriented one, we should see these kind of behaviors in a rate-based system, but not in a levy-based system. So that's the opportunity. The challenge, though, is that the main application in the paper is in Illinois, which is in fact a levy-based system. Okay, so we should ask, what's the matter with Illinois, or why is this not a good spot for this? So let's just take the result regarding the more detailed result on the school levies. The idea is to take within Illinois sets of school districts that kind of just barely passed a levy, and those where it failed. These are bond referenda, sorry, not levies, but bond referendums. And the idea is basically that the passage of the referendum creates a revenue need on the part of the government, and that one of the ways they could satisfy this revenue need is by simply raising people's assessed values. And the result in the paper is that, in fact, we do see more increases in assessed values following the passage of a bond referendum that in the places where they barely passed than in the places where they didn't. So again, the problem with that, I'm not going to question the finding per se, but the problem with that is that won't generate any more money for these governments. So raising whatever reason it was that they were raising people's assessments following the passage of the referendum, it's not going to generate them any more money. The only way to get more money in these school districts is by raising their levy. Okay, and they're going to have to do that one way or another. And if you might have thought, well, this is some kind of chicanery, we're up against some kind of rate limit or levy limit, and we want to get around it. Well, at least under this system, the referendum itself grants the authority to raise the revenue. So there's no constraint that you have to get around. The passage of the referendum grants additional levy raising authority. We won't go into all the details about the kind of levy limits that exist in Illinois, but essentially the referendum is a get out of jail free card for raising your revenues. So that's with respect to the school board votes. And then more generally, there's some analysis just of Illinois overall and showing a similar pattern where, when housing prices go down, revenue doesn't, and with the conclusion that that this must be due to manipulation of assessed values. But again, what's going on when housing prices are going down and revenue is staying constant, at least in Illinois, it just means the governments are just continuing to issue the same levies. Year after year. There's kind of a built-in way that you can escape housing market fluctuations, which is just issue whatever levy you want year over year. So I think this is, like I said, kind of a challenge, because we're seeing the same kind of behavior in a system where it cannot have the same kind of revenue effects as it would in a revenue-based system. Second kind of institutional context that I think is important is the question of equalization, which also takes place. So most states, Illinois included, have some kind of a statewide equalization process. And what do we mean by equalization? It means that somebody, and usually the Department of Revenue at the state, is going to go around, look at the actual assessment ratios of all the jurisdictions. Assessment ratios means the sale price relative to the assessed value. And they're going to create an equalization factor to reset those jurisdictions to have equal assessment ratios. Okay. So in other words, in a state where the targeted assessment ratio is 33.5, then what's going to happen is we're going to look at all these jurisdictions, take data from them, see what their actual ratios are, and then create an equalization factor that leaves them all at 33.5. Okay. Now, why are they doing that? That's sort of a side question. A lot of it has to do with school finance issues, but one of the things that came up as states started giving more funding to local districts for school finance is they were often grants that were given kind of inversely to property wealth. So we were trying to give money to property poor districts. Well, one of the ways you might appear to be property poor is to lower your assessed values and say, hey, we don't have any money, send us all these grants, state. And so the state was wise to that and said, we're going to go and actually check that you're not kind of doing this, and we're going to readjust your assessed values. There's lots of reasons that this is done, but the bottom line is at the end, whatever assessments are done by the assessor are going to get adjusted such that they're roughly equal across states. Across jurisdictions within the state. So one question is just whether the equalized assessed values are in the data. I don't know. I'm not as familiar with the Z-Trax data to know that. But if you're just working with assessed values, then they won't reflect the equalization stage. So why is this important? Is because it would really undo any one jurisdiction. If we're in a jurisdiction that's trying to get cute and say we're going to raise assessed values in order to get ourselves more money, then the state is ultimately at the end going to come in and say, no, there's a statutory rate that you should have. We're going to adjust you back to that. Now, if all the jurisdictions were kind of colluding on this, I think I could imagine a scenario where maybe they could get around the equalization, but at least for like a one jurisdiction kind of rogue actor, I think equalization is going to cure some of this. So just one question is like, how does this story hang together if you tell the whole process that you've already told, but then add the knowledge on the part of the assessor that after these assessments are done, there's going to be an equalization phase, because that's always the last phase of the process before the extensions are made. Okay, so all right, so the individual level analysis. And I really want to just praise the data collection, and Lauren kind of talked about it and showed some fun examples, but it's just really impressive. And certainly, I think one of the few papers that's really taking a local public official and tying them to the job that they do and looking at outcomes. And so read the paper for that, and it's just really impressive. And I find the results very plausible, and knowing a lot of assessors, I put nothing past them. So I absolutely buy this. There's one thing I'm hoping you could rule out for us to make me buy it even more. And this just has to do with knowledge of the system. So in the process of assessment, there are all kinds, every state, every jurisdiction has a whole panoply of various kinds of exemptions, abatements, circuit breakers for people of all kinds. The homeowner's exemption is the most common, but there's seniors, there's for veterans, for people with disabilities, people owning historic properties, people making certain environmental investments, all get some kind of a break on their assessed value or their tax. And claiming of these breaks is much less than 100%. So there's been papers on this. Keith Einfeld had a paper on the homeowner's exemption. I have a paper on Detroit where there's actually a poverty-related exemption that's only claimed by about 40% of people who would be eligible for it. So claiming is much less than 100%. One possible story is just that assessors are really knowledgeable of the system, being the assessor, and they're sure to take every possible benefit they can get out of the system, and their neighbors and other people in the jurisdiction are not 100% sure to do that, and that might generate this kind of differential, because the differentials are not huge. The differential between the assessor is, in aggregate value, it looks like it's maybe about 1%. lower valuation than by the neighbors. And that's certainly within the realm of what some of these exemptions and abatements might generate. And so I just think, trying to rule that out as a possible explanation will be important. I'm not as familiar with Z-Tracks. Some of the data vendors, I'm thinking of like CoreLogic, now Cotality, and also First American, they have indicator variables for which exemptions were claimed by a property. So if that's in your data, it'd be easy to control for. But I think just trying to rule this out would be important. Okay, so that's like just some comments on these specific details of the paper. I think that I have a bigger picture comment just for the paper overall. That comment is just more cowbell. Okay, so this paper is on political economy, and I want more political economy. I think you should go all into the political economy angle of this. In particular, where are the voters? I want to hear about what they see the tax bill. I mean, why do they care whether the assessed value has moved, whether the rate has moved? They see the tax bill. What do they care about? Who do they blame for this? What kind of decisions are they making? And what about the politicians, right? So why would the assessors enable this? The assessors are basically, if they do this, generating benefits for these other jurisdictions. Maybe that makes sense if you're an appointed assessor appointed by the mayor. Lots of assessors are elected. Why would you do this, if you knew you were going to be facing an election? So I again see these as opportunities for the paper to really dig in and build out and give us more cowbell, more political economy into this paper. And I think maybe that also will shed light on why are we seeing some of this behavior in a levy-based system where the revenue motive really can't operate. I have some more small nitpicky questions that I'll just save for the authors because I'm out of time, but really, really fun paper.
Okay. So I was wondering to what extent it would help to combine with purchase and sale data. I think tax assessors probably spend more time thinking about tax assessments than me. So I wonder if they buy a property, if they select on properties with lower assessments ex ante. I know you look at growth as well, but maybe that's something to look at. And also when they sell, to rule out some alternative explanations, can you look at whether when they resell at the sale to assessment value is higher when they resell than for properties not owned by tax assessors?
I was wondering about the rest of the staff working in these assessment offices in California and a whole bunch of other states. You can get sort of comprehensive directories of public employees, and it would just make the sort of total amount of implicit compensation that comes through this channel a lot bigger than just looking at the CEO of these assessment offices.
Great. So this was great. I think Chris emphasizes the point that I tried to make in the comment earlier this morning that all states are different, and doing multiple state work that involves local governments is fraught. So it's doable, but it's something that you want to be very focused on. What are the institutional differences across that? That being said, I mean, you certainly do have lots of places where the rates versus assessment question about what you do for smoothing is great, and your mechanism may well be in play in those, but you just want to, as Chris said, you just want to treat them differently. What I think is so cool about this is you really understand exactly what local capacity is doing. I mean, there are all these people throughout America who are sort of doing something to try to get revenues for their stuff and for their government, and you are able to sort of observe on a real-time basis exactly what's going on with that process. I think that's really neat. And obviously the biggest question in all of this, which you address, but we can do more, is to what extent are the powerful better at subverting the system than the weak, right? And that's obviously the main thing. Now, I thought, for me, what's in some sense most interesting to me are the wedges, are the cases in which the assessments are radically different for different people in different areas. And those wedges can be by design, as Chris said, so the veterans are Prop 13. And one way to get at that is the extent to which when the identity of the owner shifts, right? And that was point was, but not really was focused on the wedges, right? To what extent, where do you see the largest jumps in assessment right at the time of purchase when there's no permit being pulled? Right, when there's nothing's being done to the house, right? But there's a massive thing, because that's also creating a tax that's a fundamental wedge against reselling. That should be kludging up the market. Yep. And I think that's sort of really interesting. And I think the sort of to the extent to which the wedges get bigger, during a downturn or during an upturn is really interesting. I mean, the more that you can sort of tie together the micro stuff.
Yep.
So one of the differences between using a tax and using updated assessments is like a tax is going to hit everyone equally, at least given their current assessments. Like doing it with heightened assessments for everyone, you're going to introduce a whole bunch of variance, which means that your extra tax levy is going to be paid for by some people much more than others. And sort of doing the elasticity of like which types of people see more of an assessment wedge when prices go down than others is useful.
So this is purely anecdotal, but in terms of mechanism, it could be that they keep the data more stale for themselves. So like when our house went on the market and we bought it, when we renovated a bathroom, we got a letter saying we need to let someone from the assessor's office in. They're going to count the number of bedrooms and bathrooms and check how much of our basement is finished versus unfinished to make sure their data is as current as possible. And you can imagine them not like doing that sort of thing for themselves. So, you know, in terms of like that seems like a very plausible mechanism in that they're not lying, but they're just not being as current.
Yeah.
And so you could look at like, is the assessment date of when they counted everything, is it updated when a building permit happened? You observe a building permit as frequently as for non-assessors or something like that.
I think one natural complement to your efforts would be to also see the effect on county commissioners. So many counties only have one assessor, but almost every county has multiple commissioners. So there's going to be a way to, you know, I think that there sometimes seem like you have like a small n problem with some of these counties, but I think that would alleviate it. And I think it would be particularly interesting to sort of see the difference between rate versus levy states, where it's, you know, my understanding is that the commissioners have a little more influence on exactly what the incidence of the property tax is. So if there's sort of interesting wedges there, that I think that could be a really nice complement to what you've already started.
Okay, so thank you so much for all the wonderful comments. I think Chris is absolutely right that everything is very different, and we're trying to pitch the paper as in perspective to political economies. I just wanted to add that for levy states, right? Ideally, the mills rate, the rate they tax, changes with the kind of the budgetary needs of the counties and all that. But when you read into the details, and every county is very different, right? So there is a limitation, a constraint to how much they could actually flexibly move the mills rate over time. And so, you know, if you look at Illinois and for certain counties, ideally they'll say, okay, the mills rate will change based off of, you know, the base of the assessment values. But then if you look at the details, certain places say, well, you know, the mills rate can't really change by 50 basis points over time. And so that adds in, even for the levy states, a layer of constraint to how much.
That needs to be done separately.
Yep,
That can't be
yep.
done in a national question.
Yep. So every state is different, and so we really have to zoom into the details. Right now, we're just interpreting that if someone, you know, someone's very politically connected within the local government and understands all the rules that perhaps we as researchers don't completely understand, they are able to obtain a lower assessment value for their houses and marginally lower their own tax bills. I think it'll be really nice to kind of go even beyond that to see how much flexibility they actually have beyond, right, the natural knowledge that they may have over the details. But, you know, as far as they can do, this is what we have right now. So thank you so much for your comments, and yeah, we really appreciate them.
Great, we have a break until 35. Yeah, 2:35, and then we'll pick up, this is the end of the joint with real estate. We'll be back to urban. All right. Next up, we have Jeff Hicks telling us about pathways into homelessness.
Great, thank you. Let me jump right in, but let me say Pierre Liu, Victor Couture, David Green, and Bill Warburton are all excellent colleagues on this paper, and Victor is in the room somewhere. He will be writing down your constructive questions. We use a lot of government data, but the usual disclaimer applies that nothing I say is necessarily reflective of the government opinion, and all mistakes are ours. Okay, we answer 3 descriptive questions in this paper. First, who becomes homeless? Second, what happens in their lives before they become homeless? And third, how well can we predict homelessness entries before they happen? So I'm going to tell you what we do and what we find, and then I'll tell you why we think it matters. In the process of answering these questions, we can document people's complete life trajectories from birth into adulthood, including up to the point that they enter homelessness for the first time. The reason we can do this is we have data with 3 key features. The first is obvious. We need measures of homelessness, and we have 3 administrative measures of that. The second is that this is linked to data on almost all contact with the government. So things like all health patient records, ER, inpatient, outpatient, childhood records such as high school graduation and child protection orders, and contact with the criminal justice system. Third, and importantly, this data is for the entire residents of the province we study, not just people who become homeless, which is going to be important for our prediction exercise. With this data, first, we just characterize what's going on in the lives of the homeless population. We then estimate hazard models that allow us to rank different risk factors. And then we take our model out of sample to see how well can we predict outside of the training data set who's going to become homeless. This is a snapshot of the many results in the paper. The first, perhaps unsurprisingly, is that people who become homeless as adults were extremely disadvantaged as children. 51% of them had some contact with the child protection system as children. 25% or less of them graduated high school. This disadvantage continues into adulthood, where we see things like ER visits, treatment for substance use, and contact with the criminal justice system all start to rise and then accelerate very sharply before they enter homelessness. As a result of these 2 findings in bullet 1 and bullet 2, homelessness turns out to be very predictable, homeless entry. One way to quantify that is in our top 0.025% of predicted risk in the holdout sample. 25% of them will become homeless within the next year. Maybe that's not surprising because the data has so much stuff. Eventually, you're going to get a very predictive model, but we can do fairly well with more parsimonious models, at least for that most at-risk group, based just on things like substance use disorders, criminal justice system interaction, and welfare and disability receipt. Why does this matter? And not just cool data. The first reason we think this matters is that A, homelessness, thankfully, is quite rare, about 0.6% of the population. And so if we want to have prevention programs, which we do, that are cost effective, we think targeting is necessary, and accurate prediction might make targeting feasible. And that might sound pie in the sky, but there are pilots in the fields by other teams that are actually trying to do this at the same time that we're thinking about it. More generally, this is a very comprehensive documentation of who's most at risk in our society in case we wanted to develop earlier intervention programs such as kids exiting high school. And third, what I think needs to be read most cautiously is you might look at our work and make inferences about what has caused the large rise in homelessness over the past decade. If you wanted to do that, here's how you would do it. You would start by saying, look, the biggest risk factor for entering homelessness is being diagnosed with a chronic substance use disorder. You would then say, on average, that has been rising over time, and so maybe that's contributing to the rise of homelessness. That's a bit far for my taste to take it, but you can all update your priors as you see fit. Other big predictors like alleged crime have not been rising, and so those are not great candidate plausibilities for the rise of homelessness. We also look at the obvious one, housing cost. And indeed, housing costs have risen just like at the same time as homelessness province-wide. But when we apply the same tests that others do, which is just a two-way fixed effects model, do places where housing costs went up the most also see the largest rise in homelessness? The answer is no. So you guys can take that as you will. Okay, the data. I can't talk about it all, but let me just give you a bullet list of what we have. We have income and disability assistance. So for the US audience, that's kind of like TANF, General Assistance, and SSI in Canada. Emergency shelter visits, any contact with the child protection system, including the subset that go into foster care, high school graduation, and learning disabilities or barriers that have been diagnosed during your enrollment. All healthcare or almost all healthcare, inpatient, outpatient, ER, chronic disease, births, and other vital statistics, and interactions with the justice system, so criminal charges and discharges. How do we measure homelessness? We have three measures. The first one is in the welfare or disability assistance data. They flag people who report not having a fixed address, which sounds a lot like homelessness. But this is a broad category. It's going to include both people sleeping rough, people sleeping in shelters, and people who are couch surfing. So a bit broader than literally unsheltered. The government's preferred method of using this measure to define homeless is they say you have to be NFA for 3 months consecutively, and we follow their guidance on that. The other two measures are more self-explanatory. We have, did you go to the emergency homeless shelter? And if you went to inpatient care at the hospital, were you flagged as homeless? This is the trends in each one of those measures separately and the union of those measures over time. So let's start with the orange squares. That's NFA 3, no fixed address. That was relatively stable. It went up a bit as the Great Recession hit. And then there's a big inflection point around 2015, which is when housing costs start to rise. But it's also when we start to see things like opioid deaths start to rise. But we see that increase in other measures as well, such as homeless and hospital. If you take the union of all three measures, after the date of which we have all three measures, so starting in 2018, that would be the black diamonds. And the way you read this graph is to say in 2014, about 0.65% of the population of British Columbia at some point in the year experienced homelessness. There's a lot of other facts here I don't have time to tell you. For example, long spells are rising fastest, so the duration of homelessness is getting longer. Per capita homelessness is rising fastest in the small cities and the rural areas, as opposed to the big metros like Vancouver. We also see the same thing in other data like point-in-time counts, or if you go to Ontario, we see similar rises, so it's not just an artifact of our BC data. And in fact, this bullet point 5, I think, is quite useful for a subset of our the people in our data. We have a self-reported measure of homelessness, and the administrative data captures 75% of those. Because you're probably thinking we must be missing some people, and that's obviously the case. Okay, what's happening in the lives of the homeless population? This is going to be a cross-sectional descriptive exercise to start. An observation is a person year. We're just going to compare averages of a rich set of characteristics for people who are homeless in that year, people who were on welfare or disability but not homeless, and the full non-homeless population. So let's start with family structure. So if you look at the leftmost bar for you, how single and childless, this says that 85% of the homeless population is single and childless. For the most part, it's not a family affair. But there are some families that are. The second descriptive fact I want to show you is what was happening earlier in these people's lives. So among people who are homeless as adults, if we go back to their childhood, what fraction of them were ever in foster care? what fraction had other MCFD, that means other child protection orders that weren't foster care, and what fraction had parents that weren't married at birth. And what you see here is even relative to the housed poor, that is welfare recipients who are housed, the people who become homeless as adults were severely disadvantaged. 26% of them were in foster care. Another 25% of them were in other forms of child protective services. At first, this was so severe, I thought I might have made a coding mistake, but it's not. We see the same thing in the education data. 78% of the adult homeless population didn't graduate high school. Again, I thought this was a coding mistake at first. It's not. And about half of them had some form of learning barrier diagnosed in the enrollment records. So this is an extremely disadvantaged population, which, you might be thinking, duh, but even to me, the level of disadvantage was higher than I thought. What's going on in their lives as adults? The first is that they have very high rates of chronic disease. So 85% of the homeless population have some form of chronic disease, but then again, 50% of the regular population also does. But if you look at something like schizophrenia on the rightmost bar, 17% of the homeless population have been diagnosed with schizophrenia compared to only 1.2% in the general population. Where this becomes starkest is if you look at things related to substance use disorder. So on the leftmost, we have were you diagnosed with the chronic substance use disorder? 67% of the homeless population have been. 28% of them have received some opioid agonist therapy. 50% have received some form of other physician treatment for that issue. And finally, they have high rates of interaction with the criminal justice system. 20% of them were charged with a crime in the year that we observed. 11% of them were discharged from custody in the year that we observe. But that's all, maybe that's all a cause. Some of those are a cause of homelessness. So the next descriptive step we take is to look at event studies around the first time you enter homelessness. The simple version of this is we look over 20 years and say, when was the first time that Victor entered homelessness? That's going to be time 0. And then we just plot outcomes around that time. We're going to show you the likelihood of an event. That is, what's the probability that X occurred. We're also going to show you that probability relative to people who were not homeless. That's the Bayes factor. To give you a sense of how these graphs work, on the x-axis, we have months since entering homeless. Time 0 is when you entered. Here, I'm just showing the probability of being homeless. So obviously, everyone's homeless in month 0. But one of the notable things to see here is that by 3 years later, 20% are still homeless. So for a lot of people, these are quickly resolved spells. For some people, they're not. This is whether or not you're on welfare or disability assistance. What you see is a gradual increase over time in the lead up to entering, suggesting things are slowly getting worse for you. But the other big takeaway here is that welfare and disability assistance clients are already in contact with the government. They're meeting with caseworkers already. And so if 40% of homeless entrants are already reaching out to the government, that looks like a feasible place to start if you want to do proactive outreach. And then you're going to see a variety of graphs like this, where there's an acceleration and spike in month 0. So this is, did you show up in the ER? This is, did you get physician treatment for a substance use or alcohol disorder? Rising over time, and then we see a spike. And this is, did you have allegedly commit a crime? All of these are gradually rising and then get really worse right at the time we measure homelessness. Finally, very quickly, this is from a different data set. I'm pulling a fast one on you, but this is earnings. We also see in the y-axis, x-axis here is years. If we look 6 years before someone enters homelessness for the first time, they have a very gradual decrease in earnings from just under 10,000 to about 3,000. Okay. How well can we predict homelessness entry? And in my mind, this is one of the big parts of the paper. What we're going to do first is estimate a very simple hazard model. We're going to be predicting your first entry into homelessness, not subsequent ones, just the first entry. We're going to take all this information we have on you and see how well we can make that prediction. All of the covariates are lagged because we don't want to account for the, I went to the ER and then I got a homeless diagnosis as a result. We have two sets of covariates. We have X, which are time varying and lagged, and then we have Z, which are either childhood or immutable characteristics. What I'm going to be showing you from this model is hazard ratios. So these are the exponentiated coefficients. If this was 2, you would say having that covariate turned on doubles your chances of entering homelessness. We estimate this model in a training sample. So that's entries from 2018 to 2022, a 5-year period. And then we take that model and predict out of sample in 2023 onwards for people who have not yet become homeless. So let me just show you the hazard ratios first. This first table is recent adverse events. So things that happen within the 3 months before entering homelessness, or 3 months before the observation that we're trying, month of observation. The rank indicates how high the hazard ratio is amongst the set of all the ones we consider. So if we start at the top row, criminal charge alleged, that's, are you alleged to have committed a crime? If you are, you're 4 times more likely to enter homelessness in the near term. If you received a recent diagnosis for substance use disorder, you're 3.5 times more likely to enter homelessness in the near term. I won't read them all, but I think the other two I want to point out is entering income assistance and entering disability assistance. Again, these are both predictive and also places the government could very feasibly intervene proactively. This table is more long-standing things, so things that happened either, but mostly things that happened before 3 months ago. So row 1, the highest hazard ratio in our model is, did you receive a diagnosis for chronic substance use disorder 4 or more months ago? If you did, you're 4.5 times more likely to enter homelessness in the month of observation. There is one thing I want to point out. Rank number 20, the second last row. In this data, we're able to see, do your parents live nearby? Or are they out of province, or are they dead? Because as we talked about earlier, social connections might well be important, including for if you have a shock, do you have a place to go? And the answer is, if your parents are not nearby, you have 1.5 times, you're 1.5 times more likely to enter homelessness in the near term. None of this is causal, but we think suggestive. Finally, this is childhood results, or sorry, childhood variables. So the top row is, did you graduate from high school? If you did not, you're 2.6 times more likely to enter homelessness. But one of the things to note here is that all of these hazard ratios are a lot lower than things in your very recent past as an adult. And that's going to become more evident in a moment. In the extreme, if you go all the way back to birth, once we observe your later life, birth weight has no predictive power. Okay, we take this model, we apply it in the holdout sample, and what we're showing on this graph, on the x-axis is percentile of predicted risk in this holdout sample. On the y-axis is the fraction of those observations that became homeless in the next 12 months. That very top bin is 0.025% of that sample. And the way you read that is that 25% of them did become homeless. That's 80 times higher than the population average. Another way to quantify predictiveness here is to say that 30% of actual homeless entries in this holdout sample were in the top 1% of predicted risk in our model. Now, I think I went too fast. The 3 lines here are homeless in the next 12 months, homeless in the next 6 months, and homeless in the next month. And so obviously they're shifted down as you shrink the time frame. As I mentioned before, it turns out you actually don't need data as rich as ours to make these good predictions. You can completely chop off all of the childhood information and still predict almost nearly as well. That's what this graph is showing. The 2 lines are our full set of predictors, the childhood and contemporary predictors. The dotted line is contemporary predictors only. In my mind, this is great because it means we need less data to do a good prediction job. Another way to ask how parsimonious can we shrink this model or make it is to turn to things like Lasso. So what we did was take Lasso machinery and say, Lasso, find for us the top 5 most predictive covariates or the top 10 most predictive covariates. And that's what these 2 columns show, top 10 and top 5. Just like what I showed you before, the being diagnosed with a substance use disorder 4 or more months ago is the top variable in both of these models. But if you only wanted 5 variables, you can predict that very most at-risk group almost as well. It does a lot less well further down the distribution of risk. Okay, we do a lot of extensions and robustnesses that we chose not to show for time purposes. For example, we look at people who weren't just raised in BC, but people who recently moved. We trained the model only on welfare or disability assistance, again, under the premise that if the government did want to take prediction seriously for a proactive prevention, they could start with people on welfare or disability assistance who are already in touch with the government. And so we do a pretty good job amongst that subset of people. We also looked at predicting entries into short versus long term. One big concern you might be worried about is the time that we see Bob enter homelessness for the first time is not when they actually entered homelessness. And thus some of what we're picking up is just reverse causality. So we lag our variables further back in time to account for the possibility that that's it. And qualitatively, the results are very similar. Yeah. Okay, what are the takeaways? And I'm making fabulous time here. First, homelessness has risen dramatically, despite the fact that there's broad cash assistance available, at least at a certain level, meaning that those broad cash assistance programs have not been sufficient to prevent homelessness. Secondly, homelessness is very predictive. And so conceivably, we can figure out who is going to enter and then target those people. What prevention programs actually work is still an open question. There's a lot of trials out there right now testing emergency rent subsidies from, for instance, the University of Notre Dame, Jim Sullivan and their team. They're showing pretty cost-effective returns of such emergency rental programs, but a lot of those are targeted towards families. 78% of our homeless entrants are single childless adults, and some of them face severe barriers. So I think rental assistance is great, but we maybe other programs like caseworkers and social workers might also be helpful. And I want to be very clear, our results do not rule out a primary role for also just expanding the housing supply. So please don't walk away from my talk thinking, Jeff says housing supply does not matter. That is not my perspective. But on the other hand, there is a subset of people facing severe barriers, and proactive outreach very well could be welfare improving. And we think using government data to target who should get that or is most could be effective. I blew through that. I have 3 extra minutes. I will yield that to Angela. Thanks.
Great, we have Angela Weiss discussing.
So much good stuff in the paper. You couldn't use those 3 minutes. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to discuss this fantastic paper. Just in case anyone in the room still isn't convinced about the need for a kind of basic descriptive facts paper like this, I wanted to start with a very uniquely relevant anecdote about an exchange I witnessed at this very conference in this very section a few years ago. There was a paper presented that talked about homelessness. Someone asked a question about severe mental illness. And the presenter said, well, based on the evidence I've seen, severe mental illness isn't actually all that common in the homeless population. And then the questioner said, hang on a second, based on the evidence I've seen, almost everybody who's homeless has severe mental illness. So we were left with this kind of state of affairs where the evidence shows that between 0 and 100% of people who are homeless have severe mental illness. And so there's really a gap when we're talking about homelessness when it comes to these basic, crucial facts. And, you know, when you don't have the facts, ideology, anecdotes, all these things kind of rush in. You see that in political debates about homelessness and homelessness policy. So I think this paper really is advancing our understanding. It's moving us in a good direction about understanding the life circumstances of people who are homeless. It's tackling these really crucial measures, things like substance use, mental illness, that really play large in these conversations, but we don't really know much about it, with incredible data, including this information on early life circumstances, which I think is just fascinating. The fact that they have birth weight, those education plans in school, this is just very, very rich data, and really I'm grateful that they're bringing it to bear on this particular question. I think this is moving the literature in an important new direction. So Jeff talked about this flourishing of literature and economics, looking at RCTs, things like cash transfers, housing subsidies. There's a lot of work on evictions. This is all really crucial information that's helping us understand, what can cause homelessness, what can prevent or reduce homelessness. But we're still left with questions about, the problem at scale. Are evictions a major driver of homelessness? What share and which spells could be averted with cash assistance? Or, as Jeff alluded to, this is Canada, they have a lot more generous assistance. Homelessness is still a major problem. So it's really suggesting that there's probably folks in this population who aren't going to be so amenable to some of these interventions that we have. Dan O'Flaherty, talks about the difference between interventions, you're going to help a person, versus policies, which are going to address the problem at scale. And so I think that that's the direction that this paper is moving in terms of giving us a scaffolding, a picture of the overall population where we can start to piece together the evidence that we're getting from all these different sources. So my comments are going to mainly center on definitions and representativeness. Now, that might sound boring, but really, when your main contribution is establishing basic facts, this is actually really a crucial piece of the picture. We need to know what general lessons can we draw from this particular sample that they've defined and drawn in this particular way. We're talking about prediction. So what are we actually predicting? Is it literal homelessness? Couch surfing, these other kind of more liminal situations? Are we predicting just the interactions? We're going to be measuring people and picking them up for our sample. And then this kind of clearly characterizing who you're talking about is going to be really important for extrapolating to other contexts. We talked about this is a population that's largely single, male, and childless. Turns out the U.S. homeless population, the way we've defined it, doesn't entirely fit that profile as well. So I think these are important things to talk about, so that we know where we can extrapolate and where the limits might be, and the difference between just incredibly large and administrative data, but we want to understand who's typical. So just to recap how the paper gets their sample, because I think it's important. So the first is people who are income and crucially disability assistance recipients who have 3+ months where they're recorded as having no fixed address. There's also this group, it's about 50% of their sample who entered an emergency homeless shelter in the year. And then your last group is people who were classified as homeless while they were hospitalized. And then the onset is being defined as kind of that first date where they appear in the administrative data. How do we usually define homelessness? So this is from a European typology. I finally used ChatGPT to make a figure. It's not bad. The top three, are what we call literal homelessness. People living outside, unsheltered, emergency shelters, kind of like overnight. This is the shelters they have in their data. Then we also classify as literal homelessness some of these more stable long-term placements for people who are homeless. So in New York City, the median length of shelter stay is over a year. That's often these kind of more stable transitional housing. Those aren't included, to my understanding. It's just the emergency shelters. And then you have this world of housing precarity, which includes, most importantly, that last group, people who are kind of in temporary, here it says family, ChatGPT, no, family, friends, other people where you're kind of in a kind of a transient state, you don't have a fixed address. So this is kind of like how we generally define literal homelessness. In their sample, it's the shelter criterion is picking up everybody in this category, which is fantastic, right? So it's going to be representative of this clearly defined category. The no fixed address is a little bit harder. If I put wavy lines, right? Because we're not picking up everybody, but we have a selected subset that includes some of these literal homeless folks, some of those people living temporary with family. The homeless in hospital, again, you know, it's meant to be that kind of top row, but it's not picking up everybody. It's people who are showing up in a hospital and being classified that way. Now, they do a much better job, I think, in their admin data in Canada of identifying and classifying homeless folks. You wouldn't necessarily want to do this with like Medicaid data and Z codes and things like that. We can talk about that for hours. The Canadian data is really a lot better, but you still wonder about, you know, what selection's going on here. So I think it's including a lot of people in that kind of last temporary category in our no fixed address for various reasons. This could actually be a strength of the paper. We want to learn about these folks. They're typically harder to identify, right? It's maybe harder to classify people who aren't showing up as homeless, but you want to know who they are and kind of understand the distinctions there. Indicators of homelessness and admin data, there's some issues that I might talk about, but you know, it can be unevenly recorded in jurisdictions and across time. And I think there's some evidence here that that rise in the no fixed address homelessness, that some of that might be something other than a true increase in housing instability. And then, you know, even within the homeless population, some of these samples seem to be selected based on, you know, when they have these adverse events occurring. So you want to worry about selecting on the dependent variable if you're, you know, classifying someone as homeless because they appear in a hospital, for example. So I won't talk about this too much in the interest of time, just this kind of rise in no fixed address homelessness. It's not showing up in a rise in point in time homelessness. That could be because, you know, no fixed address, anyone who is homeless in a year, if their spells are getting shorter, you might not see a rise in point in time homelessness, but they find that the spells are getting longer. So the fact that we don't see kind of a similar rise in point in time homelessness makes you wonder if maybe there's something else going on. And then I just wanted to raise this because I think we have similar issues when we try to use US admin data to identify homeless samples, things like SNAP address fields, Medicaid Z codes. These data sources don't generally clearly define homelessness. They're not designed to pick that up, and it might be used unevenly over time and by different jurisdictions. A few things jumped out at me in the paper that I wanted to push on a little bit. So this schizophrenia result was really, really striking in that it's very high for all three of their groups. So we've got their housed comparison group, then they've got their kind of poor housed group, and any homeless. And I went and I found this seems to be quite high in the general population. And then even in that poor house, 12% of people with schizophrenia, that to me was saying, what's going on here? And then the homeless at 17%. So I was kind of struck by this fact. I'll come back to it in a second. Also, 1-year mortality is very high, both for the homeless and the housed groups. So we have a paper with Bruce Meyer and Alina Logani, where we took everyone who was counted as homeless in the 2010 census and calculated their mortality based on admin data. And what we found was, you know, 6 to 7 times lower than the mortality rate that they're getting both for the poor housed and the homeless groups. So these health puzzles got me thinking, is there something about this sample that's selecting for exceptionally poor health, even among the homeless? And this is going to matter in terms of how you want to extrapolate and draw lessons from this study. So I think all three of the criteria might be picking up people who are a little bit worse off than the typical homeless person even. So first of all, they're conditioning on 3+ months of homelessness and partially conditioning on disability status. So a lot of homeless spells are shorter than 3 months. This disability program receives about half of their homeless sample. In our US data, we found that 20% of the homeless were enrolled in SSI or DI. So disability status, something about the shelter criterion, you're excluding that kind of third category of shelters. And then homeless in hospital, you're worried also about people showing up at hospitals right when they're having health crises. So when I saw these event studies, I was wondering, you know, it would be lovely to see these, you know, without the homeless in hospital group, even though that's a small share of their homeless population. That homeless in hospital group, when you look at their characteristics, they have really, really poor health. Like a quarter of them have traumatic head injuries. And so that could actually really be driving a lot of the spikes that we see here. So it'd be really great to see these like without those groups. And so finally, just my main takeaway is actually a little bit more pessimistic. The paper is like, great, you know, we can predict it. And I'm thinking, the risk factors for homelessness are substance use, criminal involvement, poverty, and it goes back to early childhood. I mean, these are really deep problems. They're not easy to solve. And they make you think even housing is probably not going to fix a lot of the really deep societal issues that these folks are facing. And so I kind of, unfortunately, was a little bit more depressed at the end of it than you kind of course, you want to make people feel like they can do something, but this left me with a really dire picture. So. Thank you.
This is on. Can you hear me? Yeah, super interesting work. I just thought, so you showed us like the precision recall essentially for the machine learning model. I think like to make the jump to be able to say something about like how useful could this be for algorithmic targeting, like you have lots of prevention programs in Canada that are sort of designed to help populations like this. And so like, I think if you could find, if you have a reasonable estimate of a treatment effect from one of those programs, you could sort of use data on that to back out like what is the precision and recall of existing prevention, because that will really tell you sort of what's the scope for potential improvements for using sort of these data driven.
So you said you didn't want to go into the housing doesn't matter section, but I think you can actually get at that by, I'm over there, sorry.
Thanks.
I think you might be able to get at that, like look at two different cities where the risk incidents of the type of shocks you observe that cause homelessness are the same. They have different housing policies or different characteristics. You see someone get this sequence of shocks, are they more likely to become homeless in one city versus the other? That seems like a great quasi-experimental design to like get at, if does housing policy and other things matter?
So also like, other public health policies that relate to homelessness. I mean, you can do the sort of same thing. I would have thought, so this is great. This is absolutely fascinating. I'm not completely confident it's economics, but that's okay. The one thing that would make it economics, and I'm not sure you want to do this, is most of the things that people think work are ungodly expensive, which means that the targeting of them becomes incredibly important. And the way to do this is an exercise which isn't that hard to begin with, but like, let's say I'm doing like a $400,000 housing related intervention for these guys. And housing, by the way, is not like the housing that we normally talk about, like we're increasing total supply. It's giving somebody a very expensive unit to hang out in, right? Which the mayor of San Jose costs $1.25 million for him to build one of those units. And like, how much cheaper does that process get if I manage to target the people who are at risk better? I mean, that's a simple econ-y exercise, and then that gives you the potential upside from doing exactly what you're doing, which is figuring out how to target stuff.
Very interesting. I echo the discussant in encouraging helpful descriptive work. It's very much not my literature. And so another thing that would be helpful is to kind of situate yourself relative to literature. So at this conference last year, David Phillips and his Notre Dame colleagues presented this RCT where the temporary financial assistance seemed to have a big effect in reducing entry to homelessness. And so I interpret that as like, oh, it's about, temporary financial shocks. And then you're telling me it's substance abuse and criminal justice and Angela's pessimistic stuff. And so was their RCT badly targeted and we would think we would get really large effects if it was better targeted? Or help me integrate the literature a little bit in terms of the prior results I've seen in other years.
Should I respond now?
Can I?
Oh, yeah.
Given that you have a few different measures of homelessness, maybe you just in the paper, but looking at the overlap between them, because I could imagine when you showed those graphs on ER visits with the extreme spike in starting homelessness, it seems like the doctor is recording that this person's homeless as opposed to the ER visit is actually the exact same time the day you became homeless. So it seems like if you switched out, you looked at the covariance of showing up in a shelter versus in your other definitions of homelessness and switching out the outcomes on some of your predictions might be able to say something about the selection into, because you likely don't see every homeless person.
Correct.
And you might be able to say something about what you think the likely unobserved population characteristics are by looking at the covariance of the different extreme measures of homelessness.
Thank you.
So I think your measures of homelessness are interesting, but the fact that you really want to catch more people and therefore you start in 2015 as opposed to the one measure you have that goes all the way back strikes me that it's trading off just a remarkable amount that you could test in terms of sort of what are the drivers of homelessness over time, and especially since there's this business cycle in there that you can work with. And I guess when I'm thinking about the housing cost thing, I'm really curious about migration. And if you have data on migration, and so if you can see people who like maybe lived in Vancouver were sort of pushed to these lower cost places, like were able to keep a house and then become homelessness. And so thinking about these like long chains of events that get there.
Great. I'll respond to just a couple minutes. So I just want to respond to a few measurement error comments. Angela made an excellent couple points. One of the reasons that our admin data captures more than pit counts, I think, is that shelters are near capacity, and a lot of the pit count is at shelters. Of course, they walk the streets once a year, but I think we are somewhat constrained in the pit count and how many people we might be able to capture. They're missing more people, is my guess. That's a speculation, but that's my feeling. I want to talk a bit about the literature. So obviously, Angela's work with Bruce is one of the big pieces of this literature. You raised the work of Phillips. Don't quote me, but my recollection in these RCTs is that the control group has about a 2% homeless entry rate. So these are very, relatively speaking, low risk compared to the ones we identify at the highest risk. So I think it's quite possible there's very heterogeneous groups of people entering homelessness. One is families who we're giving emergency rental assistance to, and then at the extreme end, we have the people with these severe health problems that have a 25% chance of entering homelessness in the next year. Pardon me? Yeah. I take the point that on the one hand, our group is very disadvantaged in health and other measures. On the other hand, the things like childhood disadvantage early on is not very predictive once you add in adulthood outcomes. And a lot of these things haven't actually changed over time. High school graduation, that's going up. Rates of interaction with child protection services, that's flat. And so if we're thinking in the context of how much is homelessness rising, I think we can probably do somewhat of a good job figuring out the causes of that rise, rather than just saying these guys have a lot of disadvantage dating back to birth and it's unsolvable.
But the high school thing is unlikely to be like the treatment effect of like giving someone a degree.
Of course,
like,
I'm not saying that.
I
Yeah.
think like the problems that cause people of a generation to drop out are probably not secularly going down or going up, I would have thought.
Yes, I fully agree. Yeah, that's right. Do I have more time? I'll just leave it there and say thank you so much. And I'd love to talk to you after.
All right, we have a break until 3:30.
I mean, I don't. But what you have to I have not checked them.
Okay, while Rebecca makes her way to her seat, I'll steal the microphone and say that we got a couple of papers coming up. So let's turn it over to Catherine.
Thank you so much. And thank you to the organizers for including our paper on the program. This is joint work with Emma Duchini, who's also here in the audience today. So we know from a really, really wide variety of papers at this point that the neighborhood where you grow up influences basically everything about the rest of your life, not only your economic outcomes, but also like health and social outcomes as well. However, most of the available evidence on these questions come from settings where households are changing neighborhoods, often for sort of quasi-experimental reasons, like mover designs. We're all, again, very familiar with these. But these designs don't answer a really key policy question here, right? Is that, do policies that improve the neighborhood where children are growing up have positive long-term effects on those kids? And this is important because it's moving kids out of deprived neighborhoods is simply just not a scalable public policy. Like, you can't move every kid out of the deprived neighborhood. If you move them all away, then you just have a new deprived neighborhood, essentially. But governments are already investing very, very large sums of money in neighborhood renewal policies, which are sort of policies designed to improve these deprived neighborhoods. But we don't know very much about what those policies actually do, which is where this paper comes in. So what we're doing in this paper is we're studying the effect of a policy called the Neighborhood Renewal Fund, which was implemented between 2001 and 2011 in England. And what this policy did was it targeted the most deprived local authorities. Now, local authorities are an administrative unit in the UK. Most of them have more than 100,000 people, but we'll talk about the targeting and stuff in a little while. So these are fairly large geographic units. And the policy was quite large in terms of the funds that were allocated towards it. It was about £500 million per year. And the intervention was very broad-based. It targeted a lot of areas. This presents both challenge and opportunity, as I will discuss later. And we're looking at results for children who were born in the 1985 to 86, and this is school years, which is why we have sort of 2 years here, to 1995 to 1996 cohorts. And so for our oldest kids, we can look at the results for them up through age 35. So in terms of empirically what we're doing, we're using a sharp regression discontinuity design, exploiting the eligibility threshold at the local authority level for which local authorities received the funds versus which local authorities did not receive the funds. And in terms of data, we have some nice data, which is, it's not quite matched employer-employee data, but there's some advantages compared to typical matched employer-employee data. We have what's called the longitudinal educational outcomes data, which links educational records to tax records as adults. And separately, we do not have these two things together because Ed was asking about this later. We also have those educational records linked to criminal records, but we don't have all three of them linked together. So to preview our results, what we find is that children who resided in local authorities targeted by the policy had a large and statistically significant increase in earnings at age 25 of approximately 15%. And this earnings increase is persistent through age 35. Now, we're going to spend a lot of time talking about mechanisms, but to give you a preview, it does not seem to be due to reductions in childhood poverty, increases in quantity of schooling. Quality of schooling is something we are still trying to sort of get at in some of our ongoing analysis. It does not seem to be related to geographic mobility, gentrification or neighborhood change, or extensive margin employment. So of course, that is an extremely long list of things that I just told you what it does not seem to be. So as far as what we have suggestive evidence for, it seems to be something about access to sort of good, high quality jobs. And our hypotheses, which we're looking into more in our ongoing analysis, is it seems to be that sort of firms could enter these areas or are more profitable because crime declined a lot as a result of this policy. Like that was one of the very obvious effects of the policy, is that there were huge declines in crime. We also see some suggestive evidence that there was improved transportation infrastructure that could allow these people to sort of access better jobs outside of where they're living as adults. Okay, so in terms of literature, I already talked a bit about the mover design, so I won't reiterate that. But in terms of the effects on neighborhood on long run outcomes, the literature is sort of there's not that much. So a couple of the papers are about crime, looking at long run effects of refugee quasi-random assignment on criminal behavior. And also there's evidence on the effects of neighborhood change on children's long run outcomes, in that like, if you are not displaced by gentrification, it is good for your long run economic outcomes. The paper that's most closely related to ours is one you're going to see in about 40 minutes, so I won't tell you too much about it. But the way that we think about the distinction between our paper and the Opportunity Insights working paper is that their policy is looking at public housing demolitions, which by definition kind of displace a lot of people, whereas our policy, we don't see any evidence for displacement. So that leads to very, very different mechanisms behind how these two policies work. But interestingly, we find a very, very similar effect size to what is found in the Hope 6 paper, which we think is very nice complementary pieces of evidence that you can sort of change these neighborhoods' effects in varying ways. Okay. So in terms of short-term effects of revitalization programs, we know a little bit more. In terms of the NRF specifically, there's existing papers looking at the contemporaneous effects on crime and some on employment outcomes, and also a paper that looks at the effect on house prices. Now, in terms of the long-run effects of place-based policies in general, most of the evidence is about programs that created jobs in the manufacturing sector. However, given sort of the long-run decline of this sector in OECD economies, we think it's very relevant to look at sort of what's a more common policy mechanism today, which are these neighborhood renewal style policies. Okay. So I'm going to tell you a little bit more about the Neighborhood Renewal Fund. So it was introduced in 2001. This was the flagship program of Tony Blair's second government in England. It was reformed into the Working Neighborhoods Fund in 2008, but the same areas were received funds from that. And it ended in 2010 to 2011 fiscal year, because what happened in that year was Tony Blair lost the elections, and then there was a conservative government in the UK who promptly sort of stopped all of these programs all at once. So what we're seeing is not driven by continued adult exposure to the program. It's really like the program ended by the time we're analyzing the outcomes of these kids. The objective of the program in general was to narrow the gaps in outcomes of individuals living in sort of poor and rich neighborhoods. In a formal sense, what it did was it targeted the 50 most deprived local authorities based on either the 2000 Index of Multiple Deprivation or the 1998 Index of Local Deprivation. Now, there were sub-indices in this index. I'll tell you a little bit more about that when I get to the way that we construct the RD, which led to more than 50 of local authorities being eligible. In fact, there were 88 local authorities that were eligible for the funds based on the 2001 eligibility. The other piece of information about this policy is that I spent a lot of time on Web Archive digging up like websites from 2001 for this project. The contemporaneous policy reports suggested to local authorities that they target the most deprived areas within the local authority with the funds. And the contemporaneous documents from the local authorities that we found support that the local authorities follow that recommendation for the most part. And again, I already talked about the financial scale a little bit, but in terms of per capita basis, this was about 3% of local authority total spending per year, and it amounted to about 66 to 120 pounds per person, but that's over the whole local authority. If you talk about the people who are actually targeted by the policy in sort of the more deprived areas, the per capita investment was significantly higher. Now, as I mentioned, this was a broad-based intervention. Specifically, they had interventions involving education, crime reduction, unemployment reduction, health, and physical environment being housing and transportation. And that, again, it leads to a lot of potential mechanisms through which these funds could be acting. So we're still trying to sort of tease out what we think the most relevant mechanism is here. We've managed to exclude a number of them, but we haven't quite found like the smoking gun as far as what the mechanism really seems to be. Okay. So here's the spatial distribution of NRF targeted areas. And as you can see, these are concentrated around major cities, but there's also some sort of seaside towns and rural areas that received the NRF. So data, as I mentioned, we have the original eligibility indices, and I already talked about the LEO a little bit, but what this is, as I mentioned, it's anyone who attended school or college being the last 2 years of high school. That's like the way that the English call that. It's not university education. So this is linked from childhood education to higher education outcomes to the tax data, and then the criminal justice involvement is linked separately. So for example, we don't have the tax and the criminal justice in the same data file. We have them in 2 separate data folders. So we can't do sort of concurrent analysis of that. We also use some aggregate local authority data to do both placebo tests and do some complementary mechanism analysis and some survey data as well. Okay. So identification, it's a sharp RD, as I mentioned. It uses the cutoff eligibility rule at the local authority level. However, our regressions are at the pupil level, which means we have mass points in our RD. So basically all we're running here is we're running like, is the local authority that you lived in when you were a kid, we know where they lived in 2001 from the school census. So where you lived in 2001, did that local authority, was it eligible for the NRF or not? That's the thing, right? And then we have also our running variable, which I'll tell you about now. Oh, and one other note on this. So we do include cohort fixed effects in this regression because we're pooling sort of the children across multiple cohorts and looking at their outcomes at age 25. But what I can tell you is the cohort fixed effects, they don't change the result very much because we actually don't really see differences in our results by exposure, which also distinguishes our results from some other papers in this literature. And that also suggests to us that it's a job access mechanism, not necessarily a human capital mechanism. Okay, so running variable construction, local authorities receive the NRF if they were in the top 50 of any of the 6 subindices of the 2000 index of multiple deprivation, or any of the 4 subindices of the index of local deprivation. Now we use this, like basically we just have to project a multidimensional RD into single dimensional space. So what we do is we essentially take the index that makes you like the most eligible. Being that like if I'm one of the poorest local authorities and on one of the 6 subindices, I'm like the worst local authority, I'm always going to receive the NRF no matter what's going on with all of my other subindices. So it's the subindex that makes you the most eligible if you are eligible, and it's the one that brings you closest to eligibility if you are not eligible for the NRF. Mathematically, what this looks like is we just take the minimum of the rank on each subindex, and then we just take the negative, so that negative positive value of 1 it implies being treated by the NRF. It just lets you interpret the RD graphs in a more standard way. Now, this is a discrete running variable. However, what the econometricians say about these sort of mass point RDs with discrete running variables is that as long as you have a quote like reasonably large number of mass points, yeah, they're econometricians, they don't give you like very much concrete information to go off of, right? So they just say as long as you have a reasonably large number of mass points and a large number of observations per mass point, you can still apply standard continuity based RD methods. I can tell you that the example that the econometrician that sort of Catania and his co-authors use in their paper about this is they use a setting with 100 mass points and they say that's sufficient, and we have more than 3 times that number. So and we also have admin data, so we have plenty of observations per mass point. Okay. RD assumptions, we've done plenty of work on this. Pupil demographics look balanced, local authority observables look balanced. We also do not see any evidence of household sorting in response to the program. I know you all are urban economists, so you're probably screaming about this in your heads. We've done a lot of work on this. We don't see any evidence of household sorting in response to this program. And the optimal bandwidth of our main outcomes is sort of geographically dispersed and includes both urban and rural local authorities. Okay. One more piece of information before I finally show you some results. So local authorities, as I mentioned, were advised by the central government to direct the funds towards the most deprived parts of the local authority. And even local authorities that were not eligible for the NRF kind of have like some bad neighborhoods in them, right? So what we would like to do is we would like to use children who are living in similarly deprived neighborhoods within the non-NRF local authorities as our control group and look at the deprived kids in the NRF local authorities as our treated group. So fortunately, we have a variable in our data set that measures the neighborhood deprivation where the children was located in 2001. This is called the Idaki index. And what this measures is it measures the proportion of children aged 0 to 15 living in sort of income deprived families within a census output area. And census output areas are quite small. They're between 60 and 250 households. So the main results that I'm going to show you today are for the top 25% of children by that neighborhood deprivation score. So we're looking at kind of the poorest kids within the local authority. But first, I'm going to show you the results for everyone. So this is the results for all of the kids looking at their log earnings at age 25. And as you can see, we don't see anything here. Then if we look at the 75th percentile, we start to see something like both the mean goes down, but we also see a slightly larger gap. 50th percentile, same thing happens. 25th percentile, there we really start to see the discontinuity emerge, and it's persistent to the 10th percentile. Now, in terms of point estimates, so you see this in our point estimates. We don't have a significant result when we look at all of the kids. The effect is only for the most deprived kids, which that's what you would expect because those were the kids who were actually targeted by the policy in practice. And in terms of effect size, when we look at the 25th percentile, which is, as I mentioned, our preferred group, it's an effect size of about 16% once you convert it from the log into percentages. And then the 10th percentile, the effect size has leveled off. We get the exact same point estimate when we look at the 10th percentile as when we look at the 25th percentile. So that's why we concentrate most of our results on the 25th percentile, because the effect size is similar for both groups. And as well, frankly, when we start to look at the 10th percentile, some of our observation counts and our mass points start to get a little bit smaller than we would like. So we sort of keep it to the larger sample size for the 25th percentile. Okay. And in terms of like the size, this is a large effect, obviously. 16% is large, but it's not unusual for this literature. The Moving to Opportunity paper finds 30%. As I mentioned, the New Hope 6 paper also finds something very, very close to 16%. So it's an effect size that's fairly normal within this literature. Okay, so now we're going to spend pretty much the rest of the presentation talking about mechanisms. So these are sort of non-labor market related mechanisms. So we look at for poverty growing up, whether they were ever eligible to receive a free school meal during their years in school. We don't see any differences by that in terms of our treated kids versus our not treated kids. In terms of quantity of schooling completed, educational attainment, they're not any more likely to have graduated from upper secondary school, which would be A-levels in the UK. They're also not any more likely statistically to be a university graduate, with the caveat that these results are sort of directionally what you would expect, and sometimes they're large relative to the mean. So we're working on a formal mediation analysis to say, like, how much could this actually potentially explain from our results? And sort of, it looks like not very much based on the preliminary results of the mediation analysis. And in terms of geographic mobility, they're not any more likely to be living in any more or any less likely to be living in the same local authority as an adult that they grew up in. They're not any more likely to be sort of in a different macro region as an adult than when they grew up in, and they're not any more likely to be living in London as an adult. Now, we do have some suggestive, and I really want to emphasize suggestive evidence from survey data that there might be increased commuting within local authorities. This is something that we would like to do a little bit more work on. But it seems like it's not that they're moving to a different location as adult, but there is some suggestive evidence that they might be working in different places as adults compared to sort of kids in the control group. Okay, so the next thing you might think is well, maybe it's gentrification. So what we do here is I'm showing you the share. This is again with the Leo. So this is data on the kids. We look at the LSOA, which is sort of one step above the census output area. It's an area with about 1,500 people located in it. So we look at the LSOAs where our kids were living in 2001, and then we look at the RD of these various characteristics of the LSOA population over time throughout the time period of the NRF. So what you can see is in terms of the neighborhoods where the kids were located in 2001, you don't really see any patterns in terms of the sort of share that is white British, the share of the kids that are receiving a free school meal, the share that are in special education, or the share that are speaking English as a native language. If there was large scale neighborhood change as a result of this program, we would probably at least expect to see like a directional trend here, even if we didn't see anything statistically significant, but we simply don't see it. We also have in our appendix the results for the schools that the kids were attending. We also don't see anything at the school level when we do it at the school level. Now, weakness of this, you might say, is like, well, but gentrification is like artists moving into the neighborhood, right? It's not the kids, it's the childless adults. So we look at that in this 2011 and 2021 census, again, restricting to the deprived areas, and we don't see any differences in the characteristics of our treated and control areas in the 2011 census or in the 2021 census either. Okay. Now, what does seem to be some suggestive evidence of what's going on here is it seems to be something about the characteristics of your employment. So I will say that we see some suggestive evidence for sort of higher labor supply, but it's very, very noisy. It really depends a lot on the exact specification we use. It's not super strong, but it does pop out as significant somewhat regularly. But what we do see that's more persistent is that the probability of working for a large firm is increased for the kids in the treatment group. Now, large firms are typically more productive and they typically pay more. So this is consistent with like typically these would be better employment for most of these kids. Now, the key question that this raises is like, how are the kids getting these better jobs? There's no firm relocation incentives that were part of the NRF. And also, as I mentioned, the kids are sort of living in the same place. So like, what's going on here? So our hypothesis that might be happening is that crime decreases made the treated areas either more attractive to firms or more profitable for firms. Because if you're like not getting smash and grabbed a lot, like if you're a retail establishment, right, like you're more profitable. And that might have positive effects on the kids' earnings. So just before I show you the results on the crime, I just want to show you very, very quickly these effects for log earnings and for probability of working for a large firm are persistent through age 35 and similar in size for all of those time periods. So it's like their earnings go up and they stay higher than they were previously. So this is the RD effect on crimes reported to the police, okay? So this is not the individual criminal records. This is crimes reported to the police. And what you can see, this data spans 2002 to 2003 to 2019 to 2020. We've looked at different cuts of the years and they're always negative, like sort of similar. So what you can see is that there's a large decrease in crimes reported to the police in all categories. So like I said, we're currently working with some firm data to see if there might be entry, to see if there might be increased profitability. We're still working on it, but it's a working hypothesis. The other thing that I want to note is that we also have looked at the probability of an individual criminal conviction, and we don't see any differences there. But in the UK, like less than 10% of crimes results in any sort of arrest. And so it might just be sort of that they're already concentrating on the crimes that they're most likely to solve, and then they still have a high volume of crimes even after a crime decrease that they can solve. Okay. So as far as heterogeneity and robustness, so we've done two pieces of heterogeneity that we would argue that our results from that analysis are very, very consistent with a job access story rather than a human capital story. The first is that we've done the analysis by gender, and our results are larger for boys in terms of the effect on earnings. And in pretty much like any human capital related intervention, you almost always see larger effects on girls rather than effects on boys. Well, whereas boys, they're more likely to be working. They're sort of more likely to be working in transportation and construction industries that were a little bit more invested by the NRF. So in our case, it makes sense, given that it would be a job access mechanism, that the results would be stronger for boys. The other heterogeneity analysis that we've done is we've looked at exposure, because again, that's very common in this literature. We don't really see differences in the effect by exposure to the program. Like whether you were young when the NRF was put in place or whether you were older when the NRF was put in place, it doesn't really seem to make very much of a difference, which also suggests to us it's something about job access, that there's sort of better jobs and they're available to all of the people who enter the labor market after the time the NRF started. As far as robustness, we've looked at robustness for a bunch of concurrent place-based policies that were existing at the same time as the NRF, and we've also done a specification with region fixed effects, and everything looks quite similar when we exclude the areas that were targeted by other policies or including region fixed affection or regressions. Okay, so to wrap up, so this policy had really large positive impacts on the adult outcomes of the children who resided in these areas, particularly on their income as adults. And this seems to be being driven by access to good jobs. Like you have sort of higher quality of employment, and what we've seen is consistent with that. But currently, like obviously I haven't given you a smoking gun mechanism. I've shown you some stuff that's consistent with job access, but I haven't done it fully. So right now what we're working on is we're still working to sort of untangle that a little bit. We're planning to test this firm entry profitability margin. We're hoping to do something with transportation infrastructure. If any of the transportation economists in the room who are familiar with UK data, if any of you have anywhere to point us, that would be great. We're also looking at sort of quality of schooling, like do their test scores increase? Does the school performance increase? Things like that. But what we really take away from this paper is that policy can positively change the impact of neighborhoods on lifelong outcomes of these kids. And it doesn't necessarily have to be a policy that is like very extreme, like for example, moving a lot of individuals. You can do it without displacement. It's just the mechanisms behind it might be a little bit different. And we think that that's very important to understand. So thank you all so much.
Discussing will be Brian Stewart.
Great. All right. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to discuss this very interesting paper. So, I think where we are is like we've had maybe 10 years of evidence that there's really local variation in rates of intergenerational mobility. Policymakers are wondering what we can do with that. There's a long tradition of thinking about moving people to help low-income families with kids reach better neighborhoods. Catherine kind of talked about, I think, the strong evidence base that we have for that, as well as some of the potential issues with scaling that up. And so a natural alternative approach is, well, let's like improve places by investing resources into locations where children live. I will say the evidence base here is smaller, though I think growing at a rapid clip. I count this as like the third paper just within this year that is studying this issue. I know there is more coming. And that's exciting, I think, because this could have better scaling opportunities. I would say I think we should keep in mind the potential for capitalization and displacement costs to shape the kind of welfare consequences of those types of programs as well. So this paper makes a really nice contribution that I think is kind of squarely within this second bucket of research. The main effects, I just want to kind of emphasize that at the overall level of treated local authorities, there's really no effect here. And that's going to, I think, be interesting when we compare this to what some of other researchers have found. But when they focus in on disadvantaged neighborhoods, these are sizable, important effects. Earnings increases of 15%. And one of the results that the authors point to as a key mechanism is an increase in the probability of working at a large firm. So I want to kind of walk through the potential mechanisms here because I read some of this evidence a little bit differently than the authors, and I want to kind of encourage them to revisit, I think, some of this. One thing that is clear and is really striking is that area crime rates fall by about 40%. So that's enormous. Now, there's previous research connecting those kinds of decreases in crime or exposure to violence to improvements in human capital. That is not the kind of the current story in the paper because there's not a whole lot of evidence that that's what's going on. Instead, one idea you might have in mind are these papers showing that like when you kick the mafia out of localities in Italy, then that leads to job growth. So it's kind of more like that story as opposed to like students can study better. I think a key hypothesis that the paper is emphasizing right now is improvement in access to jobs. I'll have more to say about that in a little bit. There's I think, two other stories that I would keep on the table for the moment. One is a positive but noisy impact on university graduation of 6 percentage points, and also a positive but noisy impact on the probability of living in London of about 27 percentage points. And I think there's a key distinction between whether or not we can precisely identify those effects from whether or not those effects may be contributing to the earnings patterns that we see in the data. In contrast, I think mechanisms that I guess I see less scope for at the moment is the sorting story, which I would just say is kind of remarkable in and of itself. If you told me that crime rates fall by 40%, I would usually expect some form of gentrification in resorting. I think another kind of thing that I find somewhat puzzling is that even though there's these very large decreases in local area crime, there's no impact on children being charged with committing a crime. Now, Catherine, I think, provided a natural explanation, which is there's just a lot of slippage between is a crime reported to police and does that show up in the charging data? I'll have a little bit more to say about that in a minute, too. Okay, so I have 3 comments. The first comment is that I think the authors have a real opportunity to essentially just provide us with the complete and best story on the short and medium term impacts of this very specific policy. The previous evidence that we have from the last few years does not focus on disadvantaged neighborhoods. Now, what does that evidence find? One paper uses a combination of diff and diff and RD approaches to document large decreases in crime, very similar to what this paper finds. There's another paper that focuses on a D&D approach and shows that residents' employment and self-employment rises in the short run, that the wages in an area decrease in the short run, and that there's little impact on the number of jobs in an area. So given that increase in employment and decrease in wages, that paper is arguing that the NRF primarily activated labor supply, which is, I think, an importantly different story than what the authors are kind of thinking about. And I really encourage them to kind of separate that. Now, I think a lot of the opportunities here are what the authors are already working on. One is to kind of, this is an interesting policy, but it's also kind of a complicated one, and it's kind of hard to know how to generalize this to other contexts and other settings. So to the extent that they can describe and use variation across local authorities and exactly how the money was spent, the tilt towards crime prevention versus housing versus education, for example, I think that will really help us kind of have more general takeaways from this research. The other thing is that I really want to see impacts on housing prices. I know at one point there was a paper that analyzed this. That paper is no longer on the authors' websites. I don't know what that means. But I think that's just something that we really need to understand, given the potential for capitalization to kind of have a first order effect on the welfare consequences here. I want to encourage the authors to push harder on the differences in crime reported to police versus criminal charges. I think we have predictions. Crimes differ in their clearance rates and the rates to which they're reported to police. So I think I'm not like totally disbelieving the story, but more evidence would kind of get me there. The other thing that I guess I noticed in reviewing these papers is that the diff and diff and RD approaches kind of tell the same story when you're looking at crime. That is not the case on some of these key employment outcomes. So I think there's just kind of more that we need to unpack there. Now, I want to spend a little bit of time kind of considering the paper's current preferred hypothesis, which is that the reduction in crime made it a more attractive place for employers. And in particular, this idea that it could have led to more jobs. Now, I will say, like Catherine emphasized another possibility, which is about like changes in transportation and commuting. I'm going to focus on like whether or not jobs were created in the local area. Now, one thing I will say is that my reading of these existing papers does not kind of give us a strong start towards this hypothesis, in the sense that these papers find that crime fell, but there wasn't evidence of an increase in jobs. And instead, there's one paper that finds that residents' employment rose. And that's, I think, consistent with a broader concern that like is along this path, the pathway of this mechanism, which is a reverse causality story, that instead the program improved residents' employment, and so they were less involved in criminal activity. I think that's going to be something that you're just going to have to kind of tackle if you push down this road. I think one natural thing, and this is pretty easy, is just to look at changes in employment by consumer orientation. So, Catherine mentioned like this possibility that you would really see retail employment or consumer-facing employment is where you would see an expansion. I think that's a great idea. I think, the ideal, which is going to be exceedingly hard to do, and I don't actually have a good, constructive idea for how to do it, but I think it's just good to keep in mind, is that if you could somehow predict the crime impact using observables, and then you showed us that the earnings impact showed up in those same places, that I think would not kind of totally nail this reverse causality issue, but it would help us have some confidence that these two things are kind of showing up in the same places. Now, I think kind of the third thing that I want to encourage the authors to do, which I know they're already doing, is to really just to dig into where this earnings effect comes from. I think this is important because as we're thinking about generalizability here, this is one of the key things that I think we hope to take away from this setting and this specific policy to our broader understanding about how neighborhoods affect children. So I'm going to start, because I don't really have to worry so much about being precise, with a really simple back of the envelope calculation. So let's just imagine that there's a 20 log point earnings premium to working at a large firm, graduating from university, or working in London. Surely like that number is not right for all three of those stories, but I don't think it's kind of a crazy starting place. Now, if you multiply that assumed premium by the RD estimate from their paper, what you find is that working at a large firm explains about 1/15 of the total earnings effect. Graduating from a university explains about the same, and working in London explains an even larger share. And I think that, there's huge asterisks on the bottom two rows because those standard errors are basically the same size as the point estimates in their approach. But I think that's kind of a simple way to think about what might be driving these results. Now, again, I know this is something that the authors have in mind, but I would just encourage them to think about the refinements that are possible. They don't have something like the LEHD, so they can't do this quite as well as can be done in other settings. But certainly, I think like characterizing firm and industry and local labor market premia would be a productive way to kind of go beyond this like large firm London kind of dichotomous approach. The other thing that I think struck me, and I guess I'm still a little bit worried about with the main results, is the potential for there to be imbalance between treated and control units in broad regional conditions. So, nothing about the kind of baseline RD specification requires that we're comparing treated and control units in the same parts of the UK. And especially with an outcome like earnings, you could imagine that just the differences in the absolute wage level across regions could be something that may contribute to the RD effect. Now, I guess my reading of this is that the region fixed effects reduce the earnings impact by about 5 log points, which I didn't think was trivial. I also saw that largely eliminated the large firm effect. Now, I think a natural concern is like that's a more demanding specification of the data. What are we doing there? My reading of that is that actually standard errors are smaller from that more demanding approach. So I would consider kind of taking that on board as a starting specification and then kind of doing this decomposition from there. Okay, let me conclude. I think this is a really nice contribution to this active frontier on how place-based policies affect children's long-run outcomes. I know the authors already have a lot that they're working on to kind of unpack the mechanisms and to sharpen the takeaways. And so I'm really looking forward to the next version. Thanks.
Great work. If you have like a price theory model in mind that those neighborhoods experience reduction in crime and gentrification, you should expect rents to go up and displacement and some resorting. And you show some compelling evidence that that's not what's happening. And I really wonder why. So if you can make more progress on why you don't have resorting and why you don't have changes in the composition of the neighborhood, would be very interesting. I would start looking at rent and prices. If you find a positive effect on rent and prices, then I think is reassuring to look more into the composition effect.
So I had a question about the RD results and spillovers outside of the local authority borders, because you imagine some of the changes like in crime or potentially from location is non-excludable across the border. And so thinking about the size of those externalities, and you have the difference in difference estimates as well. So comparing the two might be valuable for understanding that.
One policy area that I'm surprised hasn't come up is council housing in the UK. I'm wondering what share of the treated units are former or current council housing estates, if there's heterogeneity in the effects by that. One paper I'd mention is Richard Disney and co-authors have work finding that right to buy had enormous effects on crime. I noticed you don't cite it, and it just seems like there might have been something wrong with how property crime was enforced in these council housing, or dealt with in these council housing estates, that just seems very susceptible to social intervention. Thanks.
One, it's sort of a data question, but I'm just was surprised looking at your RD plots that as you move from left to right in your measure of deprivation, so the places that are sort of like less deprived, you actually have a negative correlation with the income of the lower income kids. And I'm just trying to figure out what's going on there in terms of why you normally we think better neighborhoods have better outcomes. So why are we having a negative slope with the underlying characteristics?
I think it would be helpful if you, when I started thinking about your mechanism of like big firms come when crime falls and they start hiring, I guess you kind of zoomed in on the most deprived people as the ones that have responses. And so I think this mechanism would require that like the firms that come in disproportionately hire from the deprived part of the labor market, because it's not like raising earnings for everybody. And so I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing, but it seems like a very specific mechanism that you have in mind, given that you don't get results for the entire sample, but only this percentile that you've zoomed in on.
Yeah. So thank you all for, especially for Brian's discussion and for all the really thoughtful comments. We really appreciate all of them. So I will say Brian's discussion, as you said, I totally agree with most of these comments. It's stuff that we're actively working on, so I won't respond too much directly right now. So for some of the other things, so in terms of the price theory model, so Brian alluded to this, there was this existing paper on the NRF looking at the effect on house prices, and they find a negative effect on house prices. Now, there's a paper that I believe is now forthcoming in GIA that looks at the effect of place-based policies on housing prices and also finds a negative effect in France. And the authors explain this. It's a very nice paper by saying that there's a stigma effect of the areas receiving these policies, in that like basically like you're announcing that these areas are kind of not very nice places to live because they're deprived, and then that actually capitalizes into the prices in the area. So it's a little bit more complicated than just like the area is actually getting better. There's also a stigma associated with these policies. And I think that in the case of the NRF, this was Tony Blair's flagship policy. I think that this is a really serious concern with the NRF as well. So then in terms of spillovers, totally agree with that. So in terms of spillovers with our main results, we think that they would work against us rather than for us, because if the control areas were treated, then that would sort of make it harder for us to find a result. On crime, I completely agree. The limitation here is that the crime data is only available at the local authority level. We don't have the actual like geocodes of the crime. What I will tell you is that the areas that are in our treated and control groups are not close to one another geographically once we restrict to the optimal bandwidth. However, that does not rule out that other treated areas might be spilling over to our control areas. So especially for our crime results, I do agree that spillovers are a concern. We're really trying to think if there's anything that we can do about that, or if it would require a heroic effort to try to get some geocoded crime data from 2005. But with something we're actively thinking about as well. Former council housing estates. So the right to buy was in the 80s. So that was sort of long before the NRF took place, but definitely we'll think about that more. Rebecca's point, I need to think about that a little bit more. So definitely we'll spend some more time on that. And yeah, as far as the firms that come, the way that we were thinking about it is if the firm is located in the area, their sort of catchment area of where they would be hiring is sort of close by to them in a lot of cases. But I agree that this is the mechanism that we're trying to dig into right now. So hopefully I'll have a better answer for you soon. Thank you all so much.
Okay, we have Matt Steger with Hope 6.
Perfect. All right. Well, thanks so much for being here. Very excited to present our paper, Creating High Opportunity Neighborhoods, Evidence from the Hope 6 program. This is joint work with Raj Chetty, Rebecca Diamond, Brad Foster, Larry Katz, Sonia Porter, and Laura Tack. And this paper uses confidential census data, so the standard disclaimer applies. So I think this paper is very complementary to the paper we just saw, and Catherine did a wonderful job of motivating the study. I'm going to motivate this presentation in a similar way, but I'm going to start off with the following map. So this is a map which shows how rates of upward economic mobility vary across the city of Philadelphia. The map is taken from the Opportunity Atlas, and the measure of upward mobility is simply the average income in adulthood among children who are born into low-income families who grow up in each of these census tracts. And kind of the key finding of this prior work is just that rates of upward economic mobility vary dramatically across neighborhoods, even within the same city. So if you look at the legend in the lower right corner, you can see that kids who grow up in these red shaded neighborhoods are expected to earn about $15,000 at age 35, whereas kids who grow up in high mobility neighborhoods, the blue neighborhoods, are expected to earn over triple that at age 35. So huge disparities. And these disparities have generated a lot of policy and academic interest in thinking about how we might help low-income families move from low to high opportunity neighborhoods. So we have a lot of evidence on the efficacy of this policy approach, and it's been shown that when you help particularly young children make these types of moves, it can generate very large long-run gains in their outcomes. However, there are limits to scalability. So you can't move all kids to different neighborhoods. And that highlights an alternative complementary approach, which is to invest in distressed neighborhoods and try to expand economic opportunity in those places. So here I would say we have a much weaker evidence base on how or really even whether it's possible to fundamentally change economic opportunity in a given place. And so what we're going to do in this paper is we're going to revisit one of the single largest neighborhood revitalization programs in US history in an effort to try to improve our understanding of how place-based policies may or may not be useful in expanding economic opportunity. So in particular, we're going to study the Hope 6 revitalization program. This was a large federal program that targeted distressed public housing projects across the US. It allocated $16.7 billion across 262 sites between 1993 and 2010. And these funds were used to demolish the original public housing projects, build new market rate and subsidized units, and create various support programs for the residents. And so just to give you kind of a concrete sense of what the program did, here on the left, I'm showing you an image of the Mill Creek Homes public housing project taken a few years before receiving one of these Hope 6 grants. So this project was pretty typical of Hope 6 sites in that it was a very segregated community prior to revitalization. So basically everyone who lived in these buildings was very poor by virtue of the fact that they were recipients of public housing. And you can also see that just the physical architecture of this space kind of set the public housing residents apart from the surrounding community. If we fast forward in time, here on the right, I'm showing you what that exact same neighborhood looks like after revitalization. And you can see things look dramatically different. So the new housing is now much higher quality. It blends more seamlessly into the surrounding community. And importantly, these new units are now reserved for a mix of public housing units and non-public housing. And so kind of a central idea of Hope 6 was that these changes would allow folks growing up and living in public housing to live near and interact with more affluent individuals. And the idea was that would be, ultimately good for their outcomes. So, it's pretty obvious looking at these types of before and after pictures that the program had a dramatic influence on the kind of built environment in these communities. What we're going to do in this paper is set out to answer the following question. Did Hope 6 change the causal effect of growing up in these targeted neighborhoods? So in other words, if you were to take a set of kids growing up in public housing and randomly assign them to grow up in the neighborhood on the left or the neighborhood on the right, would you ultimately end up observing differences in the long run outcomes between those two groups of children? That's what we're going to tackle in this paper. Just to give you a roadmap of where I'm going today, I'm going to start off by showing you how the program impacted the economic outcomes of adults. Then we'll look at impacts on the kids. Then we'll dive into mechanisms. And then in the last part of the paper, we'll think about how these lessons are relevant for context beyond distressed public housing. Before jumping into the results, I'll quickly just tell you a little bit about the data that we use to tackle this problem. So we're going to rely primarily on two main data sources. Specifically, at the individual level, we're going to link administrative records from federal income tax returns to records from the Department of Housing and Urban Development. So together, these two data sets are going to allow us to observe everyone who lives in public housing, and then we can track those individuals over time using the tax records. Just to give you kind of a rough sense of sample size, our sample covers about 200 Hope 6 projects, 2,700 non-Hope 6 projects, and each Hope 6 project had about 500 occupied units prior to the award. In terms of key variable definitions, we're going to measure the income of adults using pre-tax household incomes, measuring income on an annual basis, converting all dollar amounts into 2022 dollars. For children, we're going to measure their adult incomes between the ages of 29 and 30. And then just to improve precision of our estimates, we're going to convert income into percentile ranks within the national distribution within their cohort. Okay, so I'll start off by explaining how the program impacted the incomes of adults. In terms of an empirical strategy, if we were to kind of set this up as an ideal experiment, what we would have loved to have done is randomized Hope 6 grants across public housing projects and then just compare the outcomes of folks in the treatment and control sites. Of course, in practice, Hope 6 was not run as an RCT. And indeed, this program explicitly targeted some of the most distressed public housing projects in the country. However, because of limited funding, there ended up being many equally distressed projects that did not receive one of these Hope 6 grants. And so what we're going to do is leverage that fact and compare outcomes in adults in the Hope 6 sites to observably similar public housing sites. So concretely, what we do is for each grant year between 1993 and 2010, we're going to use propensity score matching to select 5 match control projects for each Hope 6 site. So in that way, the control projects are assigned a grant year. We're then just going to reweight the control projects to match the Hope 6 projects on observable. So this is just a very simple diff and diff with matching estimator. Okay, so what do we find? I'm going to start off by showing you how this program impacted the average income of the adults who live in these neighborhoods in the repeated cross-section. So to do that, for each public housing project, we're going to draw a precise boundary around exactly where the physical footprint of the original public housing project is located. And then we're just going to measure the average income of the adults who live in that area. And so on the vertical axis, I'm plotting the diff and diff estimate. On the horizontal axis, I'm showing you how the difference evolves 10 years before to 15 years after the grant award. So what we find is that prior to the award, there's no difference between the average income of adults who live in the Hope 6 and match control sites. That's just a product of the matching estimator we're using. But we can also see that average incomes are evolving along similar pre-trends. After revitalization, or they receive the grant, the original public housing development is knocked down. And then new housing units are rebuilt. And as people start to move into those new units, we see a really dramatic increase in the income of the residents in these communities, such that 15 years after the grant award, the average income has increased by 45%. So these results are broadly consistent with prior work by Tack and Emery, as well as some of my own prior work looking at the incidence of this program. On the one hand, it shows that Hope 6 kind of achieved one of its primary stated objectives, which was to reduce the spatial concentration of poverty in these neighborhoods. But as you'll recall, these new housing units are now a mix of public and non-public housing. And as it turns out, these income gains are entirely driven by a compositional shift in who lives in these neighborhoods. It's driven by higher income families moving into the non-public housing units. And so one way that you can see that is to look at impacts on the original adult residents. So to do that, what we do is we go back and find the adults who were originally living in the Hope 6 and match control public housing projects 1 year prior to the intervention. And we track the income of those individuals over time, regardless of where they live. So that's what I'm showing you here in the orange series. As you can see, Hope 6 had no impact on the incomes of adults who were originally in public housing. And so, taken together, the kind of key takeaways from this section are, on the one hand, Hope 6 was effective at reducing poverty rates in these targeted neighborhoods, but it did so by changing the mix of people who live there, not by improving the incomes of the adults in public housing. For kids, we see a very different story. And so for the rest of the presentation, I'm going to shift my attention to looking at the outcomes of children. So for kids, we can only observe their outcomes in the post period. And so we can't literally just use the same kind of diff and diff estimator. To kind of walk through that in a little bit more detail, I think it's useful to kind of consider what the ideal experiment would be in the context of looking at the long run impacts of this program. So if we were to run an ideal experiment, what we'd want to do is start off by randomizing Hope 6 grants across public housing projects, just as we did in the prior section. But this alone would not be enough to implement the study. To see why, consider how we might use this experiment. So one option would be we could go and look at the kids who kind of originally lived in the treatment and control projects. It turns out that's very similar to what Eric did in his job market paper studying demolitions in Chicago, and what I've done in some prior work with John Haltewanger and others studying the impacts of demolitions at a national scale. What both of those papers found is that kids who were living in projects that were demolished ended up earning more as adults, but that's because they were displaced into better neighborhoods. It also turns out that even in projects that were not demolished and not affected by Hope 6, there are extremely high rates of residential churn, such that the vast majority of children who live in these communities, both the kind of treatment and control communities post-award, were not original residents and did not live there before. So, a second thing that you could then imagine doing is say, well, perhaps we could just look at the kids who live there after the new residents. But in an observational setting, the obvious concern you would have is that perhaps the types of families that move into the kind of treatment projects may be different from those who move into the control projects. So an ideal experiment, what you'd want to do is then introduce a second level of randomization where you then randomize kids to grow up in either the treatment or control projects. So what we're going to do is we're going to use the same matching and diff and diff estimator to approximate that first level of randomization. And then we'll start with what we think of as potentially more of a descriptive analysis of the kids' outcomes, and then develop a quasi-experimental research design that approximates that second level of randomization. Okay, so I'm going to start off with a very simple kind of cross-sectional comparison between kids who live in the Hope 6 and match control sites, but I'm going to construct the sample in kind of a subtle way. So let me walk through that very explicitly now. The kind of initial goal was to get a sense of what these communities were like prior to the intervention. And so to do that, we're going to look at prior residents of these neighborhoods. To be concrete, consider this estimate on the far left. In order to construct that estimate, what we do is we go back 10 years before the intervention, and we find children who are growing up in the Hope 6 or match control public housing projects. For those kids, we then track them into adulthood, measure their incomes at age 30. And what I'm showing on the vertical axis is the difference between the average incomes of kids who lived in the Hope 6 and match control sites, where we're using regression to adjust for some basic demographics like their parents' income. So what we find is that, and one other sample restriction is that we require that these kids have moved out more than 1 year prior to the award. So in other words, these are kids who used to live in these neighborhoods, but they moved out before the intervention and therefore were not directly exposed to the program. So what we find is that for these prior residents, there's no difference between the average incomes of kids who live in the Hope 6 and match control sites. As we move along the x-axis, we're now looking at samples of prior residents who lived in these communities closer and closer to the year of the grant, and we see that we continue to find no difference between these populations. Fast forwarding in time, we're now going to look at kids who move into the Hope 6 or match control public housing units after the intervention. And here we see a large gain in the Hope 6 site. So in particular, what we find is that children who grow up in revitalized public housing units earn $3,600 more at age 30. So this is kind of the first initial evidence that perhaps Hope 6 increased economic mobility in these neighborhoods. Now, one thing I want to emphasize here is that we're explicitly focusing and limiting our sample to children who are growing up in public housing. So these results are not driven by the kind of mechanical movement of higher income families into the non-public housing units. That being said, of course, there could be sorting among the public housing population. And so that's what I'm going to address in the next couple of slides. So just to be explicit about that, there's basically two explanations for why we see these gains in the long run outcomes of the kids in the revitalized public housing projects. One is a causal effect story. So perhaps Hope 6 improved the causal effect of growing up in these neighborhoods, and the kids who grew up there and spend time there during childhood are, doing earning more in adulthood as a result of those improved childhood environments. A second story, though, is a selection story. So perhaps the revitalized public housing units simply attracted a totally different set of families whose children would have earned more in adulthood regardless of where they lived. So we're going to use two methods to test between these selection and causal effect stories. The first method you can think of as like a selection on observables argument. So what we're going to do is leverage the fact that the HUD admin data has a reasonably rich set of covariates. So things like disability status and a flag for whether or not you experienced a homelessness spell prior to entering public housing. We're going to use those covariates to form an income prediction model and then put predicted income on the left-hand side. So that's what I'm showing you in the orange series here. And as you can see, Hope 6, we find no evidence that the families that move into these revitalized public housing projects are positively selected on observable characteristics. Of course, there's lots of things that we don't observe about these families. And so our second approach is going to be to try to account for selection on unobservables using a variant of the movers research design that Raj and Nathan have developed in prior work. So specifically what we'll do is examine how children's outcomes vary with the number of years they spend in public housing during childhood to revitalize versus non-revitalized public housing. So just to be concrete, what we're going to do in our estimator is consider a set of kids who are different ages, but who move into the exact same public housing project in the exact same year. We're then going to measure how their earnings in adulthood vary with the number of years that they spend in that public housing project during childhood. And then we're going to just simply compare the gradient in the Hope 6 and control projects in order to identify the causal effect of spending one more year in a Hope 6 revitalized project compared to one more year in one of the match control projects. The key identification assumption in this context is that the relationship between unobservables and years in public housing is the same in the Hope 6 and match control sites. So here's what we find. This figure is showing estimates from a specification in which the outcome variable is the long-run income of the children, and we're regressing that on the number of years that these kids are spending in public housing, interacted with the Hope 6 dummy, controlling just for a project by year of move-in fixed effect. I'm showing you estimates from that interaction term. And so on the vertical axis, we have the difference between the average incomes of kids who moved into the Hope 6 versus match control sites. On the horizontal axis, showing that as a function of how many years they spend in those projects. As we can see, there's a positive slope indicating that spending more time in a revitalized public housing unit leads to higher income in adulthood. To put a number on that, these estimates imply that spending 10 years in a revitalized Hope 6 project increases income in adulthood by about $6,300. Okay, so now the kind of remaining identification threat here is one of dynamic selection. So you have to be worried that perhaps the types of individuals or the types of families that are spending more time in revitalized public housing are somehow different from the types of families that are spending more time in our match control sites. And so to address that concern, we assess the robustness of these results to including a household fixed effect, purely identifying this coefficient off of comparisons between siblings within the same family. So that's what we get when we include the household fixed effect, and we basically find the same thing. And so, taken together, our view, this specification rules out kind of all possible confounders that would be common to siblings within the same family. And our view is that, this is pretty strong evidence that these estimates reflect the causal impact of the program. So, stepping back, I think these estimates are quite interesting. They show that it is possible to kind of fundamentally change the causal effect of a neighborhood, but they immediately raise the question of what is the mechanism. And so that's what I'll jump into next. There's many possible mechanisms through which Hope 6 could have changed the neighborhood conditions. We're going to focus on kind of one particular mechanism here that's really been emphasized in the recent literature on neighborhood effects, and that's the role of social integration. So the way that we're going to start off our investigation here is estimate heterogeneous treatment effects, where the key dimension of heterogeneity is the kind of affluence of the surrounding neighborhood. So that's what I'm going to show you in this figure. In order to construct this figure, what we do is for each kid in public housing, we identify the set of kids who are growing up outside of public housing, but who live within a 1 mile radius and who are of the same sex, race, and year of birth. So, these are the kind of nearby peers who public housing residents are kind of most likely to be interacting with. Among those nearby peers, we're going to measure the average income of their parents. So you can think of that as kind of like a proxy for the affluence of the nearby peers. And then we're going to group the data up into buckets based on that peer affluence variable and make a comparison between the kids who live in the Hope 6 and match control sites within each of those buckets. So on the vertical axis, we're showing the treatment effect of the program on the long-run incomes of the kids. and then on the horizontal axis, showing that as a function of this kind of peer affluence variable. So, what we see is that we find this kind of clear positive slope indicating that Hope 6 had a larger impact when the surrounding neighborhoods were more affluent. If we were to repeat this analysis, but looking at kids who lived in these communities prior to revitalization, we find no such pattern, suggesting that this is really this pattern is really driven by kind of a treatment effect of the program. Now, one of the most striking findings from the whole paper is this cluster of estimates on the left. And what you can see if you look at the vertical axis is that there's no treatment effect in those cases. So in other words, if Hope 6 sites were located in kind of broader areas of disadvantage, if the surrounding neighborhoods themselves were quite poor, this program had no impact. It's only in cases where the surrounding neighborhood and the peers in the surrounding community were more affluent, where there was some economic opportunity to tap into, do we find evidence of positive impacts of the program. So, that's a really important finding because it suggests that physical housing quality alone is not enough to move the needle on economic mobility. And one explanation of these patterns is that perhaps this has more to do with social interaction and peer effects. And so to kind of push on that mechanism a bit, what we do is we look at impacts on 3 direct measures of social interaction. So the first measure that we look at comes from decennial census data to measure patterns in cohabitation. So what we do is we find kids in the 2010 census who are living in public housing, track them into adulthood into the 2020 census, and ask among prior public housing residents who are cohabitating with someone in 2020, what % of them are living with a former neighbor, a kid who used to live nearby the public housing project. In the match control sites, we find that percent is about 8%. In the Hope 6 projects, that rises to 13%. So in other words, Hope 6 makes it more likely that kids growing up in public housing ultimately end up living with kids who they grew up with living nearby. The second piece of evidence comes from GPS data from cell phone pings. So here what we do is we use the cell phone ping's location at night to identify who's living in public housing. We then track those devices throughout the day, and we measure what fraction of their time are they spending in the kind of surrounding neighborhood in the 1 mile radius. In match control sites, that's 6.5%. In the Hope 6 projects, that increases to 8.7%. So in other words, residents of these revitalized public housing units are spending more time outside of the public housing development in the surrounding area. And then the third piece of data comes from Facebook, where we have the amazing advantage of being able to directly measure individual social networks. We can't literally find the public housing residents in these data, but we can find kids from low-income families who are attending the nearby high schools. And what we find is that Hope 6 makes it more likely that these children end up forming cross-class friendships, that they have friends in their network who are from more affluent families. And so taken together, all of these results paint a story in which prior to revitalization, these projects were islands of disadvantage. Kids in public housing were not interacting with those nearby. And what Hope 6 did is it broke down these barriers, encouraged interaction. And when there was some economic opportunity to tap into in the nearby neighborhoods, we see large impacts of the program. Okay, so in the last minute or two, I'll briefly summarize this part of the paper where we think about kind of broader implications beyond the context of public housing. So obviously don't have time to go into the full results, but I'll just summarize them in one slide here. So I think a key question is whether Hope 6 public housing sites are unusually isolated or whether this social integration mechanism is relevant more broadly across low opportunity neighborhoods. To get at this question, what we do is we build on our kind of analysis of mechanisms and measure the degree to which each neighborhood is socially integrated to the neighborhoods that surround it. And what we find is that about half of low-income neighborhoods are actually more isolated than the average Hope 6 site was prior to revitalization, suggesting that this kind of social integration mechanism is likely to be relevant in a much broader context beyond distressed public housing projects. Okay, so just to wrap up, there's 3 things I'm hoping you'll take away from the talk. The first is that it is possible to turn low opportunity neighborhoods into high opportunity neighborhoods. In the paper, we do a kind of rough cost benefit analysis and make the case that even though the program required a large upfront investment, the gains are actually quite sizable relative to those costs. Second, the gains from Hope 6 were driven primarily by increased social integration with peers outside of public housing. And third, there are many low upward mobility neighborhoods that are just as socially isolated as Hope 6 projects were before revitalization. And so taking together, these results suggest that place-based investments that aim to integrate low mobility communities with nearby high mobility areas may be a promising strategy for expanding economic opportunity. And so just to leave you with kind of one kind of key question going forward, part of what we did with the paper is we released a list of a set of neighborhoods that we think are amenable to this type of kind of what we're calling connection-based revitalization efforts to kind of integrate low-income neighborhoods with nearby areas. And so just to kind of zoom in, it's a national list, but just zooming into San Francisco to highlight what's on this list. So the black dots are the places that are on our list, and you can see that these are neighborhoods that are kind of low mobility, low income neighborhoods that are surrounded by more affluent communities. These are exactly the type of places where if you were to figure out how to kind of integrate these focal neighborhoods with the surrounding areas, you would expect to see kind of large impacts of the program. So kind of a key next question here is, in these other contexts outside of distressed public housing, like what are the sets of policies that would be effective at integrating and boosting mobility in these cases? So thanks so much.
Diego is our discussant.
All right, thank you for inviting me, a macro person, to discuss this great paper. All right, so as you might expect from the set of up-and-coming co-authors in the paper, it's a great paper. I think, okay, so from my point of view, the context in which I put the paper is there's a lot of evidence that the neighborhood in which kids grow up has a large impact on their adult outcomes. But most of that evidence comes from the fact that we know that schools matter, the peers matters, maybe the moving to opportunity experiments, the demolitions from Eric, and so on. Here we're talking about a different policy, which is trying to renovate existing housing and integrating it into the community. Okay? And I think both of, I'm glad that Matt also chose the same picture from the appendix. They show how it changed from this kind of like high density and very like stark differences from the rest of the neighborhood is changing to this more like lower density housing that integrates with the area. Okay. The other key thing that I think is very neat about the paper is they really try to nail down the mechanism of social interactions, and they have all this kind of like cool evidence about who they live with when they're older, the phone data, and so on. And they can really tell that it really matters that this housing is located near other like high-income peers, and that's kind of like one of the key mechanisms, like the interaction with them. All right, so I'm gonna organize my talk around these 4 kind of like main comments. But I think like the big picture that I want to keep in mind, and I'm going to conclude with that at the very end, is like the title of the paper is Creating High-Income Neighborhoods, high opportunity neighborhoods, sorry. But in my view, maybe a better title could have been Creating High Opportunity Housing. So I'll tell you why I think that by the very end. All right, so like Matt said, there's 2 types of selections, and the paper does a great work in trying to control or to try to alleviate the issues with selection. But there's some things that I thought that could have been done that could improve even more the confidence in the results. So first, there's selection of sites, right? So which sites get selected to be improved, okay, or revitalized. And you can see there in the first bullet point that some of the criteria is like the availability of outside funds, okay? So I think about 17 billion were used to renovate all this housing, but 11 of those 17 came from private money. Okay, so then what you might wonder, these private funds might be more willing to be allocated to better areas. Okay, so then this kind of like creates some concerns about what the right control group could have been, okay? And my thought was like, so the paper does match on PA, on the public housing resident and composition sides, but I think it would be nice if you could also report how the matching and control groups relate in terms of the peers characteristics outside of the right, like the PH area, okay? Second thing is like the selection of tenants, okay? So one thing that I found interesting is like this housing that was revitalized had like, in some areas, at least in some of these sites, they had stricter screening, okay? So it's not like they were just renovating the housing, but they would do some criminal background checks, credit checks, drug tests. So it's not obvious that non-renovated PH would have the same kind of population, okay? So based on that, I was wondering, I mean, since they have access to a lot of data, it would be interesting to know if they can access these file observables from the HUD that, in principle, one could have expected they would have collected that data, and if they saved it, it would be nice to know what happened. Yeah. All right, so to make it more specific, I would say reporting those baselines around the stats could be interesting, documenting also the screening policy. So one thing that I think could be more feasible, even if the HUD data is not available, is the following. So in the end, there's like 200 sites-ish that get renovated. So nowadays, with a couple arrays and Claude and ChatGPT, it would probably be pretty doable to figure out which sites did screening and which sites did not, okay? To figure out how much that mattered for the impact of the policies, okay? Then the second part. Okay, so I'm more of a macro person, and I know it's almost 5 p.m. and everyone wants to see equations and models. So I thought I should write one. There was also like a bait in the paper. So there's a footnote in the paper that cites our paper with Eric and says like other macro people should write a G model using our numbers. So I took up the bait. Let me move here so that I can actually use the pointer. Okay, so I tried to do something very simple. So suppose people have a utility that depends on the housing quality. They have some altruism on their kids. That's the outcome of the kids, the Y. But they also care about eating stuff, right? So there's some money that you make minus what you need to pay for rent, okay? And then there's the outcome of the kids depends on the theta here, okay? So that theta, notice, depends on the F. So there's some families that have higher theta, some families have lower thetas. But then there's this other part, which is like the exposure gain. Okay, and I think this is different from the typical, the way I see the Cherry and Hendren's paper. But this is kind of like in line with what the structural childhood literature that I'm used to and I work on. So the idea would be here, there's some families who gain more than others from being exposed to a better neighborhood or public housing in this case, okay? So then what is this O, which is going to be the quality of the neighborhood where they grow up? Well, I'm thinking it's going to be some for the PH for the public housing is some baseline level, okay? But then there's this cool part, which is the one that I think the paper really nails down, and it's this idea of the integration, right? So they integrate to the rest of the area. So the policy is doing two things, okay? The policy is building nicer housing, the H, at a low price, or making it available for people at a low P, but at the same time, increasing this lambda. Okay, they integrate with the area, and that brings quality up. Okay. If you do some simple calculations, then you're going to get who chooses to apply to move to these revitalized areas. Well, it's people with high altruism, they care about their kids a lot, or they have high returns, high gamma F. Okay. Another thing that really matters, and I'm going to make a point at the very end, is what was their outside option, this O and prime here. Okay, so if they were living in a really bad area, they're going to be more willing to move there. If they were really living in an already good area, they may not move at all. Okay. So what do you get out of this? Well, once again, notice I'm a macro person, so I might be confusing ATEs, TOTs, ATTs, and all these other ones. But so what you're going to get in the end, I think, is you're going to get a selection. And I tried to check this. This is what these QR codes did there. So I tried to simulate stuff with my model, and I think I got it right. So you're going to get that you might overestimate the average treatment effects that you need once you're extrapolating to these other neighborhoods like you were doing at the very end. And there's also one concern that I don't know, I haven't seen much in this literature, but so I'm going to post it there, and what I'm saying might be wrong. But I don't think the sibling fixed effect, this family fixed effect, is going to help you in a case in which you have an exposure gain that is multiplicative rather than separable. Okay. And when I did my simulations, I seem to be right. And basically what you need for overestimating this AT and even sometimes the trimming on the treated is that there's heterogeneous gamma. People care about their kids. And or there is some screening that tends to choose these high return people. Okay? And there's another element, so for those of you who don't do like this kind of like structural work that I think is also useful or interesting for this kind of idea. I think that you also get a bias that can go either way, actually, which is like once you allow for some other form of investment that is endogenous, so the parents not only choose where to live, but they also spend time with their kids, they send them to good schools and so on. Once you get that, that's going to be this I here. You're going to get that could bias your results one way or another, depending on whether this other investment is substitutable or complementary with the housing. Okay. So I was wondering if there could be any evidence on this that you can try to explore in the data, or maybe there's a way to figure this out better. My suggestions were based on this super simple model, is that looking at the heterogeneity by the origin of where these people are coming from. So you control for that. But I think the model suggests that the results might be different if they're coming from different places. If you find that they're not, that's evidence that what I'm suggesting here doesn't matter. The other thing that you could think of, I mean, is you already do a lot of this. You explore heterogeneity, and the good thing from what you showed us already is that you find little heterogeneity by parental income or the child's predicted income. But you could also try to think about the expected exposure to these places. So families that are expected to move to this area for a longer period of time might be selected in different ways than the ones who will expect to only be there for a little while. Okay. All right, no more equations, I promise. Then the last thing, I don't know, I found this very interesting. I don't think Matt talked about it. So they find that these neighborhoods improve a lot, kind of like the previous paper. So poverty reduced by a lot, crime is also reduced significantly. They find this large impact on these new kids that move to this revitalized housing, but basically zero impact or no detectable impact on people living like 0.2 miles away or anything further. Okay? And that seems to be like hard to digest, because I mean, if these kids are gaining from interacting with these other kids, you would expect that there would be some impact on the interaction going the other way too. Okay. So now I was trying to wrap my head around that. I mean, okay, there's evidence that maybe there's these kids are being pulled up and the other ones are not being dragged down. We can write models about this, but I don't know, it would be more interesting, it would be useful to know what's happening around the area. Is there more business development, stuff like this? Okay. And this boils down to the main general point that I have. I don't know, I see this more as a policy that is creating housing in high opportunity areas rather than creating a high opportunity neighborhood, like the title suggests. And I think that makes it even more different from the previous paper, yeah, because it's like a different policy. All right, big pictures, questions that I left, and then I promise you we can all go get a beer. So I thought, I mean, may not be for this paper, it will be for a follow-up. Okay, so when I read this, it made me think about, okay, what's the optimal public housing design? Okay, so I would like to know from all the heterogeneity analysis that you have, okay, what are the heterogeneity gains and costs from building different kinds of public housing? Okay, does the screening of renters matters? And then once you start thinking in an equilibrium, where do the rejected ones go? Okay, and what happens to them? Okay, so you need to start thinking about these other effects. And then for the more like scaling up part, the big question I have, okay, so is would these effects be similar if instead of you removing like low quality pH public housing, you were taking out like single family housing? Okay? Are the effects similar or not? And to me, it's not obvious that that would be the case. Okay? All right, let me conclude there. I think there's room for modeling, so maybe one day I'll work on this. Thank you.
Matt, you know that I'm a big fan of your previous paper. So I'm a big fan of this paper too. I think to hammer down the integration story, you could do a little bit of analysis in terms of heterogeneity. So how much of for example, in Chicago, which is the data that I know, tracks vary a lot in the share of public housing units pre-demolition. And you could expect different integration effects, whether you have more or like a higher share or a lower share. You also see a ton of heterogeneity in what gets redeveloped there. So you could see that different types, like multifamily, single family, maybe you see more integration, and also how much gets redeveloped. Because, for example, in the case of Chicago, 38% of lots stay completely vacant. So I think if you look at that heterogeneity, maybe you can push and tighten that integration story.
Perfect. So, super interesting paper. I'd love to see a little more exploration around the exact years of the exposure with children. So we know from early childhood development and some peer network formation that which years they're exposed really matter. Early childhood versus that kind of later teen development. And you can kind of see this in your estimate. So your main exposure result in those figures, if you look at years 4 to 10, so that's like 60% of the support of the distribution, then it actually has a negative slope, which suggests that the more years you're exposed, that it goes in the opposite direction, which might just be an artifact of which years you're exposed. So it'd be great to look into it a little bit more.
I really liked the social interaction story, but I'd be a little bit wary of jumping to say that, any other policy that increases social interaction with neighbors may act in the same way, even if it's just through school or activities. There may well be a component of that nicer housing in that too. If you think about a parent of the nearby sort of higher income neighbors deciding whether they're going to let their child go over to the house of the friend, are they going to let them go into the dumpy project versus the slightly nicer housing, that may actually determine part of the social degree of social interaction.
So I just wanted to get some a clarification on the timeline. I think that this involves completely tearing this stuff down, and so these people have to be somewhere else for a couple of years. And I don't understand what the dots 2 years post-treatment meant. Like, where were they? And then second, doesn't this mean that this is a compound treatment where everybody gets evicted and then has something happen? So are we comparing people who were evicted and then put in this better housing to people who were evicted and had to find their own way? And like, does this show that there's no cost for eviction, like on the control units? So just like that was I'm trying to understand what to treat that way.
Thanks. It's a great paper, and this is kind of like a slightly bigger picture comment, but in thinking about ways to invest housing subsidy dollars, in the United States, the number of eligible households exceeds the number of households receiving subsidies by a factor of something like 4. And so when thinking about the marginal impact of capital expenses to create different types of projects, I mean, that's taking money that could also be used to expand the number of vouchers that are actually directly helping families. And so in sort of thinking about what's the best marginal investment here, it becomes I think kind of complicated. And I would like to, I would like to, it would be great to have someone produce some organized thoughts on that. And also it raises a question, like, are there ways, I think, you heard some of this already, but are there ways that we can promote this kind of economic integration through policy that do not require upfront capital investment? Because we're sort of in a fiscal environment where those kinds of capital investments are going to be very hard to fund.
Thanks, Matt. Really enjoyed the paper. Looking forward to seeing the next iteration. So my question is also related to the social interactions, where I'm wondering, who are the high-income households that move into these public housing projects? Are they somehow different from other surrounding neighbors? And so when you look at the cross-class interactions, is it limited to the high-income residents within the public housing project, or is it also creating a bridge to other high-income households in the surrounding areas? Just understanding the source of those social interactions better.
Yeah, super interesting work, obviously, and great paper. I think I just push you guys to think a little bit more about probing and some of the heterogeneity around like what was actually redeveloped. I mean, I don't want to out Matt. I think he lived in a Hope 6 development for a little while, but there's huge variation. I mean, some places they did like the rest was entirely LIHTC that wasn't public housing, whereas some you've got very substantial shares of market rate. And, you know, in the era of LLMs, like you could probably grab all of the original plan documents, right? So you're not dealing entirely with endogeneity concerns, but you like could grab what was planned before and see to what degree were sites that were redeveloped, you know, to be larger shares of market rates. Are those driving your effects, or is this more like more low to moderate income LIHTC families that, you know, are somewhat more plugged into different networks where the kids are beneficial?
I'll take 1 minute.
All right. Well, thank you so much. All great questions and comments. I guess just one thing to touch on, which relates to a couple of these things, of these comments. So one of the things that we find is that we couldn't find a variable that predicted heterogeneous interaction. So our kind of understanding of the program is that across sites, there seemed to be greater kind of integration with the nearby neighborhoods, but that only translated into better outcomes when the nearby neighborhoods were affluent, and kind of pushing a bit on the social mechanism piece. What we find too is that the key heterogeneity is actually your kind of specific peer group. And so even when you look within public housing projects, we can predict the kids within a development who are going to do the best. And those are kids who in the nearby community have the strongest peers. And so I think that, speaks a bit to the mechanism, suggesting that it really is about peer interactions and not so much about kind of other things that could be correlated with characteristics of developments that are in high income neighborhoods, or in neighborhoods where the surrounding area is more affluent. And then Diego, I guess one point to your comment is that, so certainly the impact of this program is going to depend on kind of like what the outside option is. So like neighborhood effects are only defined relative to what the outside option is. So if you look at families who are coming from better neighborhoods, they're going to get a smaller benefit from migrating into the Hope 6 sites. In general, we find that there's actually very little sorting on that dimension. So if you look at the prior neighborhoods of new entrants, those neighborhoods are very similar for people entering our match control sites and the Hope 6 like redeveloped sites. But point totally taken is that when you start scaling this thing up, that could change, and you'd need to think about that carefully once you scale the program up. So I'll let you all go to happy hour, and thanks so much for your comments and questions.
Everyone, we'll see you all tomorrow morning.